Hello! Oh, I gotta change where the chat is. I couldn't see where it was when I was offline. Because there was nobody chatting, obviously. Let's see. Here. Oh, no. I was just excited over what Daedalus was saying. It was like, oh, red text test, because we are playing today an Umineko forgery musical created by our very own Daedalus, who will be the witch giving us the red text. So, that's why I was like, ooh, exciting, red text test. So, if you guys like a mystery, even more fun because it's a musical. We're doing that today. Yay! I know, isn't that cool? Daedalus made the whole thing. Oh yeah, it wasn't, yeah. So I suggested using emojis and, oh, better TTV emojis for Red Square. That's pretty smart. Oh, I wonder why it doesn't show up on the on-screen chat, though. No, because that's what just happened. Or, wait, it's working on... Okay, that's weird. The red squares work on my, OBS chat, which I guess is what matters. I just don't know why it's not showing up on the, you know, the one right next to my head. Yes! We're gonna have a murder mystery today! And here I am in the meta whirl. Hey there! Here! That is the special surprise. If you see in the upper right corner, we reached the special surprise incentive, and that is this murder mystery. Happy to see you too. There you go. Dan, Daedalus is stealing your Knuckles emote because it's red for red text. He likes that. Little Nuck's finally getting his chance to shine.
No one will know the history of Knuckles.
You gotta explain to us the history of the Knuckles emote later. He refuses to explain. Okay. Just like the small bombs, I see. He says with the small bombs there's nothing to explain. Oh, by the way,
that's just a thing that Goda has in his pantry.
Yeah, Goda just has the small bombs in his pantry, it's true. So, sorry, I'm also eating a tasty Korean food dinner, because our first incentive, if I bring up the chart, why isn't it showing up? Yeah, that's weird, it should show up, but it's not. Anyway, the first incentive was, chat finds, oh wait, it's not, because I keep making it exit the screen. That's why. Oh, silly me. I gotta remove it and then put it back in. Sorry, OBS shenanigans. There we go. So the first one, chat picks tonight's dinner. That was tonight's dinner. So, Korean food won out in the poll. So I got some Korean food. This is from just a little while ago. Oh my god, so in the lower right, I got some... Actually, no. I'm eating the sides that are in the bulgogi. Like, so the furthest upper right like brown side you can see is this sweet potato side. It is so freaking good. I wish there was more of it. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I just had another bite of it. It's so yummy. Anyway. So, we are going to play the operetta of the Golden Witch. So, a little explanation. Oh, you like the bean sprouts? Yeah, they got the bean sprouts here too. I've also got that on this plate right now. They're good. And good for you. There's a Korean show called Miss Sherlock. I've heard of that. That's because I have friends who are really into that kind of thing, so that's why I've heard of it. So, I've heard of it. And they totally had someone die from swallowing a small bomb. No way! I didn't hear about that part. So, let me take a drink of water. A slug's gotta stay hydrated, especially when I'm gonna be reading this mystery out loud. So, little explanation in case anybody watching wasn't a part of the Umineko Thursdays. Umineko is a pretty famous visual novel where there's a lot of murder mysteries. And basically there's this witch who's like, I did the murders with magic, and then the main protag is like, no way, magic isn't real. And then tries to find non-magical ways the murders could have been done. So a lot of them are framed as like quote-unquote impossible mysteries. Like if you just saw Wake Up Dead Man on Netflix, it's a bit like that. And in terms of like the type of mystery that needs to be solved, like a locked room quote-unquote mystery. So but ultimately I don't think this is, well, being vague about spoilers, I'll just say that all everybody knows about what happened with the murders in Umineko is that a bunch of people went to an island, this rich family went to an island, their private island, for the family conference, and then next thing everybody in the outside world knows is everybody's dead. So what the heck happened? And in a way, all of the different episodes of Umineko, there's 8 episodes, and one way you can think of it is each of them are a take or an interpretation of how things could have really gone down. And all of those like witchy murder mysteries therein. So in the canon universe of Umineko, there are like it's canon that people wrote fan fictions about what they think really happened and wrote their own mysteries to be solved. And in canon, those are called forgeries because the original like written accounts of things that may have happened were found in message bottles. And so every time somebody made a new one, it was called like a forgery of the original messages in the bottles, right? So now in the real world, some Umineko fans have taken it upon themselves to make their own mysteries and their own fan versions of the game, and also call them forgeries. So we are going to be reading a musical forgery written and put together by our very own Daedalus. So, okay, if you still haven't read Umineko, be aware there will be spoilers in this fan work, says Daedalus. So, we can keep that in mind. And so it's totally up to you if you want to keep watching, but, it's pretty hard to be spoiled on all of Umineko, I will say. So if you're someone who's really sensitive to spoilers, you might want to stay back. But I will say that it's pretty impossible to be entirely 100% irreparably ruined on it, because there's like stuff people get spoiled on after like they read it the first time, you know? I'm like, when I was doing Umineko Thursdays, I was like, oh, what are you talking about, Marinda? And then Marinda's like, oh, that's a spoiler. And I'm like, I'm in chapter 7 of 8. What do you mean it's a spoiler? And then people who watched me were like, you can finish the game and some things are still spoilers. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So ultimately up to you. Alright, well, I'm gonna put myself down in the streamer corner and pull this up. Ha ha ha! Actually, right, I should put that down here. There we go. They're called spoilers because they spoil my mood. But you're the one who came up with most of them as a joke. How does it spoil your mood if you came up with them? Alright, so I got 3 documents here. So the first one is explanation. So I think this will contextualize how we should go about this, because we're gonna go, this is a group effort. All y'all, we're trying to solve this mystery together, and to put some stakes on the line, if we solve this mystery, then Daedalus has pledged to fund more than half of the PC. So exciting, right? You want Kay to get a new PC? No, I'm just kidding. No pressure, no pressure. But there's actually stakes. So if you guys want to help out, again, we could put our noggins together. Oh, no, Marsh knows the answer already. I should have known. Okay, you guys can watch us and be like, hoo. But Daedalus is in the chat. That means we have the writer here. Just give us the answer for it. Wow. Beyond the Umineko. Yeah, we're doing... Umineko is back. Kind of. Umineko never truly end. Alright. So, explanation. The mystery occurs on a Rokenjima that may be different from the official Rokenjima. Furthermore, I, as in Daedalus, will not guarantee at this time that the game follows all the rules of the true Umineko mystery. Think of it as a forgery written by someone who may not have reached the truth yet. In short, assume nothing. Information about the crime scenes, suspects, and really any facts may be requested in case the players feel something is unclear or was omitted. A Portuguese Higurashi Umineko fan-made VN mystery? Ooh. I wouldn't be shocked. Also, Yaya. Oh, Yaya. Could you type in... Wait, shit. I forgot. Speaking of which, I forgot to, start the timer again. Nobody said the timer's not running. There we go. Timer's going. Okay. Yaya, can you do explanation point new video in the chat? I think you like the new video I made. Or I'll do it for you. Yaya, I think you'd like this video. All right. Anyway, moving on. Information about the crime scenes, the suspects, and really any facts may be requested if anybody feels something was unclear or omitted. And then, oh, Stunted Raccoon. Thank you for following. And, yeah, it looks like basically we shouldn't assume anything. We shouldn't assume that, oh, this is going to be just like the rules of Umineko. Blue truths presented must include the who done it and how done it for each epitaph murder, but not the why done it. We'll keep this in mind. Blues missing one or more of these items will be left to Daedalus's discretion on how he responds. So, how, when, whether he responds. And then, who done it and how done it. Blue truths must have them. Okay. I gotta keep this in mind. I'm the one doing the blue truths. Actually, that's a good question, Daedalus. Can other chatters do blue truths, or is that my thing? The intro document is unnecessary for and unrelated to the mystery challenge. That's the second document we're going to do after this, the intro. Leave that up to me. I guess I'll just see how it goes. Yay! Okay. I totally get it. Yeah. I love putting YouTube videos in the backgrounds of things. Alright. The main story will have mystery, fantasy, or metaverse at the top of every section. Mystery sections will be 100% fact. And metaverse, sorry, I got distracted. I'm still trying to fix my audio from the disaster yesterday. Does the audio balance sound okay to you guys? I've just got so many issues with my own monitoring that I don't know. I can't tell except through OBS levels what is actually good for you guys. I feel like, is my microphone loud enough? Maybe I should put some gain on my microphone. Music's a little quiet, but a quiet bit of BGM, so maybe it's fine. Yeah, I didn't want it to be disruptive, but I could put it up a little bit. Okay. So the main story will have mystery, fantasy, or metaverse at the top of every section. Mystery sections will be 100% fact. Anything said, done, or shown actually happened. Anything not said, done, shown, or shown is up to interpretation. Yes, this includes the singing, dancing, other things being related to a musical. Fantasy sections may or may not be 100% fact, but could be. However, I will have leave to lie or alter absolutely anything I wish to. Disregard them as false if you want, but they may have hints and clues in them. Metaverse sections are held in the metaverse, shockingly. Treat them as whatever you treated the metaverse discussions in the original Umineko. Yeah, that's fair. Red is truth. This board is under the effects of musical logic. Singing, dancing, random music starting out of nowhere makes perfect sense in the reality of this world. Relax and enjoy that fact. Musical logic has no effect on the howdunit, i.e. the culprit got into the room because they sang a song about the victim and were suddenly there. Will never be the real howdunit. Okay. So we've got some YouTube links for the songs. What occurs visually in the YouTube videos can be considered non-canon, only there to provide a vehicle for the music and lyrics. Only what is written in the actual documents is canon. Alright. And, we should be thankful for the singers. Tao, we're doing fan Umineko! This is written, mystery written by Daedalus. You thought it was done, but Gumineko's never over. And it's Tuesday, not Thursday. No, I'm just kidding. It'd be really funny if it was Thursday. Alright, so, here we go. Operetta of the Gold... Yeah, Dan was suffering as I was, like, spending the entire last week working on an Umineko, video essay and talking about Umineko. Oh, it's Wednesday where you are. You know what? True. Almost Thursday. Almost Umineko Thursday again. Alright. So. I literally yesterday made a playlist on my Podicady YouTube that's called The Gumineko Never Ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Follow supernatural logic. It is now always Tuesday. Alright. The intro. Operetta of the Golden Witch. Metaverse. So we are here in Purple Land. When she had gotten news that Goat-kun had arrived, Beato hadn't known what to do. She'd known he was coming for a while, but despite countless hours of thought, she hadn't been able to make a decision. On the other hand, the last time Goat-kun had given her a board to run, it had been a musical. It had probably been the most fun that they all had ever experienced putting on a board, she had to admit, and it still personally ranked as her most impressive. On the other hand, they had never worked so hard in the preparation of putting one on either, and she'd sworn off during another one after the thrill of completing the last one had faded. Well, I think I see something here already. Goat-kun, like those spooky goat dudes in Umineko, end up becoming stand-ins for the readers, right? So, a board made by Goat-kun seems to imply to me that it's, fan forgery, right? This is from Daedalus. Yes, a Daedalus original. This is the true power of the Endless Witch. It keeps people talking about it in my vicinity. Yeah. Even Dan has to concede that Beato has power. She knew that he was going to be coming, and that he was bringing another musical with him. Asune had told her that much at least. She also knew that she should just tell him of her resolve to never get herself or the others embroiled in a project as crazy as a musical again. On the other hand, she couldn't deny the slight thrill she had felt when she had heard that another musical was going to be offered. Asune! My first thought is Asumu. Asmodeus's maiden name thing. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Asmodeus's maiden name. Yeah, yeah. So, Beato and Asmodeus. Okay. Trying to picture is all in my head. So it was that when she rounded the corner into the green room of the backstage area, she didn't know what she was going to say. However, once she had seen him, the perfect words flew out of her mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" she shouted. You had used her to run a different game earlier in your personal series of portraits. How many have you written? That's really cool. Goat-kun and Asune were crouched over a large hole that had been ripped in the wall. Uh-oh. Wires had been taken from the hole and connected to a laptop, which looked like a toy, beside the hulking form of Goat-kun. He was using a pair of chopsticks to press the key because his fingers are too big. Or he's got hooves. He's got hooves! That fit in butler gloves somehow. He's got a pair of chopsticks to press the keys, and as Beato came in and shouted, he looked to her, grinned in welcome, and hit one more key. Suck. 5? Technically your second musical? That's so cool. Higher production values. That's so cool! Fan projects are so cool. Getting to his feet, he bowed deeply. "Hello, O golden and endless witch, Beatrice," he said. And the witch received her second shock. "Goat-kun? Your voice, it sounds normal?" asked the demon goat, not rising from his bow. "Yes, I know. I truly hope you don't mind, but I accessed the Golden Land systems to remove the demonic tones from my tone. My normal voice is menacing, but hard to understand for a conversation." Beato hadn't missed the pause in his sentence, but let it go. Conversation. "Oh, come on, Goat-kun. You know you don't have to stand on this kind of formality. Up, up." She waved at his bent form. "Thank you, Lady Beatrice," responded the demon, rising from his bow. "I have come to beseech you." "You have another musical, I know," said Beato, cutting him off. "Asune told me." Goat-kun shot a dirty look at Asune, and she had the decency to look embarrassed. Well, yes." Wait, that's the goat. "Well, yes," continued the goat. "It is something I have labored a long time on." "After the wedding, I hope," smirked Beato, remembering how things had ended after the previous musical. "Well, yes," he replied, and Beato imagined she could see a hint of red underneath his cheek fur. "At any rate," he hurried on and reached into a satchel that was beside him. Withdrawing a thick stack of papers, he bowed once more and offered it to her. "Here is the rough draft. I'm already thinking of a few things that could be added or changed stylistically." As he rambled, Beato stared at the papers in amazement. Gingerly, she reached out and took it, flipping through it. It was done in scrawled handwriting, but whereas she had been hoping to find the large letters, she instead found the letters to be incredibly compact, almost like they had been squished together to fit as much on each page as possible. Too small. It was all too much. Goat-kun stammered. "Well, yes, I know. I mean that it looks somewhat large." "Gargantuan!" cut in Beato. "Gargantuan." "But most of those notes are to myself. Most of those are notes to myself," finished Goat-kun. "You know, the blocking, stage direction, special effects." Beato shook her head. "You haven't helped your case." She dropped the packet to the side. Seeing his devastated expression, she put a hand on his shoulder, though it was a bit of a stretch for her. Look, Goat-kun, I'm sorry, but even with all our abilities, we have limits. I just don't think our theater could handle something on this scale. Sighing, she looked at the contraption that he had presumably had brought. So please, disconnect that futuristic voice modulator. Yeah, the actual mystery hasn't started yet, Cece. You're coming at a good time. That's not all it does, Goat-kun interrupted. She looked at him, his eyes narrowed. What have you connected to the Golden Land? It's a hack-in-a-box, grinned the demon. I had it specially made for this, since I knew you were going to say that. See, the real problem is that we needed to override some of the safeties, Goat-kun, said Beato, pinching the bridge of her nose. And turn off some of the filters. Did you know that the Golden Land has a common sense filter that is apparently fine with magic, but not with musicals? It must be some sci-fi thing. Goat-kun, she said again, louder this time, as he stopped and looked at her. I just don't think we can do it. Besides, we've done one already. Do you really think people would want another one? Beato, we gotta be nice. See it with love. Goat-kun turned fully towards her, and his massive frame was offset by the desperate look in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and something Beato would have never have expected happened. Our first song! I'm gonna copy the link. Oh, Daedalus, would you prefer if I, like, showed the YouTube videos? Or should we just have it as a background to the lyrics here? I'm gonna put it in this other thing. Either way. Oh wait, no, you got visuals. No, I gotta show this. You got visuals. Yeah. I'll show the videos. I'm gonna do another window capture real fast. Hold on a second. What? Doesn't look right.
Just hear me out and then you'll change your mind. I know it was done, but still it was fun, a pioneer of its kind. But I say it was far too easy. What we need is something more grand. So I have come
volume up, please,
with
yeah.
this brand new idea, something that will spread.
Let me start it again. This is so cool though.
Just hear me out and then you'll change your mind. I know it was done, but still it was fun, a pioneer of its kind. But I say it was far too easy. What we need is something more grand. So I have come back with this brand new idea, something that will spread through the land.
I can't believe you hacked the system just to sing me your request.
Consider it a proof of concept. Come on. Why not sing again? Just sing again. It's better than just using frickin' string again. Of love and light, of fear and fright, and deadly battles deadlocked in the dead of night. locked doors, great scores. You can be the director. This board will shine bright if it is alright to sing again.
No. We can think of something else with a bit more time.
So what else could be done for the crowd who are thirsty and want a new board? Veterans that are crying out loud something new that will leave them all floored. You could change up the scenery, but explaining it is a pain. Maybe use obscure machinery, but of course Knox will then be your bane. You could think of a string trick, something no one's been licked by before. Or give them flavor they can savor as a favor just once more. Just let us sing again. Just sing again. The cast is yours in great force if you bring them in. Your demon goats in fancy coats, and 7 stabby sisters slaying, playing notes. Fiddles and riddles, and who can guess at the culprit? Just answer the call, it will be a ball to sing again. We did a short one, it was a lark, and I don't regret it a bit. But there is more that is left to explore. More singing will make the new board a hit.
Like, even more songs?
Oh yes, it's thematic. We could make it all one big song in a style that's full of history.
That sounds,
It's amazing.
I mean, maybe.
Truly thrilling. And being created in that one country of origin, there's an added bonus that ties it to backstory. Surely you agree that it's a fantastic idea. So yes, it's all settled now. What we will do, we'll make an opera.
Ah, that's where it comes in.
Absolutely not. Too much.
Or maybe just make an operetta.
I'm sorry, but there's no way we could put one on.
Oh, I think we can. Believe in magic. A bit of practice and we can act this and sing again. So, is it really that you don't think we could do it, or are you afraid? Could I prove to you that we can do it all once more?
I suppose, somehow.
If they're grooving to the plan of what I have in store.
I really doubt they will.
Just let me try, and if I lie, then you can hang me out to dry.
Why are you dancing?
It's a tap dance, in point of fact. Both a fun and interesting dance, and a term used in courtrooms, as displayed in the musical of Chicago.
Courtrooms? Really?
Yep,
What's it mean there?
something showy.
Makes sense. What's the use in the court, though?
To distract and buy time. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Tonight, propose to her tonight. You're the 10 twilights of the epitaph.
I don't understand what's going on.
It's a mystery.
What do you talk?
It's a mystery.
Some witchery?
No, a mystery with clues and tricks.
Just sing again. We've got fantastical fights and a culprit in the night and red herrings on which they can bite. Just sing again.
Don't bring string things, sing again.
Look out! Broken Jima!
This blasted epitaph must have some way to solve it.
Beatrice, the golden witch, the golden witch.
Is she coming next for us? Yes,
Oh, I know
we
this
will
one.
stop her tonight.
A new creation with elation, sure to help with your vexation. Please give in to your temptation. Sing again. Why not sing again?
Let us sing
Just
again.
let us sing again.
Let us sing again.
Fine! I suppose you win. I guess we'll sing again.
Let's go, Banto!
We'll sing again. I can't believe that we will do this thing again. It may be tight, we'll have to fight, but if you all are with me, then we'll be alright.
Deadly, madly, and this will then be our opus. And when you stand out in the spotlight and the crowd is cheering for you, you will know then the choice is right before you bid them adieu.
Because we all wanted to sing again. We'll sing again. And so once more the music shall begin again. With wind and rain, and the band's refrain. A homicide there to provide food for the brain. And for those who just want a little airplane history.
This fits the bill.
And when it drops, then we will
Banto!
Again, see frenzy when we sing again.
So now we'll sing again.
Oh my gosh. Time to grab a notebook. Yeah. Hold on, let me. Wow! I see what you mean by production value. That's so cool. All right. Just check a couple things. Oh, that was delightful. All right. So we just got through all of the. Now I gotta scroll. That's the end of the intro. Okay. So now we have The Operetta of the Golden Witch. Act 1. Oh wait, music. There we go. Metaverse. Wee wee wee. Morning, if it could be called that, dawned in the tea room of Beatrice the Golden Witch as music began to play. The soft purple light accentuated the magical nature of the place, which only remained empty for a moment. As the light touched it all, the seven sisters of Purgatory, I gotta get Dan in for Ronove! Ronove, Virgilia, and Gop entered and began bustling around, accompanied by the ever-present demon goat butlers. They had to make sure that everything was perfect once more. The room had to be ready to hold yet another game of the witch. We got another musical. We got another number. All right. Oh yeah, you missed that part. There's gonna be hints. None of the stuff in the videos, like the pictures in the videos has to do with the mystery, but there might be insights, I think is the gist, in things that aren't on the board. Same with the metaverse. That there could be hints, but I guess everything you need to solve the mystery is on the board itself. That was the gist I got. Daedalus could explain better, but right, that's why I want to put this on this monitor. And whoa. Okay. Make sure the volume's up. Yep. Okay. The Game of the Witch.
In the game of the witch, there is darkness and murder.
Oh, these are all covers?
Your bones will be shattered and shred.
This is Into the Woods, right?
Doesn't matter the number of repeats, till the truth's finally found out, till it is said. It will never be complete. In the game of the witch, all shrouded in magic.
Oh, Les Mis! That's what it is.
And
You're
all can be
right.
true deep inside the cat box. To solve this mystery takes a brain and a will and steel to find buried in darkness and lies.
I knew it.
The one thing that is real. In the game of the witch, there's a message they're waiting. Like a note in a bottle tossed out to the sea. Like a fire in the night, like a faraway shout in the silence. Maybe all can be made right, if only you follow his guidance. Then with more than one to enrich. In the game of the witch.
In the game of the witch, know the game of this child. She will give it her all to distract and confuse.
We are just her furniture, and from her we must take all our cues. But we have to see who will win.
Will they both lose?
We'll just follow her orders.
Do you think that he's ready to give it his all? Do you think maybe he someday conquers the game? Not with a mind that's so lazy and small. One or two more and I'll bet he'll soon be made tame. Until then we couch and kill. We can laugh in the face of his tears. Adler will struggle on. He'll pay his bill. He'll be
He's gotta pay his bills.
In the game of the witch they will prey on forever. The unstoppable force, the immovable foe. Beatrice user, cunning tricks and amazing deceptions, and eternally dismantled her, so determined to find the connections, and neither gives an inch to the game of the witch. But speak of the devil, it seems he's awoken. He's up for more torment and abuse. Oh, battler, just accept your defeat. You can never outthink her. Stop being obtuse.
Although it may seem all my reasoning's useless, I don't notice your words, and now I'll tell you why. 'Cause although you annoy, you all still don't exist as the witch and her toys. All you are is a lie.
It seems my opponent is awake, and he seems eager for a fight. But you should save it for the game board. I have a doozy coming next. One so full of tricks to trap you, you'll be well and truly vexed. And in the end, when you have lost, when you no longer can resist, I'll make you say that I exist. In my game of the witch, you'll be trapped here forever. Until you remember the big sin of your past. Oh, the island is my board, and your family is nothing but pieces. They could sleep and perchance to dream peaceful at last. If you say a witch did it.
I know now you're just trying to scare and impress me with your childish tricks and ridiculous gown. With my family blood pumping here deep in my heart, I will always resist, I will never back down.
Just the game of the witch can resolve this dilemma. And we're at your command to assist with it all. This has lasted far too long now. He's never possessed much acumen. He's an idiot, a dunce, and he's only a simple human. So let's make him be a bitch. In the game of the witch.
Crush a heart of flame, it makes my win seem all the sweeter. Game on, so battler, come now.
They're playing
when
chess.
It's done, I'll have you bow and beg forgiveness, lick my shoes. And other things that may amuse, enjoy yourself worth while you may. I will destroy it while we play.
You will fade and disperse your existence denied.
As the witch and the fool once again shall collide.
It was never a witch.
He was false the witch.
Let's begin. Here's the sitch.
I love all the words that rhyme with witch. Ah. There we go. You know, I think it's a really good idea to make them all musical covers. I was not expecting that. I thought they were all original, which would also be super cool, but I really respect the fact that you did covers, because I think that would really make things easier, but also you know that what's gonna come out has quality, right? Because they're some of the best musical songs ever, right? So so it makes like the whole project more feasible, but also you know it's gonna be good. And I think the limitations of like you have these lyrics to work with can create a lot of like cute opportunities for creativity, right? Limitation breeds creativity and all of that. Oh. Well, I mean, I would feel the same way. I can't write original music either. But I think you went about it in a really good way, is what I'm saying. All right. So we need to bring this window back up. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, fantasy. We have October 4th. What?
It was October.
Ah! Okay. Starting off with fantasy. Yeah, interesting, huh? I guess nobody's been murdered yet.
It was October of 1986, and that meant a reunion for one wealthy family and their servants.
I need.
But all had an agenda.
Now I really need.
The daughter of the heir.
More than breath. More than living.
Her overly trusting father.
I need more than breath.
His conniving sister.
I need.
And her husband.
They need money.
Praying, wishing. I
They need
need. This
money.
cannot be who I'm meant to be.
More than breath.
I
I
need
need to be who I'm
More
meant
than
to be.
respect.
To be free.
need for now a little more time.
Now I really need. I need our son to be.
And dare to be.
2
I
months.
need to be who I'm meant
I need my
I
investments
need
to
for
mature
father to
and
see.
grow.
I need. I wish Milady could finally be
The young girl had no siblings.
the beautiful star that she's
The
meant
wonderful
to be.
woman she is meant to
And
be.
someday her
I've got a
parents
dream.
Please
will
let her
like
free.
us.
Please let her be. Her heart must be free.
But the servants of the house
Why can't they see her?
cared for her a great deal.
Though she can sing.
Though she has fine.
Still she is buried. I cannot shine. It must be the girl who I'm meant to be. And love who I will love.
I've got to go now.
But she cared the most for a young and quiet servant boy. Her father had squandered all his loans, and her mother,
I need.
well, her whole life was a headache.
Poor
My
Natsuhi.
daughter, Lady Light.
I need my husband to be smart. I need this mansion to be clean. I need this conference to be done. I need my medicine. Wait a minute, dear. Did I hear you on the phone a little earlier?
Oh, I was talking to a friend. He has a surefire investment strategy too.
It's a scam. We can get out of this mess we're in if we just stick to our plan, okay?
And there was a sweet but strange girl who claimed she knew a witch.
I need to go to tea with Beatrice and have fun with magic feats. Ooh, casting spells with Beatrice till we're done. Maybe summon sweets. Ooh.
It's a musical.
Oh, hello again, Canon.
Greetings, my lady. Do you require my services?
No. Nothing so formal. I was just wondering...
If you'll excuse me, my lady, there's a lot to do to prepare for the conference.
Why does he run? Why does he fly when I'm nigh? Could he hate spending time with me so?
And some flowers and
Jessica!
coins.
No, I cannot let go. Too long I've lied deep inside as my heart slowly died. If I could be disowned on my own, I guess it's that old line, desperate times. Time to rebel, time to start fighting. Knew it would come, but still it is so exciting. I need a plan.
Spicy Jessica?
Dear, I just answered a call from one of your associates.
Really, it sounds like an amazing offer, and I promised.
Dear, please, we figured out how to survive this, but only if we stay focused on the plan.
Yes, but this could help.
Moon tourism!
Yes, we'll get out of debt. We'll be strong before long. Yes, they'll gawk and they'll flock once we start to offer stock.
But...
though we'll probably hit our target till the market's market pocket. Please do it
She's
to
spitting
protect
fire.
Father's name. Please, dear, just be sensible for a little longer.
October 4th to see the witch for magic you've got the itch. October 4th we make the switch, the realm of fact to fiction. October 4th I'll have some tea and talk and play all through the day. October 4th at Rock and Dream.
What are you murmuring, Maria?
October 4th at Rock and Dream.
Rosa.
For sunny days or tasty treats, smells that amaze and can't be beat. She can do it all she does is neat. But wouldn't it be tragic if there were deadly magic?
Maria, what are you? I thought I told you no more trying to tell fortunes.
I'm not, Mama. I'm practicing a game my friends taught me.
Oh, alright, I suppose. I have to head to the office. I'll be back late. Goodbye.
I love you, Mama.
Leaves for 2 days.
October 4th, I've come so far, I've done so well, I've trained so hard. October 4th, but in the shard, what happens when we get there? October 4th, the omens say that danger waits and we should stay. Everyone faces perils each day, and I feel safer with Beatrice. On October 4th, October 4th, October 4th, Rock and Dream, oh, we'll be made right.
Jessica? Are you studying? That night at the conference.
Jessica!
I'll make my move and it's proof that I'm fit to sick.
How's your homework, Jessica? Have you started?
You're
Will
fit
you
to
make me
what?
Proud? Now sit up tall, Jessica, not faint-hearted. They must never see you cow.
Yes, I know, Mother.
So then why don't you do it? I know that you
Proper
say
prim
you
and
know
poise,
that
do
you
not
do,
talk to
but
boys,
never
and don't
act
listen
on
to
it.
that noise. Mind your tongue now, my daughter. Hush now, my daughter. School, sleep, eat, school.
Listen!
They don't know
You
how
need to
I will
learn to
fight,
amend
and I'll
your
shine so
bad
bright to
habits
make my
if you're
parents
going
die
to
of
be a
fright.
year-old
They
and
will
your
see
name
that their
proud.
daughter is not their daughter.
Jessica?
Once they
Are you
can't take
listening?
much more.
Jessica! If you're not going to respect yourself, at least respect me. I need to lay down.
I wonder who's there.
If it's about your stocks, I don't want to hear it.
Ah, Rudolph. Kyrie.
To what do we owe this pleasure?
This isn't about pleasure.
What do I feel?
Do you need?
It's not what we need. It's what you need.
This feels so
I know
tense.
you want the headship for George. You've never been subtle about it. And my wife thinks she knows a way. And get us all a nice chunk of change to boot. Well, all except for Kraus, that is.
What?
This is taking me out.
Because we have leverage.
Leverage and Kraus.
Over the past year, ever since the last conference, I've been mulling over some oddities. Things I've noticed here and there about Kraus and Natsuhi, and what happened last year. It seemed odd to me that father, who loves making his opinion known, would not show his face to us even once. Even if he was sick, that seemed off. And after giving a lot of thought, from every angle possible, I realized he's dead. Kinzo is dead. Turn the chessboard, flipping it and twisting it as you can see it has to be, since they control the key. They can just say, there is no way. You're bothered to our father, he won't join this fray. When we call to him, look for him. Out he goes to scout the garden, so we're actually torn apart in the crazy old man's impulse. We're repulsed, we're denied. Why is he always gone when we need him? I just see one likely reason. Though it is somewhat grim. We all know Kraus's pickings have grown slim, so he needed money all that he could skim, so he plays the part with Kinzo as a pseudonym. He hopes we're dim.
He killed father.
I doubt it, but he could hide his death.
We've got to get the police.
Oh sure, we could. Bring them in and make a scandal. Drag the Ushiromiya name through the mud for months. Or we use the theory as leverage to get him to give us all shares of our inheritance, including the value of his vast collateral.
This does seem very Kyrie.
The gold.
Gold?
The witch's gold. It's just a dream, but in our scheme it'll trap him cold. It's just some extortion for a tiny portion. Right now, cash or face backlash. Our inheritance, his arrogance, a pestilence, uses against intelligence. No hesitance or residence with evidence. We can crush his plot and stop his coup like I do without harlot as assuming that he caves, which he will. Moving on. Once we then have him pinned, he'll know he's sinned, and his penance is eternal to fill our needs. For contracts or for money. Can you see where this leads? Need father's name? The great Kinzo's fame? Just whisper it to Kraus, who'll be timid as a mouse. Your wishes, Kinzo will then proclaim. You could even push it farther then. If you dare.
Cece's being fed tonight.
You play him right. Your son just might be named there.
Why would he do that?
Let someone else take the reins? Or face unending scandal? I don't know about you, but I know which I'd choose. But we must be strong and we must act fast. They will have a plan if they're overly harassed. If we can move right now, surprise unsurpassed, we can crush and overwhelm them and leave them both aghast. And they'll come in last.
I'm so sick of these lies, Natsuhi.
I am too, dear. But just once more. One more conference and we'll be in the clear.
What of a man's honor?
What of your family's name? We're doing this to protect them. Now, do you remember where father will be when anyone asks to see him? Dear? Do you remember father's schedule?
It's in my pocket.
Well, don't carry it around.
October 4th, they're coming soon. We have to hope there's no typhoon. October 4th, by light of moon, we must keep up illusions. And on the 4th, though they may fight and scream and shout, we'll keep them out. October 4th, protect the head.
October 4th, we raise the dead.
You want to have the plan expand? Gather all info that you can. The day of the conference, bring with you proof that Kraus is in debt. Names of those he's borrowed from. Loans. What collateral has he used? Kinzo. Has there been any trace of him? Find them out and bring them with. And that night we crush the myth. We'll have our brother well in hand and prove he has no leg to stand. We do this, and soon Georgie will finally the successor be. See you the 4th.
Whoa!
Cannon, it's time for a break.
Cannon, could you please talk to me?
No, milady. Your thoughts are clear, but still I fear I'm simple furniture. My place is here, and so we must never dare, my lady, to let our feelings free.
Our. You said our feelings. So you really do feel something for
Oh,
me.
got him.
It does not matter what it is I feel, milady. I am furniture. If you'll excuse me, please.
I need...
Hello, Rosa. Thank you for meeting with us. We have something to propose.
Yes?
Yes.
We think that with your help, we can actually dethrone Kraus.
What do you mean?
Listen, it's all set. And just remember, the long years of torment. Now's your chance to get him back and make him repent.
was frequent. Night and day for years, forever already will relent.
What do you need me to do?
Gather info and bring it with you. Some proof of Kraus's death, the sharks he borrowed from. What's the collateral used, and father has he been seen?
Proof of Kraus's death, the sharks he borrowed from. What's the collateral used, and father has he been seen?
I'll get disowned at the conference.
Some proof of Kraus's
Make sure
death,
there's
the
no
sharks he
excuses.
borrowed from. What's the
I'll
collateral
pull a
used,
crazy
and father
prank to create an embarrassing, and so free myself from the pressures of my family.
October 4th, I have to try. I'll risk it if it goes awry. October 4th, before I die, I have to try to be fate.
Hey,
October 4th,
cool.
the plan is sound. We won't be done until we won. October 4th to crown our son.
October 4th to get my freedom.
October 4th to hide the truth.
To save our honor.
To conquer the conference.
October 4th to rock and Jima. October 4th to rock and Jima.
The plan will work, there's nothing wrong. I will not shirk, I'm standing strong. I know what I'll do what I know. No matter what may come now.
I got to manage somehow.
October 4th, it's coming fast when finally we'll be all amassed. October 4th, until it's past, our future is uncertain. October 4th, we cannot dwell, we must have faith it will go well. October 4th, we serve them well.
Me and Trap Kraus, we'll help our Georgie.
We serve, we trap, we trick, we break, we help, we win. We go to the conference. October 4th, we trick, we break, we help, October 4th, we go to the conference. October 4th, October 4th, October 4th, October 4th, October 4th, October 4th. We serve, we trap, we trick, we break, we help, we win. We go to the conference. October 4th, October 4th, all will be made right.
That was so cool. We break Jessica. So Rudolph Eva alliance. KDA Loki implying they're roping in Rosa, but that hasn't been shown yet. Yeah, clap, 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 clap. That was cool. I really like, I think Maria's voice is very cute. And I love the acting for Rosa's, voice actress is very, very good. Or really, really on point, I guess I should say. I know, it's so good! Alright. Yeah, interesting that this is fantasy. I love that. I mean, it seems the same. We could go back. If you wanted to check something from a song, though, we could always go back, you know. I just do some Control F. You actually got a kid for Maria? Oh! No wonder she sounds great. That's awesome. Baby Maria. That's so cool. Oh, fantasy again. Okay. So, fantasy. Kanon came into the kitchen of the Ushiromiya mansion. He had meant to meet Shannon there sooner, but Jessica's words had thrown him off. As he entered, he saw Shannon carrying a heavy stack of plates to a large... Yeah, I could see why this is fantasy. If you know, you know. Oh! Could you do that, Daedalus? Link the doc in Discord. I got this as a PDF at the moment. But there is a Google Docs link. I know. As he entered, he saw Shannon carrying a heavy stack of plates to the large metal table that served as an island at the center, and set them down with a sigh of relief. Oh, Shannon, you should have waited for me. I apologize, said the quiet and serious servant boy. Shannon let out a light laugh. It's all right. I figured you had something more important on your mind, with the way your face has looked all afternoon. Still, with the conference tomorrow, we're running out of time to get all the plates and silverware polished and ready like Goda wants. If Goda wants them cleaned so badly, why isn't he the one doing them? Muttered Kanon, plugging the sink and getting the dishwasher flowing. You know that's not fair, replied Shannon. Goda is just stressed because he has to come up with the meals for the conference and needs our help. Kanon looked to Shannon. Come on, Shannon. You can't possibly believe that. He just enjoys bossing us around as a way to get back for not being allowed to wear the one-winged eagle. She gave a small shrug. Maybe. Being angry at him won't get the dishes done, though. And you know that. What's really bugging you? The fantasy is that Kanon was apologizing. Yeah, that's not hater of him. Kanon put a little dish soap into the water and watched it swirl a moment before replying. It's Milady. Shannon nodded knowingly. Oh, I see. She still pursues you even though you have rebuked her. Maybe that's because her heart knows your heart, no matter what you say. Kanon's face flushed crimson as a nice amount of bubbles filled the sink. Even still, it doesn't matter. We cannot be together. I am furniture. What's more, even if I wanted to try, George will almost certainly be proposing to you in a couple of days. That means Milady and I have thrown away our shot. Insert Lin-Manuel Miranda. No, I'm just kidding. But we can't assume this is the same stuff in Umineko applies. Like everything in Umineko applies here. We can't assume that. A sad smile appeared on Shannon's face. It's true that George wishes to. I can tell. Still, I don't think he is ready to accept he is ready to accept everything that will mean. His family would certainly object, and even more, his status among the elite of the business world would certainly drop as well if he were to marry me. Shannon, you will accept his proposal still, though, right? Asked Kanon, trying to get a read on the person he had been closest to all his life. Not me, crying. He does have a room where it happened parody. Oh my god. You're right to insert Lin-Manuel Miranda. You did drop another little musical references here and there. Okay. Okay. I see, I see. stammered Shannon, blushing and turning to the table to pick up the first plates to be washed. She then let out a squeak of surprise, which caused Kanon to turn and gasp as well. There, sitting on the edge of the island, her legs dangling inelegantly over the edge, was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Not in this particular forgery, and not specifically Umi, but still a fun mystery. How many, how prolific are these? According to plan from, what musical? She smirked at the reaction of the servant pair. Hello again, Shannon. Kanon. My. It sounds like you two still have plenty of troubles in your lives, hmm? A corpse bride. Wow. Right, corpse bride. I don't... Are any movie musical numbers in here? Shannon remained quiet, but Kanon spoke angrily at the witch. Why are you here, Beatrice? Are you here to twist our minds and hearts with your false promises again? Beatrice looked melodramatically shocked. Why, Kanon, you truly are in rare form today, but I thought that furniture didn't have a heart to twist. She laughed at his consternation, then continued. As for why I am here, well, it is mostly for Shannon, but for you as well. As much as you refuse to believe it, I really do. Thank you. As for why I am here, well, it is mostly for Shannon, but for you as well. As much as you refuse to believe it, I really do wish to grant you both the lives you deserve. Before, I lacked the strength, but tomorrow, I will be able to begin the ceremony of my resurrection. So I wanted to give my two favorite servants the good news. With a gesture of her pipe, a bottle of wine from the wine rack and a wine glass floated over to her, the cork popping out of the bottle with a satisfying sound. Beatrice, you're too young to drink. Shannon stammered, Good news? Beatrice nodded as the hovering bottle poured the blood-red wine into the glass. Mm-hmm. Assuming it goes well and I am fully resurrected, I plan to give you both everything you could want. Idly, she reached out her hand to the stem of the glass, grasped it, and brought the wine to her lips. She made a show of savoring the taste that the servants had never been permitted to know. Ooh, that's a good line. Shaking his head vehemently, Kanon spat out, We want nothing more to do with you, Beatrice, or your wickedness. He took a breath, but his annoyance could still be easily be seen simmering below the surface. Walking over to the island, he grabbed the plates Shannon had been going for and set them by the sink. Our lives were good before you came. Me thinking about the real game and being like, Good, cackled Beatrice. Predictable, perhaps, but good. You have felt things you never thought you'd feel, Kanon. And just ask Shannon if my magic hasn't brought blessings to her. She could never have imagined. Eh, Shannon? Asked the witch in a mocking tone, swirling the wine in the glass. Shannon kept her mouth shut and looked away. Hold on a second. No! I thought I muted it. Excuse me. Thank you. Oops. Shush! Shush! Shannon kept her mouth shut and looked away, going over to stand on the other side of the sink with a drying cloth. Beatrice looked back to Kanon. The problems and pains you are both suffering were not caused by my magic, but by not using enough of it. That's why I have come to you. Once I am resurrected, I am willing to finish the spells I have begun for both of you, and then you can both live happily ever after, just like those magical fairy tales. She toasted them with her glass and took a large swallow. Now you want to see Shannon decanting wine and Goda or Genji letting her take a sip? You know, you have to know the taste to recommend it. Oh, I think Shannon should have a sippy as a treat. Kanon growled out, "Enough! We will not aid you, and we will resist your magic." Beatrice sighed and smiled. "Oh, but my dear Kanon, instead of being stubborn, why not just accept the gift I am willing to give you and bring it about?" She downed the last of the wine. Ooh, she's knocking that back. She downed the last of the wine and let go of the glass. It continued to hang in the air. "And you, Shannon?" She hopped down off the table, and the glass and bottle stopped hovering, clunking down on the table behind her. Let the magic rise. All right. Here we go.
I know you seem like you've achieved a dream, but I can see a gleam that shows you want it. Your love, your life, free from all pain and strife. You could become his wife, not hide it, flaunt it. And you're the servitor, you say you're furniture, so full of yearning that your heart is burning. Just a girl needs a boy, and though you play it coy, these things you would enjoy learning. You could let your heart fly free.
This goes hard.
Be with who you want to be, cause right now is the time to change your fate and claim your prize. Just need to let the magic rise, cause with the golden magic, the gifts can fall like rain. Instead of scrapping, make sure your troubles wane. It's time to reach it to the skies. Just gotta let the magic rise.
Just drop the act, we won't accept your pact. You'll waste your time, your lady Beatrice. You rule the night, that fact we cannot fight. But we don't need you, and that's what we each say.
You have helped me a lot with magic you have wrought. Only you knew how to make seas blue now. But now my George and I, we have to fight, we have to try. Sorry, your pleas are all for naught. Our lives will be what they will be for a future. We will find the key, so just go on your way and leave us free to live our lives.
Oh, no, damn!
We let the magic rise, because the golden magic causes nothing but strain. And all your gifts would eventually lead to pain. No way, we're no longer so unwise. We will not help the magic
What if
rise.
the people that you claim to love, what if their family goes and gives them the shove?
But Lady Jessica's strong, she will be happier freed.
And George stands alone, it's a part of his creed.
But you must think of the trials they will face, all the shame and disgrace. You could imagine no grander a hand to brace and protect them, and keep them fighting, keep calamity from striking. But that's it, I'm done inviting. So now it's time for you to choose.
It's not that simple, you never cared for our concerns. I know you'll ask us to do something in return.
Well, that is true, you see, I need some little helpers. Just be my cat's paws and I'll be your last protector.
We'll only push your legend, you're on your own from there.
I have got Maria, I need some doors and rooms prepared.
1 room,
And the doors,
3.
I choose where.
Done!
Yes, we finally agree. Magic is the best for you and me. For the witch,
For your both
from now go until the seagull cries.
They said the thing!
Let the magic rise. So now we'll risk it all.
Remember what you'll gain.
Fulfill our dreams,
We'll be the masters of this domain. From here on, you and I will be alive. We're gonna let the magic rise. So we will start the roulette.
Let the magic rise.
and we begin the game.
Let the magic rise.
So we're gonna make the magic rise. We're gonna make the magic rise.
That ruled! This song, or rather hearing the original of it and connecting it to this gang, is what finally pushed you into making the whole operetta. Cool! What's the original song? I wanna hear it later. It sounds a little familiar. Like showing George, Eva, and Natsuhi the reputation bit, but not Jessica. Yeah. The other side from The Greatest Showman. Oh, yeah, I never saw The Greatest Showman. That would explain it. I'm gonna put that in a tab. Okay. I love the bits with the plates and the wine glasses. That just went so hard. That was great. I could see like the whole like if it was a full-blown hand-drawn animation, I could see the whole thing in my head. It was so cool. I love that. All right. The other side got covered a lot and had a lot of fan animations. You know, I low-key really like those musical animatics, even if I've never seen them in the musical that they're from. Props go to the video creator for actually making it happen. Oh, that's so cool! I'm glad they did it. I think it really went well, and then like time to the music too. That's so cool. You must have been thrilled when you got it back. All right. Oh. Let's go, Birth of a New Witch. All right, mystery section. Let's lock in, everybody. This is the truth. Apparently. I know we're supposed to question the nature of truth. Ugh, okay. They volunteered to do it too. You were honored. Oh, I really love it when people go above and beyond. Like, there's a few things on my model that are like that too, and I'm just like, it's amazing. I am locked in. Okay. Mystery. The morning of October 4th had come, and as noon approached, Jessica had gone down to the beach to await the arrival of her family. A light breeze was blowing as she idly walked along the sand, enjoying the fresh sea air and being out from under the stifling gazes of her parents. Hearing footsteps coming down the stairway that led back to the house, she saw Kanon and went to meet him at the foot of the steps. With Birth of the New Witch in the background, it just sounds like Jessica's aura farming. It's just the music I happen to come up with the playlist. Milady, he bowed. I have been asked to tell you that the boat has radioed in and they will be arriving late, as they have slowed down at the request of Battler. Gonna fall! Jessica's always aura farming. You know what? You're right. Battler? I wonder why. Gonna fall! pondered Jessica before noticing that Kanon had turned to leave. Oh, Kanon, wait, she said, and unthinkingly reached out and grasped his hand. Ooh. Both of them froze, embarrassed, and then Jessica gently released his hand. Composing himself, Kanon turned. Yes, m'lady? Look, Kanon, I mean, I did a lot of thinking yesterday after we talked, or really, I talked to you and left, said Jessica nervously. And, well, I want you to know that I understand where you're coming from. It would be a huge jump for you and I to start, well, to be in a relationship. And yeah, my parents would probably get you fired or prohibit me and you from speaking to you, or me from speaking to you, or both. Kanon frowned slightly, but nodded. Thank you for your understanding, m'lady. If that is all. No! Shouted Jessica, more loudly than she had intended to. I mean, that's not all. See, I kept thinking, and I realized the problem isn't between who we are. It's between my last name and us. So, ooh, she's spitting facts? Jessica hesitated for a moment, steeling herself. So, I am going to get disinherited. Kanon stood dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open so stupidly that Jessica burst into laughter. Oh, Kanon, I have never seen you look like that. If that's the look you give, just imagine the look my parents will be like. She stretched, looking out to the sea. Oh, it feels so exhilarating to say it out loud. I'm going to get myself disinherited! She shouted it as loud as she could and laughed with relief. She continued until Kanon came up behind her and put his hand over her mouth. Please, m'lady, please stop shouting that. What if somebody hears you? Singing and dancing happens in the mystery sections. Relax and go with it. Oh yeah. I see the link of How Blue is the Sea coming up. Oh, Cece, I didn't know your parents met through musical theater. Cute. She twisted away from his grasp and grinned rebelliously. Then I guess I would get what I wanted, wouldn't I? Well, maybe I should just go and declare my intentions right now! She started running up the steps as Kanon chased after her. M'lady, wait! Stop! I really like how you wrote Jessica. Jessica shouted over her shoulder. Don't you see, Kanon? Once I do this, I won't ever have to stop again! Oh, she's spitting. She's spitting. Okay. One thing I wished from Umineko was like an action. I mean, there's been a couple of Jessica focuses, but I wanted something a little more. And this is kind of scratching that itch a little bit. So I'm already grateful for that. Your dad did sets for theater, for Shay's theater, and your mom did ballet. Oh, actually, I know, my dad used to have some friends who, one was, a ballerina, or no, not a ballerina, no. She was, like, they're from Vegas, right? So she was like a showgirl and he was a stage tech. And then their son became a ballet dancer for the Nevada Ballet Theater. It kind of reminds me of that. All right, sweet. Hi, Rep, we're doing the musical. And this is the mystery part in Daedalus's mystery, so we gotta lock in.
I know that my parents have my life figured out. And too long my actions have been nothing but to pout. I will give up my inheritance, no Ushira Mia. I will just be Jessie now, and you can be Yoshia. And we'll see, you and me, how very blue is the sea. Together, you and I'll discover who we want to be. We will take on the world, and we will win the fight. We can decide our destiny, and our freedom begins tonight.
Oh, my lady, are you sure? There is a lot you will endure. Though you filled my heart with dreams, I am still just furniture. You should know a human love, the kind that all of the poets write of.
I got Yoshia, you.
Ah! I pushed an expression.
Oh, my lady,
but it was a number.
Are you sure? There is a lot you will endure. Though you filled my heart with dreams, I am still just furniture. You should know a human love, the kind that all of the poets write of.
I got Yoshia, you know it's true. This is just the love I feel for you.
Could it be true that you've made me human? And maybe we are meant to be. I feel the hope, the joy in me blooming.
The sea is blue!
My heart is bursting free.
The sea is
Tonight
blue.
the serving cannon's gone.
And Jessie and Yoshia will rise to face the dawn.
Good for them!
And we'll see, you and me, how very blue is the sea.
Together, you and I'll discover who we want to be. We will take on the world, and we will win the fight.
This is how it looks when I try to smile with this toggle. This is... Oh. We will win the fight. Sorry. I screwed this up. Here we go.
We will take on the world, and we will win the fight. We can decide our destiny, and our freedom begins tonight.
I didn't miss a part, did I?
To face the dawn,
I don't think
and
I
we'll
did.
see, you and me,
I just wanna hear it again.
very blue is the sea.
Together, you and I'll discover who we want to be. We will take on the world, and we will win the fight. We can decide our destiny, and our freedom begins tonight.
I'm glad Condone's going, fuck it, we ball. He tried to make all the Jessica focused songs be more rock-like in deference to her performance at the Culture Festival. You know what? You're so based for that. I love that detail. That was very blue. Not Sans Undertale. I'm banned from toggles. Okay. Mystery. Oh, wait. Jessica wrapped Kanon up in a tight hug, one that he happily returned as they laughed together. Aww. The laughter slowly faded as they realized how close they were. They pulled back, looked in each other's eyes, and blushed furiously. Taking a couple steps away. Oh, what a song to come up. Taking a couple steps away, they laughed at the ridiculousness of their own embarrassment, and the tension faded. Kanon, thank you for sticking with me on this, said Jessica finally. Milady. Jessie. Ooh. From now on, I will stick with you for anything you wish to do, and please, call me Yoshia. Jessica nodded and reached out to take his hand. He gave it willingly, and the couple walked back into the bushes, heading for the stairs. So, what exactly did you have in mind? Asked Kanon, as the mansion came back into view. Neither paid much attention to the dark storm clouds on the horizon. Uh-oh, the typhoon! Alright. Gusts of wind whipped... So, yeah, mystery section again. We still gotta lock in. Gusts of wind whipped the trees outside the window as raindrops splashed and splattered against the window pane. In the distance, growing ever closer, were flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder. Maria had just been brought inside, strangely exuberant despite being soaked, freezing, and having not found the rose she had been searching for. Although the cousins had tried to get her to explain, she had simply laughed and said that she would tell them later. Okay, that's one to put on the list. As Rosa furiously rubbed her dry with a towel and led her off to a room to change into dry clothes, Genji bowed to the group that was gathered in the parlor. Forgive me my absence, but Kraus is in Kinzo's study, attempting to convince the master to join us for dinner. I feel that he should be informed of this occurrence. Inform Kraus of what happened to Maria? I shall also inform him of the desire that you all have to speak with him. Oh, inform this stuff to Kinzo. Okay. He finished, looking significantly at the briefcases that Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and the now absent Rosa had brought with them to the island. Bowing again, he exited. And as he turned to shut the parlor door behind him, he heard Eva speak to George. George, I fear the discussion we have to have with Kraus will be far too boring for your cousins. Please, could you all go over to the guest house? I imagine there is plenty of catching up for you all to do. When Maria comes back, I'll get her sent over with one of the servants. Feeling it to be indiscreet to listen in any longer, Genji proceeded up the stairs towards Kinzo's study. Knocking on the door, he called out, Kinzo. Kraus. It is Genji. He heard the automatic lock click and opened the door. Inside, Kraus was standing by the desk, pressing the button to unlock the study door. Genji came in and shut the door, and Kraus sighed as he let the door lock. Genji, thank you for coming. It feels interminable holding down the fort here alone. Sometimes I swear it's driving me insane. I hear sounds, Genji, like Kinzo is still there, looking down his nose at me. Kinzo has passed on, Kraus, said Genji, matter-of-factly. Dr. Nanjo was here that day and witnessed it. He then confirmed the death. Anything you might hear in this room is simply the settling of a mansion as it ages. He came over and stood by the desk, beside Kraus. As for what you have missed downstairs, Rosa left Maria out in the rose garden, and she was soaked. She is getting dried off now. Kraus nodded and moved to leave, but Genji held up his hand. However, there is a more pressing matter for you to attend to. I do not know what has been gathered, but your siblings and their spouses are looking to speak with you in regards to the inheritance. They have brought briefcases, and when I helped bring them in, they felt heavy. I have no doubt that they are loaded with something to put pressure on you. You must be on your guard. Oh, no problem. No problem. I think the only thing I'd like critique is I think Genji could have probably said like mastered for Kinzo or something like that, but otherwise I think it reads great. The Goat-kun was cute though. Kraus groaned and rubbed his face. Alright, I should probably find Natsuhi. She'll want to know. Thank you, Genji, for being an ever-faithful servant to the Ushinomiya family. If I see Dr. Nanjo, I will send him up and attempt to convince father that seeing his family would do him good. Frowning, Kraus looked once more around the empty room, then exited. Genji watched him leave, and then walked over to the full-length mirror that had been on the wall since the room had been built. Kinzo, it is Genji. It is safe to enter. Ooh! Spooky! I like that. I like that little stinger. Mystery. Shannon smiled as she served tea to the cousins in the guest house. They were all chatting without any hint of awkwardness, just like she remembered they used to, aside from Maria, of course. Aw. Back before Battler left, she blushed just a little as she looked at the handsome young man that Battler had grown up to be, and remembered the promise he had made her. The white horse! Still, his time had passed, and as she looked to George, she was happy. George was a good man, and with the witch's magic protecting them both, she had no doubts that everything would turn out all right. Hey, Shannon, asked Jessica quietly. Why couldn't they let Kanon come over here too? Mystery section. Yeah, good joke. Yeah. Rep with me on this one. Shannon giggled a little. After all, she knew what had transpired between Jessica and Kanon earlier. However, she knew. However, she composed herself. Kanon had said to stay with help. Kanon had to stay to help with dinner preparations, since Genji is attending to Kinzo. He told me that he would be available afterwards, though. Just a little longer, milady. Oh, okay, said Jessica, blushing as she noticed Shannon's knowing gaze. What's all this then? Are you lovely girls conspiring against us? Laughed Battler, throwing his arms around Shannon and Jessica. Don't worry, Battler. I don't think it was anything too nefarious. It's probably just something about how Jessica is missing Kanon, said George, pushing his glasses up on his nose and grinning as Jessica's bright red cheeks confirmed his guess. Everybody knows! What? Except Battler, because type stupid in chat. Everybody type stupid in chat. What? Jessica and Kanon, eh? And you and... Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Look at... Yes, Battler spam. What? Jessica and Kanon, eh? And you and Shannon keep making eyes at each other, too. This time it was George and Shannon's turn to look embarrassed. Oh man, I leave and everyone finds love. Maybe it's time I got a solid girlfriend, too. He flopped down on his bed and looked over at Maria, who was happily shuffling the cards for a game. What about you, Maria? Do you have any boys at your school you think are cute? Maria frowned and looked sternly at Battler. In her most serious tone, she said, Maria is learning to be a witch. There's no time for romance. For a moment, the only sound in the room was shuffling cards, and then laughter echoed down the halls. Wait, no, the most serious ooh-woo. Yeah, that's a 7TV emote I found. That I like. It's not a universal Twitch emote or anything. It was like a 7TV emote somebody made, and I was like, I like this. There's a few Umineko ones if you want to like dig through the emotes if you have the 7TV extension installed. Like, I got a flipping the chessboard one. I got a few Beato ones. For a moment, the only sound in the room was shuffling cards, and then the laughter echoed down the halls of the guest house. For one last brief moment on Rokenjima, joy and companionship outweighed strain and sorrow. Uh-oh. It's coming. There's a Beato one. You could use that for Red Truth? I guess it wouldn't show up on everybody's feeds though if they don't have the extension installed though. At least Dan's little Nux will work on everybody's stuff because it's like a Twitch emote. Anyway, I think I got to take a little break, and I'm gonna get a little more Korean food too. So, I figure this is a pretty good place to stop because we're going from mystery to fantasy, but I'll try not to be away too long. All right, stay tuned. Hello. I got some more food. And now I realize, mystery solvers, we gotta lock in. Because right now we have a serious debuff. Dan's, raid session with his Final Fantasy XIV raid static has started. So, we've been nerfed. Okay. Okay, cool. You got the PDF. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Oh, that's right. And you guys could go to the Discord to follow along if you wanted to. Mwahahaha. Yeah. Okay. In Kinzo's study... So, fantasy. In Kinzo's study, the old man, head of the Ushiromiya family, sat playing chess with Dr. Nanjo. Genji stood by the... Wait. I need to get the proper background music for this. Sorry, Natsuhi music. Get the fuck out of here. Just kidding, I love you, Discolor. Wait, do I not have Rose on my playlist? I could just get on YouTube. There we go. In Kinzo's study, the old man, head of the Ushiromiya family, sat playing chess with Dr. Nanjo. Genji stood by with a tray on which absinthe was ready to be poured. Kinzo moved his king and smiled. I cannot tell you how long I have been waiting to play you again, my friend. Being trapped in that tiny room for several hours a day takes a toll. Even though you say I could have several years yet, I don't think keeping myself in hiding is doing my health any favors, he laughed. Though the laugh soon dissolved into a fit of coughing, he waved at Genji, who began pouring him a drink. I don't doubt that at all, replied the doctor, pondering his move. I told you it was a crazy plan when you proposed it to me. I still don't think it was necessary. He finally moved. Bah! You didn't have to listen to my foolish offspring day in and day out, serving up honeyed words while circling like vultures. It was too distracting. If I was to resurrect Beatrice, I needed my peace. He moved his queen. Checkmate! Checkmate? But I can take... Oh. That's right, my friend. The king protects the queen. It is my win. The old man stuck out his hand, and his friend shook it, both smiling with the ease of decades of friendship between them. As Nanjo began setting up the board for another game, Kinzo stretched and looked around. His eyes fell upon the smaller portrait of Beatrice he had hanging on the wall, and his smile became bittersweet. Yes, the king protects the queen. It is almost time. Nanjo looked up from his board, ready to call Kinzo back over for another game, but he noticed that his friend's eyes had lost their luster and were staring at something that no one else could see. It was a look that he had seen in Kinzo's eyes several times before. Rather than interrupt the memories of his old friend, Nanjo stood and exited, nodding to Genji as he did so. Genji, once Nanjo left, came to Kinzo's side. Master, it is time to begin. Kinzo sighed and nodded. He turned and walked to the door of the study as Genji sat down at the baby grand piano that was in the room. Let's go, Genji! We're going piano! Kinzo placed his hand on the door in contemplation as Genji began to play. I'm pogging. I'm pogging. All right.
October has come to this island once more. My progenies gathered below. The seeds of a marriage yet not born of love. They say we all reap what we sow. And reap them I will in the literal sense. My true aim they do not suspect, and I must believe my goal I'll achieve, my true love I will resurrect.
The bass?
Once did a woman with beauty unmatched arrive rising up from the sea, and she fell in love with a foolish young man, and happiness found that no greater could be. So strong was her soul that no flesh could contain it. Her health soon grew fragile, therefore. So determined was she then to stay there with him. She passed on her soul to the daughter she bore.
Yikes!
O Beatrice, O my golden witch, show me your smile once more. I'll follow the epitaph whispered to me, and pray it will show me the door. Shadows and storm clouds, please mask my designs until the last moments have flown. Oh Beatrice, I'm lost without you. I cannot bear being alone. Such was the grief held inside of that man. He'd do anything to keep her safe. So he built her a beautiful house on her own, unknowing how a gilded cage could still chafe. But long did the poison of loneliness ravage the heart and the mind of this man. And fearing the flames of desire he held, his daughter escaped off the cliff edge she ran. O Beatrice, O my golden witch, show me your smile once more. I'll follow the epitaph whispered to me, and pray it will show me the door. Shadows and storm clouds, please mask my designs until the last moments have flown. Oh Beatrice, I'm lost without you. For my mistakes I must atone. But I cannot bear being alone. my family. I give you back your gold. I need you. Without you, I feel my heart grow cold. May God forgive what is done tonight. The depths of darkest evil to reach the brightest light. And when I reach the golden doors, please throw them wide, and soon forever I will be there at your side.
Wow. Dark. Wow. Kind of reminds me of, not all of it, obviously, but certain parts of, like, Hellfire and Hunchback of Notre Dame, the parts that aren't quite so intense. So I'm gonna think of this as Kinzo's melancholic Disney villain song. I see what you mean by spoilers. Alright. Mystery section. Lock in. Hey. Before I forget to ask... I forgot to ask this before, but who's the lady in the painting? Asked Battler. As the group of cousins returned to the mansion, led by Shannon, and shaking off the rain. Oh, wait. It stopped it. Led by Shannon and shaking off the rain that had gotten past their umbrellas. And as they entered the... Yeah, drink some water. And as they had entered the main hall, they were once more greeted by the mysterious painting Battler had seen earlier. "Ooh, Beatrice! Beatrice!" said Maria happily, then looked at Battler with skepticism on her face. "Battler doesn't know who Beatrice is?" I guess not," replied Battler. He had learned enough about Maria to know that he was now walking a very thin line between a happy Maria and a tantrum monster. Jessica stepped in. "Actually, you do, Battler. Or at least you used to. Remember the witch of the woods that we always were told was out there to keep us from wandering off?" "Now that you mention it, yeah, I suppose I do," said Battler cautiously. Then he took another look at the painting. "Wait, you mean she's supposed to be the witch?" "Huh, if I had known a looker like that was on Rokonjima, I would have been back so much earlier." Oh my god. Ah! He laughed again until he caught Maria's fuming gaze. Yeah, stupid in the chat. Ooh, Battler should respect Beatrice. Ooh, respect Beatrice or Beatrice will curse you. Ooh. George walked to Maria. Now, Maria. Battler is still new here and hasn't heard all about Beatrice. How about we just have to ask forgiveness, okay? Battler blinked and then walked to the portrait. Forgive me, Beatrice. I did not mean to offend you. He looked over his shoulder at Maria hopefully. She fumed a bit, then smiled and nodded. Battler sighed and relaxed. Oh! Came a laugh from the staircase landing. Everyone's heads turned and they saw Kumasawa standing there. Well done, Battler. That was a smart move. We servants know very well not to disrespect the Golden Witch Beatrice. Isn't that true, Shannon? At Shannon's nod, which she gave much to Battler's surprise, Kumasawa continued, After all, she has been on this island far longer than any Ushinomiya, and it's thanks to her that the family has had all of its success. Is that someone you wish to annoy? Wait, you're telling me, began Battler, but then he remembered Maria standing beside him and rephrased. I mean, just who is she? Kumasawa grinned and began to explain as she descended the stairs. Ooh, here we go. Does it only go full screen if I pause it? That's so weird. It's not full screening. Oh well.
The Golden Witch, she
Let's go, Kumasawa!
She walks the darkened halls. Her magic's floating through the air. Her spirit's in the walls. Can reflect her with a looking glass or a seal rightly drawn. But if you try to corner her, the Golden Witch is gone.
I recognize this a little bit. Virgilia.
The Golden Witch, the 1,000-year-old Golden Witch. Their master, he once summoned her, and so she came and made him rich. She plays her pranks upon us all.
Oh yeah!
From dusk until dawn. But if you try to track her down, the Golden Witch is gone. You can look around the mansion, or the roses, or the lawn. But no matter where you find a trace, the Golden Witch is gone.
The Golden Witch is beautiful and elegantly dressed. If she ever feels slighted, she will put you to the test. As butterflies she flits about, a ghost, a wisp, a breeze. And so we must give due respect or risk her taunt and tease. There was a serving woman once who did not give renown. The witch found her beside the stairs, and so she tumbled down.
That was good.
The Golden Witch, the mansion mistress, Golden Witch. So beautiful and terrible, a temper that flips like a switch. You should praise her, you should fear her. If you mock and carry on, she'll be revenged, but when you look, the Golden Witch is gone.
She can wield great magic power
and saved the family name.
But as King Saul found out so very long ago, she can't be tamed.
Kumasawa's killing it.
The windows unlocked,
or the
They both are.
That their duster's missing.
Or another vase is broken.
The kitchen has been raided.
Or the furnace won't turn on. Despite all the tricks she's pulled, the golden witch is gone.
Behind Battler, that's cute.
The golden witch, Beatrice, the golden witch. Here and there and everywhere, as hard dripping down as an itch. Existing on the island now just a crazy gone. No matter where you think to look, the golden witch is gone.
And she told me that tonight she'll come to take what she is owed.
Will it just be all the moon?
Is it maybe this abode?
Or maybe it's the children and the husbands and the wives. Yes, maybe when she appears here, she will be after our lives.
Genji?
The golden witch.
Woo! Let's go, Genji!
And the golden witch, so beautiful and terrible, a temper that flips like a switch. You should praise her, you should fear her. If you walk and carry on, she'll be revenged. But when you look, the golden witch, the golden witch, the golden witch, the golden witch. Till she wishes to be found, the golden witch is gone.
Woo! How did I... Ah, there we go. Okay. Sorry, getting my bearings. Okay. Before Battler could react to what he had witnessed, the door to the parlor opened and all of their parents came out. None looked pleased, and most, especially Kraus and Natsuhi, looked tired. Yeah. The only real exception to that was Kirie, who looked tense and predatory, like a cat whose mouse had gotten away. Uh-oh. They all noticed the kids and came over. But at that time, Goda arrived from the kitchen. Goda moment! Let's go, Goda! Rowan, Goda! Ah, excellent! Everyone is here. I was just coming to gather everyone. Dinner will be ready shortly. If everyone would care to move to the dining room? Shannon, Kumasawa, if you could go to the kitchen and assist with the plating. They both nodded and departed. Absolutely, Goda. Thank you, replied Kraus. We just need to stretch our legs first a bit, I think. Battler, meanwhile, had turned his attention back to the portrait and noticed the inscription on the plaque beside it. What's this? He mumbled, and suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw his father. Ah, this? This is the epitaph riddle. Your grandfather placed it here along with the portrait while you were away. I imagine we've all taken a crack at it. What do you think? Sheesh. I think it's morbid, is what I think. All this talk about sacrifices, killing, what was grandfather thinking? All this about sacrifices, killing? He probably wasn't, interjected Eva. It's just the rambling of a tired mind. That's an interesting thing for Ushinomiya Eva to say. Something tells me she already solved the riddle, and she doesn't want anyone else to try. Suddenly, a creepy laugh pierced the conversation. Maria knows what it means, silly battler. To someone who knows Beatrice, it's plain as day. Rosa turned to her daughter. Maria, don't laugh like that. Now, what do you mean you know? Have you solved it? Sure, Maria solved it easily, Mama, said Maria, her face not losing its creepy smile. Do you all want to know? Oh, the little girl's gonna go crazy. Let's go in the next. It's her time to shine. It's her time to shine. Do you all want to know? Goda timidly spoke up. I would hate to be insistent, but if dinner is to be perfect, then we should be making our way to the dining hall soon. Poor Goda! Oh no! His dinner! His crowning achievement! Maria snapped her head around, and the large man felt strangely unnerved by the little girl. Don't worry, Goda. Maria can be quick. So saying, she stepped up to the epitaph. Like a teacher going up to a classroom board, coughed once to clear her throat, and began. Okay, let's see if the tabs will cooperate this time. Yeah. Oh, okay. The buttons are here. Oh, they're the marching band. They're playing the instruments. Let's go, Maria!
To figure out the meaning of the Golden Witch's epitaph, it really is so simple that confusion at it makes me laugh. To start, go to the hometown and the Sweet Fish River running there, and as you travel down at the next stopping point will be laid bare. At the village there are two who will tell you of a shore to see, and at the shore you may find, as is mentioned here, a sleep binky, and once you find it then you will have all of the required tools. To travel to the Golden Land according to the Bila rules.
To travel to the Golden Land according to the Bella rules. To travel to the Golden Land according to the Bella rules. To travel to the Golden Land according to the Bella rules.
You see, in magic tools like these you're used to do a ritual. For Beatrice, casting them so easy it's habitual. Since she is not here, I shall explain them now on her behalf. This is the simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
But since she is not here, she shall explain it now on her behalf. This is the simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
So next it covers what to do if casting magic is your aim. And with the key, the 6 to be, the sacrifices will be named. The first twilight you do them, and the second is for 2 instead. If they are close, the ones who are remaining must not rip and shred. 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th and the 8th twilight. Gouge and kill the head, the chest, the stomach, the end leg, alright. But on the 9th the aim is met and Beatrice shall revive. But it will only happen once no sacrifice is left alive.
But it will only happen once no sacrifice is left alive. But it will only happen once no sacrifice is left alive. But it will only happen once no sacrifice is left alive.
Goda!
The 10th twilight then is all done, and now your journey's at an end. You'll finally reach the capital, and all her gold is there to spend. But since she
I was thinking the same thing!
On her behalf, this is the simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
But since she is not here, she shall explain it now on her behalf. This is the simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
The witch shall praise the wise and bestow for gifts then for them to hold. And one shall be all of the Golden Land, truly prodigious gold. And in case all the lines above have filled you up with fear and dread, please do not doubt you'll resurrect right there and then all of the dead. But that is just the start of what the Golden Witch can resurrect. For on that night and things
she did!
More lost love will stand erect, and for the last she'll get to dream eternally and ceaselessly. Maybe a treat work complete pass off to sleep then peacefully.
Maybe a treat work complete pass off to sleep then peacefully. Maybe a treat work complete pass off to sleep then peacefully. Maybe a treat work complete pass off to sleep then peacefully.
But until someone with a will and right wavelength can hear her, see the proper path and to perform this complicated sorcery. I'll wait for her right here and I'll explain it all on her behalf. The very simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
She'll wait for her right here and she'll explain it all on her behalf. The very simple truth behind the Golden Witch's epitaph.
Little girl saw that challenge and she was like, bet. Everyone laughed as there was scattered applause for Maria's explanation, which seemed to appease her. As she led the way to the dining room, Battler leaned over to Jessica and whispered, "But she didn't really explain." Ugh! He rubbed his ribs as her elbow withdrew, and they walked on. "Mystery section, lock in!" Goda entered the kitchen at a brisk pace. Kanun had gathered the soup bowls that had been plated by the others and placed them on a large serving cart, along with the plates of bread that was to go with them. Goda eyed them and used a towel to carefully wipe down an edge where one had splashed a bit. With that, he sighed and nodded. "Very well. It seems we're about to begin. That soup will be cool enough to not burn their tongues in a few minutes." Genji was nice enough to help with the specialty drink orders, but he has gone back up to serve Kinzo. So now it is up to all of us. Kanon, you'd have the steadiest hands, so I will task you with pouring the wine. Wait a second. When's the last time we've seen Shannon? Back in the... Yeah, she was just there. Huh. Hmm. We can't assume shit. We can't assume shit. Okay. Goda entered the kitchen at a brisk pace. I'll start over. Goda entered the kitchen at a brisk pace. Kanon had gathered the soup bowls that had been plated by the others and placed them on a large serving cart, along with plates of bread that was to go with them. Goda eyed them and used a towel to carefully wipe down an edge from where one had splashed a bit. With that, he sighed and nodded. "Very well. It seems we're ready to begin. That soup will be cool enough to not burn their tongues in a couple minutes." Genji was nice enough to help with the specialty drink orders, but he has gone back up to serve Kinzo, so now it is up to all of us. Kanon, you have the steadiest hands, so I will task you with pouring the wine. I'll handle the other drinks. And my signal, come back to trade out for dessert and wine and get the other cart. Goda speaking. "Oh, excellent. Everyone is here. I was just coming to gather everyone. Dinner will be ready shortly if everyone would come to the dining room. Shannon Kunosawa, if you could go to the kitchen and assist with the plating." Shannon plates, switches to Kanon, and brings the food into this scene. Cece is locked in. The soup bowls that had been plated by the others. Okay. Okay. Kumasawa chuckled. "Goda, you always make it seem like some great production whenever you are presenting dinner." Goda paused and allowed himself a prideful smile. "It is, Kumasawa. That is what elevates a meal from simple sustenance to an occasion. Being a chef is a rigorous art. It's not just about making sure the food tastes good. It has to look beautiful, smell beautiful, complement the weather, the surroundings, and the other courses. The server must complement it as well, neither overshadowing it nor failing to speak to its strengths. It is the perfect balance between sculpture, theater, and the culinary arts that make being a chef so challenging and yet so rewarding. And it is that balance that I, Goda, will try to walk with you all tonight so that I can serve them the best meal they've ever had." They're in the kitchen. This scene takes place in the kitchen. It's been plated and is now being loaded onto a cart by Kanon. So he just gave this big old speech without them actually going to the dining room yet. So now we're in the dining hall. Mystery lock-in. Go to song! Let's go! Yes! Yes! Jessica and Goda? Daedalus, you're so based. Go to song! Yeah, switched off so blatantly. Yeah, I was trying to put that together in my head. I was like, you knew, I knew I'd be happy with that. Yes! Yes! The only way this could be any better is if Kraus got his own song. We'll see. We'll see. Within the dining hall, the whole Ushinomiya family, minus Kinzo, was conversing with each other in small groups around the room. There was still an air of tension between the adults, and it bled enough throughout the room that even the cousins were muted in their talks. At that moment, the door to the dining hall was opened wide, and a slight breeze that it brought into the room simultaneously carried in the wonderfully appetizing smell of soup and carried out all the tension. Goda stood in the doorway, smiling, and behind him stood Kanon next to a large tray of soup bowls. Goda bowed deeply and said, "Pardon my intrusion, but dinner is served." He walked in, still beaming as the music began. He then glided around the room, guiding everyone to their seats and making sure they were all comfortable. Go to song, let's go! Oh my god, tomato soup with a little cheesy toast. Little grilled cheese. Little garlic bread. Any combination thereof. That's the good stuff. Yum! Make you all hungry! Your dad! Hello, Gouda.
Hello, Rudolph, want your drink? Topped off, let me know if I can serve in any way.
Let's go, Daedalus's dad!
There is Hideyoshi with a bud. Oh, she grows more witty and more
That's the best rhyme ever.
Sit, we say, to be a great servant. You must be fervent in your wish to make all of your masters glad. So, when I serve dinner, you will all feel like the winners. Goda will serve the best you've ever had.
Yeah!
Hello, Goda, well, hello, Goda. I just know we all miss you while we're away. We are hungry, Goda, wait for me, Goda. Both we're empty and need plenty for this ending day. What have you got for us? Fast in our chorus. Is it something that will help more at a time?
Though it's a short menu, it's worthy to serve this venue. I swear it's the best you've ever had. Tomato bisque, served with a garlic crostini.
Yes!
Then followed by a veal confit that's shredded and tossed in some fresh bocatini. Strawberry semifreddo for a final treat.
I'd eat it all.
Bon appetit. It's great. I can't wait to
Any orders, Kraus, this house is yours to rule.
It makes us rule.
Don't spill the wine cannon. It has great tannins. Perfect heat for soup is waiting, so don't eat it cool.
How could we not savor such
I love that rhyme.
flavors? It's the kind of food that makes a person glad. Yes.
By all means begin. No need to make a scene, dig in.
This is the best we've ever had.
Everyone's happy. And then somebody drops dead because they're small bombs. Rosa, are you okay? Answer is no, Rosa's never okay. Goda did in fact cook a delicious meal, yes.
Hello, Goda. Well, hello.
Let's go! Daedalus' dad has range!
Yes, it's you who always makes me want to stay. Fetch me your scotch and soda. I think you're Rhoda. Lots of praising, you're amazing, are they? Raising pay, you got the room humming, keep the food coming.
I agree.
If I had to go without, I would go mad. Go. These sublime dinners will make it hard to get thinner. This is likely the best I've ever had.
This is so great. It was great. That we brought you on a chef on that fine day. Before the food coma in this last coda, let us thank you. Nothing sank you. Let's be frank. You say you want to serve me. Well, your food, it could make us dance a jig if we were sad. So,
As your main server,
Hey, yeah.
I'm glad to say with great fervor,
Goda has served the best we've ever had.
Your dad was killing it! Oh. Goda, Nanjo. Maybe life is good. Alright. Once the song ended with a pop of Kanon getting the cork out of the dessert wine and Goda's bow, everyone returned to their conversations over the delicious and beautiful chili treat that Goda had provided and paired with an excellent sweet wine. However, before they could make it to the true end of their dessert, Maria piped up, "Ooh, a letter! A letter!" She was pointing to a letter that was laying on the center of the table, which no one else had noticed before. Well, Kanon would have been reaching to pour everybody's wine, right? Or... No. No. He just popped the cork. Kanon came back pushing the cart laden with plates of pasta topped with veal. He traded them out for... Okay, so Kanon was reaching out over the table when he was, switching things around. So he could have sleight of handed the letter when changing courses. And then everybody's, like, so distracted by the food that they're not looking at the letter. Nanjo called Goda over and clapped him on the back. Goda specifically pulled away by Nanjo. Okay. A letter! She was pointing to a letter that was laying on the center of the table, which no one else had noticed before. That's odd, said Rudolph, reaching out and picking it up, examining it carefully. Hold on a second. It's got Father's seal on it. Without waiting for the response from others, he slipped a finger underneath the flap and pried it open. Withdrawing the contents inside, he scanned them quickly. "It's a letter," he said, concerned. "Of course it's a letter," snapped Eva. "What's it say?" "It's from the Golden Witch, Beatrice." Dun dun dun. Right, mystery section. After the discovery and reading of the letter, the Ushinomiya family had gone into a slight panic. Accusations flew about who had placed the letter, but unfortunately all they could say for certain was that it hadn't been placed by Shannon, Kumasawa, Genji, or Kinzo, as they were the only ones not in the room. The dinner... Imagine switching to Shannon in the middle of placing the letter and then switching back to Kanon. Just like mentally, so you could say in red that Shannon placed the letter. or you could say in red that Kanon didn't place the letter. The dinner had been too lively to rule out anyone else placing the letter. After a time, it was decided that the cousins would go with Kanon and Goda to the guest house, while the siblings and all the others would stay at the mansion to discuss the meaning of the letter and the inheritance. The clock was chiming 1 in the morning when the adults in the parlor decided to take a break. The evidence that the others had gathered and presented Kraus with was formidable. Yet Kraus had apparently not been slacking either. He and Natsuhi had countered with all the facts they had gathered about their siblings' businesses, proving how precarious everyone's position was. In fact, although Kraus himself was not the most stable position, he still had great influence in the business world. Some pushing from him would be able to either help save his siblings, or send them tumbling into the abyss. It was mutually assured destruction, to be sure, but it was enough to stall Kyrie's plan, much to her frustration. After the all-out shouting match in the parlor, all the siblings and their spouses had walked to separate rooms to cool their heads and think. Genji and Nanjo remained in the parlor, awaiting their return. Kanon and Shannon promised 1 room and 3 doors. Would placing the letter count in that deal? In the song? In the kitchen? I gotta go back and look at the lyrics sometime. Soon. Fantasy! Okay. Lock in 50%. Actually, lock in 100%. But it's not the mystery section. I don't know what to say. Okay. A lone figure stood in the boiler room. They had snuck there, out of sight of the others to think. Their plan had failed, and now they had no idea what to do. Sitting themselves on a convenient surface, they held their head in their hands and growled. Now what? The figure asked the emptiness. There's no way forward. No path I can see. There's no moves left to make. As the figure sighed, they noticed that their clothes had become caught in the lip of the thing they were sitting on. They tugged the fabric free, and finally took note of what exactly they were resting on. Oh, this is... They murmured. They were sitting on a long locker, and the lid of it was suitably locked by a padlock. The gun chest. Oh, that's where the guns are? An idea started to form in their mind. It was an idea that terrified them, and yet excited them beyond measure. There was no move left to make as a normal person, that was true. As a witch, though, there were dozens, no, hundreds of moves left. Looking around frantically, they spied a set of bolt cutters. With one grunt of effort, the padlock lay to the side, and the old rifles and ammunition had revealed themselves. The figure lovingly ran a finger along the cold metal of the barrel before picking one up and looking it over. They confirmed it was fully loaded. 4 bullets, plus 1 more in the barrel. A good start. The next thing they looked for was a disguise. A black poncho and a dust mask served well enough. Coming back upstairs, they spied the parlor door wide open, with several voices inside. The figure walked in. Inside were Genji, Shano, Nanjo, Natsuhi, and Kumasawa. Genji, Shano, Nanjo, Natsuhi, and Kumasawa. Natsuhi seemed to be in an intense, hushed conference with them all. The figure silently shut the door, closing them all off from the outside world. They then took a moment to steady themselves and aim the rifle. Spoke Nanjo first. The figure fired. They walked in and shut the door behind them. Okay. Natsuhi never even knew what hit her. No, Natsuhi! The bullet pierced the back of her skull and she dropped. The splatter from that got on the others, leaving them stunned. But without hesitation, the figure worked the lever, stepping forward a couple paces and fired again. Genji was the next to fall. It was then that the remaining 3 seemed to grasp the danger they were in. Unfortunately, the only immediate exit to the parlor was the door, and the figure was standing in front of it. Nanjo and Kumasawa made a break for the windows. The next shot took Nanjo on the run in the back, and he collapsed. Kumasawa was fumbling with the latch on a window when the fourth shot pierced her side from right to left and ended her. The figure looked and finally found Shannon only a step away from the parlor door. Behind them, reaching for the handle, the figure pointed the gun and fired, catching the girl square in the chest and slamming her back against the wall where she came to rest, slumped forward. The figure let out a breath it didn't even realize it had been holding and panted. They looked around their victims, laying there in the stillness as the rain tapped on the windows. As they continued to breathe and walk around the room slowly, music began. Oh, great. And as they approached Natsuhi and turned her over to see her mangled visage, they let out a laugh, discarded the empty and useless rifle, and began to sing, Neo Beatrice. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Well, I was not expecting this. It to go down quite like that. He coming.
Yes, now I get that it just takes the will to seize the night, to start to kill. All of my life was so worthless until my will awoke, ready to kill. No more plots, no more scheming. Eliminate those that I hate. While they are dying and screaming, I'll reshape my fate. This is my task that I have to fulfill. I have to win. I have to kill. It is the utmost and forbidden thrill, and it is mine, my time to kill. And within me I see it. My goals and the witch are the same. I must reach inward and free it. So I'll take her name. With her magic I will start to kill. All those alive I will have to kill. Just a matter of how, where, and which. I will be reborn as the Golden Witch. Who's there? Was that his hat?
Kanon's hat! It was foreshadowing!
I swear, I'll split the rats. He cannot forever hide inside him first, then everyone else here beside. So bide until he has died, he spied.
Ruh-roh. He has hat hair. Kano, no! Rip to Kanon. The goat eyes?
As I continue on this deadly path, I call her magic to me. The blueprint's there in the cursed epitaph.
Okay, okay.
Now her power is free. Yes, I can feel it growing, a force that no walls could contain.
soon it will be overflowing. They will praise my name, and I'll take what I am due, crush them young and old, and I'll see my vision through, reclaim all the gold with magic that no one can vanquish, and murders without any hitch. No matter who tries to defeat or to stop me, I know I'm no copy. I'm the golden witch. Now at last I know I'm meant to kill. My true self exists only to kill. Now this island I shall bewitch.
What an interesting thing
I
to
have
say.
been reborn as the golden witch. There's so many things I get to kill, and everyone I will get to kill. And my soul their heart's blood will enrich. I shall kill them all as the golden witch.
Wow. Wow, that escalated. Ooh. Okay. So let's look through it a second time. Figure paced around, investigating Nanjo and Kumasawa. Their voice grew stronger and more fiendish. Lightning flashed and the figure saw their ghostly reflection in the window pane. They began to laugh again, but then there was a thump from the direction of the doorway. The figure's head whipped around, made sure that the body of Shannon was still there, and scuttled over. His hat! Yes, fantasy. The figure picked up the red beret that was laying against the joint in the double doors. They opened the doors and crept out into the hall, listening for where Kanon might have gone. The figure spotted Kanon alone inside the servants' room, looking like he was trying to ring someone up on the external phone line. Slowly, the figure approached Kanon, then pounced. Pressing their hand to the boy's mouth, they threw him to the ground, pinned him, and wrapped their other hand around his rather scrawny neck, choking the life out of him. Kanon thrashed for a few minutes, then went still. The figure let go and chuckled again, rising and exiting the room. They beheld the great portrait of the witch, and sang as if addressing it. A golden glow began to come from inside the disguise they were wearing. At this, the figure tore away the mask and poncho. Yeah, I figured I shouldn't take the killer's form in the video as face value. I did remember that they had picked up the mask and poncho. The figure tore away the mask and poncho. The form of the witch in the painting was revealed in the flesh, as though looking somehow more sinister and cold. So, the line, "My true self exists only to kill," stuck with me. As the music died away while she laughed, the new Beatrice became aware that she was not alone in the hall. There were 4 other figures there. Turning, she faced a butler she didn't know, a middle-aged woman in a black gown, another young woman in a very risque red dress, and her doppelganger. Oh no! Ronove, but Dan's busy with Raid! No! Damn it! Okay. Who are you? The new Beatrice asked, though she felt she already knew. I am the golden and endless witch, said the old Beatrice. Congratulations. By beginning to follow the epitaph, you have inherited my power and my name. Such are the rules of my game board, she said. I am Ronove, a demon prince, bound to serve Beatrice for all time. As such, I am bound to serve you, bowed the butler. You have merely to command me. Dan's rating, can't do Ronove's voice. I can't believe this. My name is Virgilia. I was the teacher to this child who took on the old name of Beatrice. I am bound to instruct you as well. You are new to the ways of magic, and I don't doubt that a little instruction could do you good. Such a slight. I'm offended. Ah. A tragedy of circumstance. I say it like it's actually a tragedy. The last girl spoke. I'm Gop, demon of portals. I was a friend of Riche's, first and foremost, but I guess that the rules say I'll help you out too. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish you were a hot guy. At any rate, if you need something taken out or put in an impossible place, I'm your girl. The new Beatrice seemed stunned, but recovered quickly. Excellent, she said, taking on a regal air. A witch like me deserves the best of servants. As many as I can handle, and then some. She cackled, and Ronove bowed. We also have the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, and the host of goat demons at your disposal, Beatrice, he said, and he listed them as they appeared. We will serve you, Beatrice, they said in unison, bowing. The new Beatrice cackled with glee. Meanwhile, the old Beatrice had been looking over the crime scenes. She returned to the hall, looking troubled. I wish we had spoken before. Why? Have I done something wrong, oh ancient witch? Said the new witch impudently. The original Beatrice frowned. Not really. However, I made a promise to Shannon and Kanon that I intended to keep. Now, it seems that, like, I can't. A promise? To furniture like them? Ha! Scoffed the new witch. Words are wind. Promises mean nothing, especially not to a witch. Let them rot. After all, it won't matter soon anyways. We'll kill off the rest of them, right everyone? You, butler, clean up this mess and make it into a properly magical set of rooms. I don't want anything tied to my previous life to remind me. I don't want anything tied to my previous life to remind me. Okay. Without waiting for a response, she cackled once more and disappeared in a burst of butterflies, far less gracefully than her predecessor would. Virgilia turned and looked apologetically at the only Beatrice left. I'm sorry, child. They are rules of your board. We must now serve her. They are the rules of your board. We must now serve her. Interesting. Beatrice nodded absently, looking down at the corpse of Kanon. I know. It's hard. It's how it has to be. Especially now that I've lost most of my powers. Let me think for a while, please. Something is bothering me. She fell silent and sat down on a sofa, staring down at Kanon. Virgilia, Ronove, and Gop shrugged, looked at each other, and went about their work, leaving her to sit in silence. What does a promise mean to a witch? She murmured. That's a question to ponder. Mystery! Okay, lock in. Goda had been the first to know something was wrong. He had awoken in the guest house servant's room with no sign of Kanon. Pulling on jacket and shoes, he had left for the mansion to get a start on breakfast, assuming that Kanon was getting an early start to food preparations. However, when the kitchen was dark and empty, he went searching. His natural first stop was the mansion's servants' quarters, which he had been surprised to find locked. However, he was more surprised to see a red symbol painted on the door. Whatever it had been painted with had dripped as it dried. It looked familiar to him, but he couldn't quite place it. Turning his master key out of his pocket with a slightly shaking hand, he undid the door, opened it, and after a few seconds let out a yell of fright. He ran up the stairs and out of habit skipped over Kinzo's study in favor of the man who had been more actively running the house. He pounded on the door to Kraus's room. After a couple of anxious minutes, Kraus appeared and Goda brought him down to the servants' quarters. After gazing at Kanon's body for a couple minutes in apparent shock, servants' quarters, Kraus approached him and knelt down, noting the bruises on the boy's neck. Rummaging in Kanon's pockets, he pulled out the boy's master key. Taking it, he went around and checked the windows in the room. All locked. He came back to the entrance to the room, eyeing Goda warily, but said, "Go to the guest house. Make sure the children are safe. I'll rouse the adults here. I'm going to lock this room for now, so that it is kept clean for the police." So saying, he shut and locked the room that had become Kanon's impromptu coffin. Goda... Oh, we got a locked room, guys! So saying, he shut and locked the room that had become Kanon's impromptu coffin. Goda nodded and was off like a shot to the guest house, while Kraus headed towards the stairs. Goda and Kraus survived the first twilight. Let's go! Goda accomplice? Goda accomplice? Otherwise he'd be knocking on Natsuhi's door? Mystery. About 10 minutes later, Kraus, Jessica, Eva, Hideyoshi, George, Rudolph, Kirie, Battler, Rosa, Maria, and Goda. Alright, who's missing? He would have gone to Natsuhi's room first, but Natsuhi's dead, so... Oh, okay. Kraus had been to the other rooms in the mansion and found the others, but had reported no response from Kinzo. And without Genji's key, they couldn't get in. Kraus had found the parlor door locked during his searches, and it too had the symbol from the servants' quarters painted on it. As such, he had waited until he had reinforcements. Yeah, now they're in the parlor. While in the boiler room, he found the unlocked and opened gun chest, and had brought up and passed the remaining 3 rifles that were there to himself, Rudolph, and Hideyoshi. Meanwhile, Goda had let slip... And now we got the dudes with guns because Kraus is the one who found the guns. I see how it... I'm just kidding. Meanwhile, Goda had let slip what was going on. And the cousins refused to be left out of it. Goda let slip what was going on with the cousins. okay, Rep? I hope you're feeling better. Sending you vitamins C through the internet. Oranges. Or something. Coming back to the mansion, Jessica had demanded her father let her see Kanon, but she'd been rebuffed by Kraus, saying he wouldn't let his daughter get tied to a murder investigation just because she'd gotten some evidence in the crime scene. Eventually, George and Battler had calmed her down, and now they too were facing the locked parlor door. Goda unlocked the door, and the 3 men with guns entered. Kraus went to the corpse of Natsuhi first. Your wife? Turning her over and recoiling in horror at what remained of her face. A bullet had gone right through the back of her skull. Oh, so the exit wound was her face? Oh, gnarly. Hideyoshi went out the right wall, where Kumasawa lay dead. A bullet had entered under her right armpit and exited out her left side into her arm. Rudolph went around to Nanjo, who looked like he had been shot in the back while running for a window. There was no exit wound to the front, but he was definitely dead. By this time, Kraus was looking at the remains of Genji, who had died near Natsuhi from another headshot. It had pulped the top half of his face and the back of his head. Oh. A cry from the doorway drew everyone's attention. George was holding the body of Shannon to his chest, her limp head resting on his shoulder. Goda locked the door! He's gotta be an accomplice. He locked the door to Kanon. Yeah, I think you did say that. Like, what? Silver the Hedgehog is Battler? Yeah. George was holding the body of Shannon to his chest, her limp head resting on his shoulder. When he leaned back, the dried blood on the front of Shannon's chest became apparent. The hole that the bullet had ripped was obvious, and the blood had spilled down over her clothes onto the floor. It was clear all those who had perished in this room died vicious deaths. Yeah. Well, this is the next morning. But yeah. But how? Asked Battler finally. How could the culprit do this? Don't be dense, Battler, murmured Rudolph. The gun is right there. 5 shots, 5 kills, and Kraus said they got Kanon by strangulation. Nearby, Jessica let out a quiet sob. Kraus and Goda are suspicious. Okay. Yeah, but why didn't any of you hear it? Battler continued. It was magical, Goda, Chef. That's what I'm saying, Cece. Kraus and Goda. Yeah, but why didn't any of you hear it? Battler continued. Most of the rooms in the mansion are soundproof to some degree. If that is coupled with the sounds of the storm outside and some luck, I am not surprised that we missed it, explained Kraus. Battler frowned and looked away. We should collect the other master keys, said Hideyoshi quietly. Asking forgiveness from Kumasawa's corpse, he reached into her apron pocket and withdrew a master key. Kraus nodded and got the master key and keyed to Kinzo's study from Genji. George seemed hesitant to pat down Shannon, so Jessica got the key from her best friend's pocket. With that, they had all 5 master keys. Battler shook his head. Hold on. All 5 master keys are accounted for. Uncle Kraus, were there any room keys missing from the servants' quarters when you were in there? Kraus shook his head. No, they were all there. Why do you... Kraus trailed off, his eyes widening. Eva spoke up. Then how did the culprit escape? All the windows were locked. All the doors were locked. All the keys were inside the rooms, except... With that, all eyes turned to Goda. He held up his hands, looking nervous. It wasn't me! I was in the guest house! I can't confirm that, said Jessica, her sorrow having changed a simmering anger. I don't think any of us can. We were asleep. I was too, said Goda desperately. Battler stood in between Goda and the rest of the people, who were rapidly growing hostile. Hold on. We can't be certain that the killer didn't just find some other way out, or had some other way to lock the door. How certain are we that these are all the master keys? Would Grandfather have made another one in secret? Maybe he gave it to this Beatrice who sent us the letter last night? None of the cousins in Goda have actual alibis. Right. True. Kirie nodded approvingly, though she still looked suspiciously at Goda. Battler is right. We can't be sure there isn't another person in this mansion with access to a master key. It isn't right to convict Goda just on the fact that he had a key. We need to focus on understanding our situation and staying on defense until the storm passes. Then we can get the police involved. Has anyone tried the landline? I did before we left the guest house, said Goda. It was dead. I think it was cut. It's always worth checking again, said Eva with a bit of an angry snarl in her voice. But not alone, said Rudolph, gripping his gun. We should split into groups and search the mansion. And we need to warn Father. Fantasy. Now, as the adults began discussing plans, the cousins continued to mourn. George knelt by Shannon's corpse. Jessica stood off in a corner by herself, and Maria seemed to be muttering to herself in a chair. Battler strode to a window and began to sing. When they cry, they said the name of the game. Hello, Tess. I shall hydrate again. We are solving a musical murder mystery. And I'm about to play a song. More Les Mis. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Alright, stretching. Oh, I needed that. Oh. Thank you. Stretching, stretching. Okay. Oh yeah, Les Mis. I can hear it already, I think.
When they cry,
one day
we
more.
Have lost, I know we won't succumb. If we can last until the seagulls come. The murderer who killed them all, I know justice will make them fall when they cry.
Words of our death do us part, but death has come before we're ready.
When they cry,
before our love could truly start, my heart's destroyed, I can't get steady.
It is her, yes, it is she.
Yes! Go kill it, Maria, voice actress!
At the start, sick sacrifices.
With this pain within my soul,
If they all could only see,
I will never feel whole.
but they'll have to pay that price.
We are trapped here on the island.
Damn!
Assumed complete control. With the killer trapped here with us. I can't interfere. We don't need to wait for trial.
But still something holds me here.
Shall we start seeking a win? We'll hunt her down. We'll have revenge.
When they cry, the seagulls will feast on the corpses standing here. While they die, I'll make them suffer. Yes, their pain will be severe.
Someone else's game, calling all the shots. Cannot be the same with all the schemes and plots. Though we miss her still, though there's been a coup, we will keep on working, what else can we do?
All the sheep now stand here, please.
No more death shall come this day.
We will take the fight to them.
We will take the fight to them.
Till these humans are unbeaten.
And we all will know the truth.
What's the golden witch's name?
I swore enough, I'll keep them safe.
Woo!
Though I finally saw your heart, I had found my life unready and a predatory thrill.
Someone else's game, calling all the shots. Cannot be the same with all the schemes and plots.
They die, I'll make them
Warning, we
suffer.
must now repress the morning herald our success.
When the storm has dissipated and the seagulls grace the sky, it's all done. It all ends when they
I think you definitely hired some theater kids. Oops. Woo! Oh yeah. Oh man. All right, we got. Meanwhile, there was George placed a hand on Shannon's shoulder while Jessica sang to empty air. Ha ha. Well, we could ask Daedalus that. Well, there were things like someone who appeared to be Natsuhi, at least, was turned over, but her face was effed up. Like, I think there might be room for questioning there, right? Or maybe I'm... I guess, yeah. I guess Daedalus would be able to answer definitively. Meanwhile, the adults had resolved themselves, with Rudolph acting as the driving force. However, there was one nearby no one noticed. Just outside the parlor doors, leaning against the wall, was the original Beatrice. She considered and pondered what she was doing there. End of Act 1! That was end of Act 1! Woo! Think of it like the episode 8 white text. If they're called dead in mystery, they're dead. Ooh, that's a good question, Cece. Act 2, Metaverse. Do you think we should go back and try to investigate this murder a little bit, or should I just go on to Act 2 and then we can start, like, breaking these down once we're done with everything? I figured it'd be pretty long. We could always break this up over a couple of days. I'm fine with that. I don't want to keep everybody up awake forever, especially because I started later than I anticipated. Although, that was a little bit my fault. Although, it also partially stuff came up, but, Jeremy played Dispatch. So this is in half, right? So there's the second act and then the first act. He held off because I can't watch it both at once. You're in it for the long haul, so it's up to you. Well, you guys who are here, how many hours left do you guys think you got in you? Oh my god, I didn't realize we were already 3.5 hours in. Damn. Oh, I mean, I would put part 2 when Daedalus would be here. I can't do this without him. 3 hours easy for me. You got around 2? Yeah. I wouldn't do this without Daedalus. I'd time it for when it would, when he'd be around. I'll go on. I'll go on, see how it goes. We're probably gonna go at a faster pace now that we've got kind of the, how I'm doing things down a bit. Okay. So, Metaverse. With a yell of frustration, Battler stood up from the game board in the witch's tea room. Beatrice cackled at him. What's the matter, Battler? Don't tell me that you're already giving up. Are you ready to admit that I am a witch this time? What's this new stunt of yours, Beato? He demanded. Now there's 2 of you? Somebody do the thing! Trying to get me to divide my attention, maybe? Or maybe you're trying to soften me up by making it seem like you're trying to help, and it's all the imposter's fault? Well, it's not going to work. No! Come on, work. No! Okay, I can fix this. It's that problem from yesterday. With the files! Microsoft! That one works. Alright. I got this.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
There you go. There you go. Beatrice paused for a moment and then smirked. Fine, Battler. It seems you've seen through my ploy. Still, the board is set. 6 sacrifices brutally murdered. People you knew, dead before your eyes. Now, will you sit back down so that we can resume? Or are you going to give in? I can make this end at any time, you know. Battler threw up his hands and walked to a chair by a window, staring down into the swirling purple void. This purple void. Beatrice in turn shrugged and stood up, walking away to where Ronave had placed a tray of tea and cookies. She helped herself to some and looked in a mirror. Glancing over her shoulder to make sure Battler wasn't looking, she tucked an errant hair back into place and straightened out her clothing. She hadn't needed to worry about Battler seeing her primp. He had hung his head and started to question himself. Alright. Song. Metaverse song. Come on. There we go.
Dare I watch this once again, as the witch rejoices in her sin. But play acting as a sleuth will be how I can find the truth, and I still have to find the clues therein. Wait until there is some truth in red, can't trust her web of lies. Have to pull on every single thread until her concept dies. I'm trapped in this game we play.
I know the song too.
Where her magic is on display. Though it's misery, I'll solve this mystery and win the day.
Watch him fume, his mind is locked down as that room. Sometime he'll choose not to resume, and he'll accept I am his doom. String him along with hope and bits of truth in red, reality disguised. And still there's one that can't be said, the truth within my eyes. I'm trapped in this game we play, and the magic he holds at bay.
Oh, that's what it was from. Dr. Horrible Sing Along. Yeah.
Magic and fantasy will win the day.
It was on YouTube back in the day.
I will watch this once again and wait for all her fiction to her thin. And on my turn I won't refuse, I owe them all never to lose, and turn this tragedy around into a win. Wait until there is some truth in red.
That's why I'm surprised you didn't see it.
Web of lies. Have to pull on every single thread until her concept dies. We're trapped in this game we play, where her magic is on display. Though it's misery,
but I know he'll see.
I'll end this
we'll join in fantasy.
I'll win this day.
Bye, bear. Bye and bear. That was cool. Wait, what? They got the part 3 of the making of Disco Elysium up? Shit, I know what I'm watching after this. Anyway, Anyway, I didn't know about Commentary the Musical. That's funny. Oh, you do. I think you'll get a kick out of it. It's very tabletop-y. It was actually formed out of, like, the devs' tabletop. Like, custom-made tabletop world. Which is what I'm learning from the No-Clip documentary. Alright. They turned back to the board. Alright, Beatrice, said Battler, seating himself. We can continue. I guess we'll have to, since I plan to crush you this game. Beatrice smiled wickedly, not showing an ounce of compassion in her gaze, and responded, Good. Come on then, Battler. Crash like the waves against the rocks. This game is the one where I break you. The board resumed. I don't know if I know about Record of Lodos War, but I love when stuff like that happens that... Wait, Cece, what... We could make Kingmaker real! That's the dream, right? Alright, mystery, lock in. After a few more minutes of discussion, the adults had settled on a plan. At first, Kyrie suggested that they split into pairs, based on the logical arrangement of couples. You know, Rep, in the tabletop, part of the Discord, that's the one Cece's been dropping the session summaries for. It's the tabletop that we're in. After a few more minutes of discussion, the adults had settled on a plan. At first, Kyrie suggested that they split into pairs based on the logical arrangement of couples. And Kraus would go with Rosa. Okay. Oh, there's a Pathfinder campaign called Kingmaker. Yes, not a little different. This the name of the campaign, yes. I think I had heard of that before. But I don't know that much about Pathfinder. I just know that my friends tend to prefer it over D&D lately. Kingmaker, Mecha, yeah. Goda was to stay with the cousins. However, Kraus pointed out that if there was no outside person, then the remaining couples were the most likely if the killer had an accomplice. Rudolph and Kyrie debated against this plan fiercely, but eventually acquiesced. Interesting. So instead of 3 groups of 2, they would go in 2 groups of 3. Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva would be in one group, while Kyrie, Rosa, and Hideyoshi would be in the other. Oh, they couldn't say Kyrie and Rudolph couldn't be on their own and cause some trouble. That's actually kind of smart. I fear for Hideyoshi slightly. Goda, with his considerable size and strength, was still trusted to take the cousins back to the guest house and secure it. Rosa pushed off with the in-laws is so insulting. Oh, I didn't even notice that part. Yeah, a little bit. You're right. You're so right. They relocked the parlor as they left, although the fact that they'd been in there stomping around probably meant that the police would not be able to tell much. They did, however, leave the gun, as it could have the killer's fingerprints and was presumably out of ammunition. Presumably. We saw how many bullets were left in the, magic part. It was decided that the first group would search the basement and the second floor, while the other group would search the first floor and come up to assist the others on the second. They were about to see Goda and the cousins off, and Jessica said she would need to go to her room to retrieve something. They were about to see Goda and the cousins off, but Jessica said she would need to go to her room to retrieve something. So it was decided that Goda would take the cousins up to Jessica's room, while the adults begin their search. As the cousins group turned the corner and reached Jessica's room, she pulled out her room key and unlocked it. I'll be just a moment, she said before entering, shutting the door behind her. George and Battler looked at each other with impatience until the group heard the lock click on the inside. They were all stunned for a moment, but then Goda knocked on the door forcefully in something of a panic. Jessica! Jessica, are you alright? They were met with silence for a moment and were getting ready to start to batter the door down. When they finally heard what they believed was Jessica's voice coming from the inside. Just what they believed was Jessica's voice. Just give me a minute, damn it. Just please give me some time. The others halted. Eventually, Battler put his ear up to the door. Pulling away, he frowned. I think I hear her sobbing. We can wait a little while, right? The others nodded, while nervously looking up and down the hallways that they could see. Meanwhile, Kraus, Rudolph, and Eva were investigating the basement. Kraus had found another padlock and locked the gun chest to at least hinder anyone who might want to snag extra ammunition. But Kraus is an accomplice, so he could have taken the opportunity to get some more ammunition for himself. I think all 5 of the master keys were gathered. Who was holding on to them? They're all accounted for, but they're kind of split up at the moment? Okay. But Jessica used specifically her own room key for the, her room. Meanwhile, Kraus, Rudolph, and Eva were investigating the basement. Kraus had found another padlock and locked the gun chest, so at least to hinder anyone who might want to snag extra ammunition. And what about the key? Asked Eva, looking suspiciously at Kraus. Here, he replied. Without hesitation, opened the door to the furnace and chucked it in. Happy? He asked. Looking at his sister, Eva grunted and shrugged. I'm not all that happy. I'm not all that happy, said Rudolph with a grin. I was hoping I could con you into giving it to me. Kraus frowned. I've been wise to your tricks since we were little, Rudolph. I'm not as dumb as I used to be. Chuck the key into the furnace. That remains to be seen, replied his brother, smirking as they all resumed their search through the old items and tools. They found several things useful around the house. Duct tape! Uh-oh! A tarp used as a paint drop cloth. A slender rope, a monkey wrench, oil, and other things, but no murderer. A tarp used as a paint drop cloth. cloth, duct tape, a slender rope, a monkey wrench, oil, and other things, but no murderer. Kraus making a teeny tiny locked room the inside of the gun case. Yeah. On the first floor, Hideyoshi, Rosa, and Kirie were looking around a guest room, trying to find clues that anyone had been using it as a base of operations, but they were coming up empty. The closet was empty, the bedspread immaculate, and the faucets were dry. It's a shame your plan didn't work, Kirie, said Rosa quietly. If it had, maybe they would all still be alive. Why would you think that? Asked Kirie pointedly. You think that murdering is some kind of backup plan that I have? What? No. What? No. Said Rosa unconvincingly. Wow, the sass. I meant that maybe it's Kraus retaliating for the attempt. Though, if it's you, please know that I am not a threat to you. Kirie pursed her lips in annoyance, then sighed, resuming her search. I don't think it was Kraus. Natsuhi died along with servants. They were the most likely to be sympathetic to him as compared to us. No, if it isn't an outside killer, I'd more suspect one of us than I would him. He's totally in on it, though. Well, I'll just speculate at this point. I've been a bit suspicious of Eva since she seemed to be dismissive of the epitaph. And I know we're supposed to disregard Umineko, but I think it would kind of make sense if she had solved it, or at least was really working on it and wanted to discourage others from looking for it, right? Kirie culprit stocks plummeting. They were pretty high, though. Yeah. And whoever solved the epitaph, or possibly Beatrice, you know, Shannon Beatrice, could have... Oh! That's a good question for Daedalus. But let me think. Thinkers. Okay, no red text for that one yet. But whoever did find the gold, or perhaps, you know, the master of the house themselves, could have bribed the accomplices we've spotted so far. No, there hasn't, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I mean, there's a Neo Beatrice, right? There's like the, somebody else who's become a new one, kind of like Eva Beatrice. Yeah, but what gave them the right to be the witch of the island in the first place, if not the headship? You know, the person who finds the gold also gets the headship. Jessica is... Now you have Master of the House stuck in your head. Yeah. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Jessica is a little sus. But let's see. I'm gonna keep going. I didn't notice you didn't give a good reason for it to not be you, said Hideyoshi quietly. Kirie didn't respond. It was at this point that the lights went out. Ah! Jessica slander? No, say it isn't so. Fantasy. Although the faint diffused light of the sun through storm clouds barely illuminated upstairs through the windows. In the basement, the only light source was a slight glow from the furnace, and it took Rudolph's eyes a moment to adjust. He had brought the gun he was carrying up to his shoulder, eyeing the shadows around him. As he started to make out shapes, he was relieved to see the shape of his siblings standing there as well. Well, another second and I would have started blasting. And so I started blasting, said Rudolph, chuckling. His laughter died in his throat, however, when he realized that the figures weren't moving. Uh-oh! Bad stuff happening in the furnace, the boiler room again. In fact, the basement was deathly silent. He reached out and grabbed Krause's shoulder, but it suddenly felt as hard and as immovable as stone. Eva felt the same. What? He murmured, and then watched in horror as a pair of huge shadows separated themselves from the deeper darkness of the room. They were massive humanoid figures, but he did not mistake them for humans. Based on the shape, he guessed they had goat heads, and when they opened their eyes to reveal glowing red orbs, Rudolph felt himself paralyzed with fear. However, they did not seem to care about him at all. First, one reached out and gently tapped Krause on the side of his head. There was a sickening crunch as he did so, and Krause collapsed immediately. Ooh. The other goat tapped the back of Eva's head, and she too dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Oh, there's the line! With cut strings, as the sound of another crunch broke the silence of the room. Krause got, betrayed. Then, the two goat demons, for Rudolph didn't know what else to call them, looked at him. Rudolph ran as fast as he could up the stairs. At the top, he encountered Kirie, looking wild-eyed and holding a rifle. They almost shot each other until they saw who they were. Kirie! There's these things! Not all goats are as honorable as Goat-kun. Yes. I saw them. They did something to Eva and Hideyoshi. What? More than two who were close, I guess. I managed to grab Hideyoshi's gun, but I know. I don't think they'll stop them. We have to get the children and get out of here. Suddenly there was a feminine voice from up above on the second floor landing. Oh, I'm afraid that will be difficult. You see, I've stopped time for everyone but you two. Everyone except you two. The couple looked up, and there stood the witch from the portrait, looking down at them with a sneer. She slowly sauntered toward the staircase leading down to them, trailing her fingers along the banister as the music began. Okay. Time to die. I managed to grab Hideyoshi's gun, but Kitty, I love you, you opportunist. Yes, CC stocks rising. Oh, this song.
hello. I've come to collect on the sum that your family.
This is also from Dr. Horrible, right?
You're next on the list if you can get the gist of the epitaph text. It's the end. Oh no,
Hamilton. Oh, I remember now. Da 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 da. Yeah, that one.
Although your eyes start to grow teary, it's your time. Time to die. Sad to say.
The King's song, yeah.
Never see another day. Time to die, though you run. That just means that this'll be more fun.
A little diabolical.
You can fight, you can scream, but you won't escape this final dream. Since
Furniture.
You're close,
It was Shaman and Kano.
So you will be hunted down and murdered. There is nothing you can do. Da 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 da. Although you call me crazy as you quake in fear, you should have been more crazy.
Run, Yukie, run! Oh my god. That's a...
So now it's time for murder. It's you I've got to murder. So please accept your murder. Your florid, horrid murder. I'm needy, you're bleeding. No pleading, impeding, succeeding. Time to die for them all. I will make them beg and make them crawl. For my grace, for their lives. Then they'll die the way my heart contrives. In the end, when it's done, I will be the only standing one. But for now, just these two, for to follow my
Rosa!
riddle. That is what this witch must do. Da 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 da.
Oh.
Da 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 da. All together now. Da 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 da.
All right. I'm gonna look through this one. She slid down the rail of the staircase to the floor, landing gracefully in front of Rudolph. She smiled as he raised the gun. She waved her hand airily as he pulled the trigger, and only a sad click happened. The pair looked at each other and took off running down a hallway. Collect on the sum your family owes. Oh, the gold, right? With a snap, Rudolph appeared in the air before her, along with a couple of goat demons, began immediately tearing into his chest and stomach while he silently screamed, "Damn!" Yeah. Kitty had taken the kitchen, shelter in the kitchen, so that's the furniture. Barricade the door with the table island. Using a manic strength born of fear, before she realized Rudolph wasn't with her. As she turned around to look for him, she found the grinning face of Beatrice looking at her from inches away. So she says that you should have been more crazy all through the years. It could refer to everyone, but she's talking directly to Kirie when that happens. Kirie jerked as she felt something sharp carve into her stomach over and over. Damn. Collapsed next to Rudolph. Beatrice exited the kitchen, making the doors and windows lock behind her with a wave of her hand as she wiped herself down with a kitchen towel. She stood in the middle of the hall and spun in place, her arms wide in joy. The sisters... Alright. As the last note trailed off, the witch and all her demons dissolved into nothingness. However, there was one who had seen it all, hidden in the shadows of the darkened mansion. The original Beatrice bit her lip and frowned. She's mastering her power too quickly. I can't do this on my own. With that thought in mind, Beatrice went in search of the only ally she might find on this island. Battler culprit would be funny as hell. That would be the most surprising. Fantasy. Appearing outside a thick wooden door, the original Beatrice steeled herself and knocked. Then she knocked again. Kinzo? She asked as loudly as she dared. Though the mansion was still dark, and the lack of sound seemed to indicate that the rest of the mansion was still frozen in time, Beatrice had no idea when the one who had taken her name would end the spell, so she remained cautious. However, she doubted it had been able to reach inside Kinzo's magically sealed room. Kinzo, please, open up! Oh, her identity is solidifying. I didn't even notice, probably because I'm reading out loud, but... There was a long pause, and then the door unlocked. On the other side was the aged face of the Ushinomiya family head. Beatrice? Hello, you old fool, said Beatrice with a soft smile. Kinzo teared up and threw the door wide. Oh! Beatrice! The happy music for the murder spree. Hey, I got it on shuffle. Thank you. Yay, murder!
Beatrice!
Thank you. Beatrice hurried inside, dodging the man's outstretched arms. I'm sorry, Kinzo, but we don't have time for a tearful reunion. I need your help. Kinzo turned to her as she walked into his study and started examining his books. Wait, you should not be here. Unless the epitaph ritual has already completed. No, nothing so simple, murmured Beatrice, running her fingers along the book spines. The ritual has been hijacked, and while Beatrice might revive at the end, she is not me. Kinzo frowned. I am indeed a fool. All my years of planning, and I did not even once conceive of the possibility of someone using the epitaph to steal your place. Very well. I have some power yet in these old bones. How can I aid you? Beatrice shook her head. We need a certain tome. I have to believe you have it. Do you have any more back here? She turned and walked to the back of the room, far away from the study's entrance. That is when Beatrice heard something that made her blood run cold. What's this? The great goldsmith's seal has been broken? Oh dear, tut-tutted the new Beatrice. Oh, it's her Beatrice. What's this? The great goldsmith's seal has been broken. Oh dear, tut-tutted the new Beatrice as she casually materialized in the entryway and pressed the door open. The door that neither Beatrice nor Kinzo had remembered to shut. Well, that certainly makes this easier. You see, my new friends were getting me acquainted with the rules of the Devil's Roulette and how it can be used to select sacrifices. Guess whose number came up, old man? I was worried because they mentioned this door, but it looks like you've made a blunder. Behind her, Virgilia and Ronove entered. As the intruding witch cackled and her newly acquired butler pressed the door shut behind them, the original Beatrice crawled into the study's bathroom and pressed the door mostly shut. She held her eye to the crack and watched whatever would happen unfold. She knew that, even if she'd had her powers, she'd be helpless against the Devil's Roulette decision. It was one of the most powerful tools at her disposal, but that was its downside. If Kinzo had been picked, there was nothing anyone could do. Kinzo knew it as well, yet it looked like he wasn't going to give this Beatrice anything. You may look like Beatrice. Your power might feel like hers. You may even have her entourage. You are not my Beatrice, though. You never will be. The witch shuddered dramatically in disgust. I wouldn't want to be, you old geezer. Anyways, it's time for you to die. How do you want it? Decapitation? Eaten? I'll just stake you through the heart if you ask nicely. Kinzo fell silent, but gazed defiantly at the witch. In return, she sighed and began to summon up the magic to strike down the mighty sorcerer. The Beatrice in the bathroom had to restrain herself from cheering at the deception that Kinzo was pulling. But her hopes were dashed when Ronove spoke up. I think is Dan still raiding? Probably. Excuse me, Lady Beatrice. I am aware that you know this, and you are free to do as you will, but things would flow more smoothly if you followed the epitaph precisely. The witch paused. Oh, aren't I? Oh, the third twilight, of course. Oh, you are a smart old geezer, aren't you? Thought you could outsmart me, Well, you can't. Too bad. Now then, are you going to praise me willingly, or do I have to force it out of you? Ronove looked at Kinzo and nodded his head. It would be best if you were to praise Beatrice willingly. It would be less painful. Damn, dark Ronove. What is more, willing praise surely grants more power to the person being praised than force praise. However, nothing can be allowed to interfere with the resurrection ceremony or otherwise endanger Lady Beatrice. Do you understand? The witch in the bathroom took a moment to figure out what Ronove was saying, but when she looked out again and saw her former butler looking right through the crack in the bathroom door from across the room, it clicked. Clearly it did for Kinzo as well. Hey! I'll let you know if there's any more Ronove lines. Are you done?
No.
No!
Break.
Oh, he's just on break. He's still raiding. The witch in the bathroom took a moment to figure out what Ronove was saying. Okay. Kinzo seemed to stand resolute, then his shoulders sagged. You have outplayed me, he said. I suppose I must praise you. He turned and walked into the baby grand piano and sat down. Although it looked to the others that he was simply looking off into space, Kinzo had locked his gaze with the original Beatrice, his friend, love and rival since time immemorial. Doing the thing again.
And so this night my time has come.
Hallelujah.
The roulette stopped and I must succumb. Thought about this moment coming each day. But if death is bad, my life is worse. My soul was gone, my heart is cursed. I've had no life without you, Beatrice. Beatrice.
That's pretty smart.
Beatrice. 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 I am lost within a forgotten past, the picnic that would be our last, a soft breeze brushing over where we each lay. And I swore that I belonged to you, and where you went I'd follow too. Please, oh please forgive me, Beatrice. Beatrice, 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 Rather than uphold my oath, I've prayed to God and to demons both. I've needed you here beside me.
Yeah, Keith's Singer's
each
great.
day. Just to hear your laugh or to see your grin, and know that you can forgive my sin, and say you will always be my Beatrice. Beatrice.
She's tearing up too.
Beatrice.
Oh!
Beatrice. Beatrice.
Damn.
Maybe I deserve to burn, and no forgiveness will I earn. Still I hope the world will hear me say, I go to death now to help her aim. The third twilight I'll praise her name. Till the last I will praise Beatrice. 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 Beatrice, 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 Beatrice,
Ooh. And that's so cool. I think that's really cool and heartwarming that you kind of got like the community and the, like, it's a kind of a family project. I love that. love that. Well, you can say it that way, but I still think it's cool. Well, I like that Neo Beatrice gave him so much time before killing him. The usurper gave a yawn of boredom and a snap. Flames sprung up around Kindo's feet and climbed him even as he continued to sing and gaze at the one he was truly praising. Aww. At the end, the new Beatrice released her pipe, which embedded itself in Kinzo's skull. He fell to his knees, and the last word left his lips. Beatrice. With that, Kinzo's flaming corpse collapsed. The pipe returned to the witch's hand, and she shook the blood and brain matter off of it with a look of disgust. Ugh. Then she took in a deep breath and grinned. Ah, that's some good power. I do love doing these twilights. Next up would be the chest, then the stomach, and then the knee, and finally the leg, right? I feel like I'm in the home stretch already. Oh, Runaway, she exclaimed, turning towards the butler. Thank you for keeping Kinzo from slipping in error past me. I appreciate it. Slipping in error. Now, if you could please clean up that thing, we'll be on our way. Yeah, that whole thing I'm having problems catching. Like, what Ronove and Kinzo were talking about that. So, oh, skipping the third Twilight. Right. Yeah, but was there more to it than that? Yeah. He did praise Beatrice, but just a different Beatrice. He got it right on technicality. Head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg. That is one way to remember the, is that actually the epitaph order? That would be funny. Oh, a funny way to remember. Butler bowed. Which Neo Beatrice interprets as, if I don't bully Kinzo and make him worship me, I'll fail. The butler bowed. Of course, milady. With a wave of his hand, the burnt corpse vanished, not even leaving a scorch mark on the floor, nor a hint of smoke in the air. Satisfied, Beatrice led him and Virgilia out of the door, and Ronove shut it behind them, sparing one brief glance towards the bathroom. Thanks, M. Zaki. Inside, the original Beatrice was silently shuddering, tears rolling down her face. She went out into the room, standing at the spot where Kinzo had been murdered. M. Zaki out of fucking nowhere. Yeah. When you become the scat man. She who had tormented, alright, in his last moments, okay, let me just start the whole paragraph over. Inside, the original Beatrice was silently shuddering, tears rolling down her face. She went out into the room, standing at the spot where Kinzo had been murdered. In his last moments, he had tried to help her. She who had tormented him for decades, keeping herself out of his arms. Yet he had given all that he could to help her. She could feel the power that his praise had imparted to her. That is kind of cute. It was the power of the other Beatrice. It was power that the other Beatrice would never have. But it wasn't enough to challenge her directly either. No, if she was to use this power, it would have to be with precision and used at just the right time. She considered for a moment, continuing to look for the tome that she had come in for, but she shook her head. She didn't have enough power for that bit of magic without Kinzo. With a look of grim determination, she vanished from the study, and all was quiet. Alright, mystery. The lights came back on. That's so weird! Yeah, Neo Beatrice was never praised. She did say, you guys should praise me more. Jessica was never praised, except by her classmates, but not by the family. She's praised at school, but, not by the family. But then again, Rosa doesn't get praised either. Eva doesn't get praised much. Kraus never gets praised, but he just died, probably. But, it doesn't narrow down the field that much. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't narrow it down that much. Sayo was. Kraus never deserves praise. Damn! Harsh! After a few moments, the main hall began to get populated. First were Kraus and Eva up the stairs from the basement. Okay, so Kraus is alive. I thought he wasn't. Both were walking unsteadily, and Kraus was supporting Eva with one hand while trying to hold his rifle with the other. Together they stopped and looked around the room. Oh, what happened to Eva? Did they just get thumped on the head? Maybe? And Kraus was supporting Eva with one hand while trying to hold his rifle with the other. Together they stopped and looked around the room, noting the lack of others. Finally, letting Eva rest against the wall so that he could get a better grip on the rifle. Kraus called out, "Hello?" Pistol whipped, maybe. Sayo shot guns with her grandfather. Genji and Kumasawa doted on her. Wait, Sayo shot guns with him? I missed that. Or forgot. Genji and Kumasawa doted on her. Yes, that's true. Goda said Kanon had steadier hands than him. Well, that is praise. That's true. A manga thing that Kanon did. Ooh, that doesn't mean it's non-canon, though. Haha, non-canon, get it? Briefly mentioned at one point. Well, that would explain a few things. Wouldn't it? She could have punched them. Kraus's daughter. True. True. Both were walking unsteadily, and Kraus was supporting Eva. Okay. Hello? Kraus! Called Goda, rounding the corner and coming into view on the top landing. He was shortly followed by the cousins, with Jessica bringing up the rear. Are you all alright? Someone attacked us in the dark and knocked us out. And we awoke. Rudolph was gone, replied Eva, wincing as she touched the back of her head. Her fingers came away bloody. Yeah, they just got thumped. We haven't seen the other three. Kirie is also missing, reported Rosa half a minute later, as she appeared on the scene. We were attacked as well. Hideyoshi is still unconscious. I left him resting on one of the beds. He's too heavy for me to move him further. Hideyoshi! Gasped Eva. Which room? Oh God, look! Said Goda with a large helping of fear. They looked to where he was pointing, and everyone froze. On the door to the kitchen, another strange symbol had been drawn, still glistening with how wet it was. Well, open it, said Kraus, looking at Goda. Me? Why? Because you are a servant of this household, and this kitchen is your domain, said Kraus, a slight tremor in his voice. Because I'm scared. A large helping of fear, food metaphor, moe. Goda's always moe. Yeah, at least Eva was attacked. Kraus could have faked it, that's true. And Kraus does also have the punch-in skills. Me? Why? Because that's the plan, dummy. Shh. Yeah. Replied Goda, then swallowed, looking like he was trying to compose himself. Nodding, he gingerly reached his hand out for the door, like it was going to bite him. He placed his hands on the doorknob and twisted. It's locked, he said. He took out the master key he had on him, unlocked the door, and then tried to push it open. Frowning, he tried again, harder. Nani? I'm glad it was in there. Unlocked the door and then tried to push it open. Frowning, he tried again, harder. There's something jamming it shut. Right, the barricade. He threw his shoulder against it, but it only rattled. There's another door on the outside, isn't there? Let's check there, said George, backing away in the direction of the mansion's entrance. The others seemed to follow, but Eva shook her head. No, George, we need to find your father. Rosa, where is he? That way. Turn the corner, second room on the left, Rosa indicated. Eva nodded her thanks. Goda? George, please accompany me. I don't want to get ambushed, and there should be enough of them to handle anything outside. After a moment of indecision, there was agreement. The others went around, unlocked and exited the mansion, fighting the wind, rain, and their ever-present fear. They made their way to the external kitchen entrance. There was a small window that they tried, but even if one of them had been able to fit through, it was locked. So they continued. The outer door, unlike its counterpart, had no sigil on it. This time, not having Goda available, Kraus reached out and tried the handle. It failed to turn, so with his own shaking hand, he took out the master key he possessed, unlocked the door, and pushed. The door moved about an inch and then closed. I mean, I assumed he's scared, at least a little bit. He don't want to do it. Whether he was accomplice or not, I think doesn't matter with the scared part. Especially if he's being bribed, that doesn't mean he feels good about what's going on. Okay. There's... Oh, draw a diagram! Uh-oh! There's something pushing on the other side, he said. But I think I can get through. I think we can get through. Battler, give me a hand. 1, 2, 3! The two men rammed their shoulders into the door and it flung open. Kraus slipped, but stayed mostly upright due to his grip on the handle. Battler was not so lucky. Oh, rip Battler! He slid forward, twisted, and landed with his face down in some squishy, salty substance. No! Your parents! Getting up unsteadily, he wiped his eyes frantically on his sleeves, but by the time he could get them open, Jessica was screaming. It took him a moment to grasp what was on the ground that he and Kraus had slipped on, but when he did, he screamed too. They had slipped on a pool of blood. His face had fallen into the massive gut wound his stepmother had endured. No! No! Battler, that's your mom! Battler kept screaming for a moment until it was interrupted by something more urgent. Running to the kitchen sink, he began vomiting. Poor Battler, damn! Meanwhile, Jessica had stopped screaming, and she and Rosa had entered the room behind Kraus. Poor Battler. Damn! Okay. Got some Ace Attorney diagrams. They were moved here, said Rosa. Tear apart the two who were close, except it's finally Kirie and Rudolph. They were moved here, said Rosa, looking like she was trying to use the reason to distract her from her own panic this time. See the blood? It starts over there by that knife. And here's where they were dragged and then placed against the door to block it. They all could indeed see the trail she mentioned. Interspersed within the trail were a couple more kitchen knives. So, I assume this north door was the one they could not open. That it does look quite jammed. And this is the one that, oh, so since it opened an inch and then closed again was like, they shoved against the body, but it kind of like, the momentum kind of made it whip back and shut the door again. So when, they shoved open the door, they were at the door where the corpses were. So that's why they slipped and Battler fell into Kirie, who would kind of have been shoved first if the door opened this way, right? Is the white stuff Battler's puke? Oh. That's the meat freezer. It'll get mentioned in a bit. Okay. 3 knives. Guess we'll find out what these are. Plates or something. By that knife, and here's where they were dragged and placed against the door to block it. They all could see the trail she mentioned. Interspersed within the trail were a couple more kitchen knives. Jessica had gotten a hold of herself and moved to Battler, rubbing his back while he continued to dry heave into the sink. Poor guy. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the other door, and the killer blocked the other door using the kitchen island table, wedging it between the door and the counter. There's no way we were going to get through that unless we tore the door apart. Look at all these pots and pans. Jessica is pointing this out. I think they were what was stored in the table shelves. They probably knocked them off to move it easier, so these are pots and pans strewn everywhere. Kraus had joined Rosa by the bodies. They were gutted, shredded, probably by those knives. But here are 2 guns. It looked like each corpse had been holding a gun before the door, being forced open, had knocked everything around. Kraus grabbed a miraculously clean kitchen towel and picked one up. Beatrice cleaned herself off with a kitchen towel earlier. That probably doesn't mean anything, but, Kraus. Evidence! Hissed Rosa, looking shocked. I'd rather have 2 more guns, and it doesn't look like the culprit used them up this time. The police will understand, I'd wager. He wiped one down as best he could, then opened it up. 1 shot fired. Doing the same procedure with the other, he found the same result. So they each fired a shot, and they are the ones that died. By knives. What the hell? Said Battler, straightening from the sink. Although he'd washed his face, he still looked like a nightmare, with blood soaking his clothes and dripping down his neck. Poor guy. So the culprit avoided 2 shots, barricaded both doors, and left through what? The locked window? Who the hell is this person? Beatrice is a witch, said Maria. breaking her silence in the most unpleasant way possible. Battler seemed about ready to start pounding on the poor girl when they all heard a thumping knock on the interior door. Whoa! Kraus motioned Battler over, and together they moved the table away from the door. It was fairly easy with both of them there and no cookware on it. Then Kraus unlocked and opened the door warily. Upon seeing who was on the other side, though, he opened it fully to admit George, Eva, and Goda, along with a staggering Hideyoshi supported between his son and servant. Kraus could see some blood trickling down his neck, coming from the side of his head. She went into her room and asked for some time, and none of them are accounted for again until after the lives turned back on. So she probably... Jessica's not on the first floor, at least in Umineko, right? So this seems like pretty straightforward. She went out through the window. Was Rosa bleeding? I don't think that's been mentioned. I don't know if she even said she got attacked. Let's see. Kirie reported half a minute later as she appeared on the scene. We were attacked. Rosa may have been unharmed, but there was like an attack and they got scattered. Jessica's room is on the second floor. Okay. Well, she's young. She could jump out of there and live, I guess. They did find some rope, right? I see you found the gun you gave my husband, said Eva, her mouth set in a grim line, as she surveyed the corpses of her brother and her sister-in-law. It wasn't with him when we found him. For an instant, she set a suspicious gaze at Rosa. Taking Hideyoshi's gun, huh? Rosa held up her hands. You saw me when I came. I didn't look for the gun either. I didn't look for the gun earlier. I just wanted to go where I heard voices. I don't think I'd remember how to use one anyways. Bullshit! Is he alright? Yeah, exactly. The marionette is happy once more. Yep. Oh wait, no, this is Dance of the Moon Rabbits. But they do sound a bit similar. It's fine, it's fine. I'm fine, mumbled Hideyoshi. Just concussion. Just a concussion. A little dizzy, but alright. Enough! Shouted Battler, still in a bit of a rage from Maria. Goda, is there any other entrance or exit from this kitchen besides the two doors and the window? Goda shook his head, frightened by the look in the old young man's eyes. No, there's the meat freezer, if you want to count that. But there's barely enough room to stand, and no way in or out except the door, so that doesn't help. But did they check the meat freezer? Battler let out a cry of frustration as Rosa and Kraus filled in the others on how they found the scene. Together, they all cleaned off the guns to make sure that blood wouldn't affect their ability to fire. And one was handed to Goda and the other to Eva, as Hideyoshi still seemed too dizzy to trust it with. Then came the question of what to do. Hey B, yeah, we got murders happening here. I think there are at least two of them working together, said George. It's the only way both of the groups on the lower floors could have been knocked out at basically the same time. Maybe more. So, George thinks Rosa got knocked out. But you would think that if there were a squad of killers going around the mansion, we would have seen at least some trace of them, shot back Battler. I still think it's one person. But how did she do it, Battler? How did Beatrice do it? Ow! Interjected Maria before Battler slapped the top of her head like an off button. Like an alarm clock. Boom. Could Sayo be hiding in the freezer? Whoa! Yes, over a year. Hi, Tori May! We're in the middle of a murder mystery. No problem. More than a year, yeah. Yes, welcome to the operetta of the Golden Witch. There's been a grisly, kitchen murder, and we even get an Ace Attorney style little diagram here. Which witch are we dealing with in this scenario? Well, see, we got a new one called Neo Beatrice. Yes, Neo Beatrice. Somebody new. Yeah, say less, yeah. And we're trying to figure out that new Beatrice's true identity as on top of everything else. We're a little suspicious of Jessica right now, which would be pretty new. And Kraus and Goda, we also think are in on it. Oh, thank you! Yeah! Stella is keeping my aunt company. So, she's not here at the moment, but I just got sent a cute photo the other day. If you join the Discord, B, I could, I'll put the new picture of Stella in the pet section after, oh, you love them emotes and the Stella emote, y'all. I could put the picture in the pet section after I'm done. I gotta kind of move on at a clip, because we're kind of trying to finish this in one day. We'll see if it's possible. It might get to be too late. The one room promised. Did Sayo help create this locked room mystery only for it to get trampled by Kraus? Yeah, Kraus just opened it and was like, whoa! Alright, either way, it's a wolves and sheep puzzle, murmured Rosa. Not again! Rosa, you can't do this again! There's safety in numbers, even if one or some of us are killers. Right, said Eva, which means we need everyone, including Father. Right, Kraus? Kraus gulped. Father is probably safest of all of us right now. We should not weaken his defenses. Kraus? Shouted Eva in anger and frustration. Enough! Take us to his room, or so help me, I'll save the murderer some trouble. Damn. She shifted the rifle around in her grip. Much to her surprise, though, Jessica had appeared at her side faster than Eva could have anticipated. Try it, and we'll see who dies first. Krause's daughter murmured menacingly, ooh, defending Dad. I've already lost my mother today. I'm not losing my father, too. Eva looked into Jessica's eyes and saw that there was a cold fury that sent a shiver through her body, one that she tried to mask. A cold fury? Like the one that Neo Beatrice seems to have? She turned back to Kraus. It's pointless, Kraus. Just show us, she commanded, though with much less force than before. Trying to figure out the meaning of the meat freezer's inclusion otherwise. Well, it looks like they never looked in. So if there is an additional person who was pretending to be dead, such as Sayo, because it looked like she had a wound on her chest, right? She could have just spread some blood there and pretended to be dead. So Sayo could have shut herself in the meat freezer while they were all in there, which would solve the locked room mystery, and then leave once they were all gone, since nobody bothered checking. Which is a bit gutsy, being real. Unless, it'd be so chilly. Yeah, but, you're also pretending to be dead. Maybe it's more convincing that way. Could be unplugged, that's also true. Kitchen staff would have, all the opportunity in the world to unplug a freezer. Anyway, there was a blackout. I mean, that wouldn't make the freezer not cold. But that is true. There was a blackout. And what is with that? What was that necessary for, and how was it done? Alright. Nevertheless, Kraus relented, and the whole troop went out into the mansion, up the stairs, and stopped at the entrance of Kinzo's study. The eldest Ushiromiya knocked hard against the door. Father! Father! We're imploring you to open the door. There have been murders, and we want to make sure you're safe. They listened, but no answer came. Kraus looked at Eva imploringly, but she had a hard look in her eyes. With a sigh, he called out, Father, please forgive us. We're coming in. He set his gun to the side and got out a key to Kinzo's study. Inserting it into the lock, he twisted both it and then the knob and opened the door. Peeking his head in, he paused, then gasped and pushed the door wide open. Father? Father! He led the way into the room, followed by his daughter and the other cousins, along with Rosa. Inside, there were no immediate, sign of Kinzo, nor any particular sign of struggle. Yeah. Yeah, we saw a death scene for him. And Kinzo had a song, because this is a musical, right? Kinzo had a Oh Beatrice song that was like a cover of Hallelujah, pretty much. A parody of Hallelujah. There was no immediate sign of Kinzo, nor any particular sign of a struggle. The room looked lived in, with papers and books spread on the desk and a chessboard left in mid-game. It also reeked of something like alcohol. Likely the absinthe that Kinzo was so fond of. However, there was one item in the room that clearly drew the eye, and was almost certainly not as it should be. Drawn on a full-length wall mirror on the far wall was yet another symbol, different still from the others that they had seen so far. Kraus and the others spread out and approached it slowly, aware of anyone that might jump out from hiding places. However, they reached the end of the room without incident and looked at the mirror. Does this mean father? Asked Rosa hesitantly. Order. But then where was he? Asked George. In the other rooms we found, well, Battler frowned. But we found the symbols on the outside of the rooms, not the inside. That's not the case here. Why would the killer change that? Hold it! Came Eva's voice from behind them. In surprise, those looking at the mirror turned and saw Eva and Goda pointing rifles. The rifles they had, all of them, while Hideyoshi had Krause's rifle, which Krause had foolishly left by the door, jammed against Goda's ribs. Damn, okay, Eva and Hideyoshi making a move. Alright, now that we have all the guns, let's talk about what the new plan is. George, come over here. Mother, what are you doing? Asked George in shock. I'm protecting our family. One of them, or maybe more than one, are killers, replied Eva. I'm willing to give Goda a pass since he was in the hall with you and he's the last servant, so I doubt he'd be part of a team. Eva, he is part of a team. Plus, your father is keeping an eye on him. Who knows about the rest of you, though? Krause has Jessica, Rosa has Maria, and Battler, who knows who you are, coming back to the island after all this time. Damn! Ouch. Come on, George, get over here. With a horrified look on his face, George asked, So you can shoot them? Only been 6 years. Well, 12 to 18, he shot up like 2 feet. Eva scowled. Your mother is no murderer, unlike them. No, we're going to exile them to the guest house. Without any master keys or guns, I doubt they'll be much of a threat. She chuckled darkly. So we'll be safe. After all, despite acting like some witch, they have to face the fact that magic and witches aren't real, and everything so far has just been some cheap tricks and spooky paint. Now, when the storm passes, we'll be able to get the authorities to make them pay for their crimes. Now, please, George, come and stand over here. She finished, ignoring Maria's dark mutterings, claiming she would pay for disrespecting Beatrice and her magic. George frowned, then shook his head. No, Mother, I won't. I think you're wrong. And what you're doing is wrong. I think it's someone here who isn't here that is killing us off. And I think you throwing out everyone without any weapons to protect them is like throwing red meat to wolves. So I'm going with them so that they can have the most strength in numbers they can. Besides, maybe all those martial arts classes will come in handy. Eva looked at her son, stunned. George! She began, but saw the steel in his gaze. She grit her teeth in frustration, but then nodded. If that is what you want, you are a man grown now, and I can't stop you. She sighed, and her gaze softened. Please, just please be careful, and don't trust these snakes. The others attempted to protest, but as they had no guns to Eva's 3, there was little that they could do. So it was that they were marched out of the mansion and into the rose garden, where the rain poured down around them all. Eva had made sure to carefully lock up the mansion as they left. And then as a group, they all went over to the guest house. Underneath the awning, Eva nodded to Goda. Goda, give George your gun. At Goda's incredulous look, Eva scowled. Do it! I'm not leaving my child over here with a murderer unprotected. Looking worried, but also very aware of the gun that Hideyoshi was still pointing in his general direction, Goda did as he was told. Thank you, said Battler. I'm not doing it for you, Battler. I'm doing it for George alone. I hope he keeps the rest of you in his sights and his finger on the trigger. I've been watching Game of Thrones. With that, they opened the door to the guest house, the loud creak, and let Krause, Jessica, George, Battler, Rosa, and Maria in. Yeah? They handed over all the keys that they were carrying, as they would be able to lock the doors to the guest house from the inside. As the lock click closed, George sighed and gave the gun to Krause. I'm sorry for my mother's conduct. She's just afraid and is trying to protect us. Kraus frowned. I wonder if that is all there is, if that's all there is to it. Come, we should make sure this place is secure. George gave the gun to Kraus! George! Idiot! Damn! On my Discord, I've got the game likers section. You can create a new thread about Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, Xenos, yeah. There's still a lot about Xenos. Or, you started the game, right? How far did you get? Oh my god, it's Nero! Hi, Nero! Oh. Hello, Nero. Mwah. Oh. There's a lot of things that happen with Xenos. More than you even know. I'm just saying. But if you want to talk about it, sure. You've been waiting for Lore Sunday? I'm sorry, I've been keeping you waiting for like over a year. Oh no. Maybe I will. Maybe Lore Sunday will come back. I could give it a shot on Sundays during the Subathon. I'll see how it goes. Aw. Well, that's good to know. People still want it. Lore every other oh, yes! Thank you, Cece, for the critical reminder. I've got Sunday, tabletop. Lore every other Sunday. Bet. I could do that. I think I'd be less likely to burn out if it was every other Sunday, too. Okay. Astrid looming behind you. You won't forget, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, doctor. As Eva, Hideyoshi, and Goda returned to the mansion, those in the greenhouse confirmed that every room was empty and every external lock was truly in place. As they were checking the cousin's room, the phone rang, which nearly caused Kraus to pull the trigger. Damn! Kraus! You idiot! But once they calmed down and answered, they learned it was just Eva calling on an inter-house line to let them know that they had all arrived safely back in the mansion. As the group in the guest house settled down, they munched on available snacks as their lunch and set up a kind of guard duty. Shot himself by accident? I think so. Or maybe that's what we guessed. That was like our theory. That was our theory. I forget if that's actually the solution. He fat fingered a shot. I'm remembering this now. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. As the group in the guest house settled down, they munched on available snacks as their lunch and set up a kind of guard duty. While 2 people would guard the front door from the sitting area with the gun, the others were free to relax or nap as they pleased. George and Battler volunteered first, and everyone else went off to rest. Alright, now we're in the metaverse. Oh, episode 7 tea party in the gold room. He shot himself accidentally. Damn. You need to rewatch them streams. Daedalus watched all of them. Yes, they're all on YouTube. Well, one of them I effed up, but I put in links to a bunch of clips made from the one missing episode. I make that really clear. Like the video says, read the description. Here's where I fucked up. Here's the links, you know. There you go. Yeah. There you have it, Battler, said Beatrice, sipping her tea and looking down at the board. The humans are fractured and betraying one another. How predictable. Song soon. Battler snarled at her. At least they're safe. They're shoring up their defenses and have a plan to keep you out. You'll be desperate now. Beatrice shook her head. The piece that wants to help you is locked out. And the piece that wants to kill you has enough power to do so with a little effort. Battler scoffed. I still don't know why you're keeping up that charade. You're a murderess, and I'll never forget that. Beatrice looked at him, then sighed. It'll be a little before the next move. I'm going to walk out in the garden for a while. Join me, if you wish. She stood and rose, and at the annoyed waving of his hand, she left. Once outside, she let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding and slumped slightly. A breeze rustled the golden petals surrounding her, making it look like a wonderful golden sea stretching out before her. She began to walk along the path, trailing her fingers along the flowers as music began. This is the last song you made? You actually thought about it after you thought you were done, but had to reach out to the singer to see if she was willing to do one more? Oh, I see. Oh, crap. That feel when you try to control V, but you control C a second time?
I command this place, magic power so outstanding. I control the board, ruling over fate. Still, I cannot gain your respect and understanding. I have only earned all your hate and scorn. Can't you see? Can't you see what you have done to me? Can't you see why it all came to be?
Oh,
Or
real.
I have a heart lying empty. Can't you see?
Without love, it cannot be seen.
Waited for 1,000 years. Can't you see all my hopes and my fears? How without you the game feels empty.
Aww.
So that someday you might remember. Light a flame from a dying ember. Comprehend all that you need to know.
No, this is original.
Have your heart, not your eyes, see for you. Forget mystery and see what's true. Let the magic start growing around us, between us. Battler, if you could accept what I am, we could end this unbearable sham.
Among Us.
And a witch here forever. Can't you see how I need you to keep up the fight? Only you can make it be alright. I need you more than you'll ever know. Battler, don't give up, I am waiting for you. To my wildest dreams I'll be true. Despite all that's ongoing around us, between us. Please just see the truth as I have shown it to be. Together we can both be set free. I'll keep waiting racing till all of my hope is
No! But anyway, concluded Hale. He was 12 and his mom died just saying, seeing Battler with love. Real. Valid, rather. But yeah, concluded Hale, this is, Daedalus Gray in the chat's, fan chapter of Umineko, I guess we could call it. A musical murder mystery. Oh, Dan, did you guys beat the Blowjob Brothers? the Extremes? The Final Fantasy raid?
Barely not.
Barely not? Oh, I thought you guys did it. Damn.
Yeah. Saw the last mechanic.
Sorry. It slipped out. The Extremes. Yes, the...
You were supposed to beef that up.
Cece said they topped you, Dan. Oh no. I don't know how he feels about that. Why does Nero want to eat that apple? Dan, we've been nerfed without you. Okay, fantasy again. Within the mansion, the murderous witch watched from the shadows, unnoticed. Huh? Huh?
Maybe I'm not drift paddle new, so I wouldn't get it.
Well, you don't know that for sure unless you try.
I guess.
Yeah, this is Neo Beatrice, yeah. Watched from the shadows unnoticed, frowning with malice as Eva, Hideyoshi, and Goda sat in the dining room, silent as the grave, where they had been for hours.
Been in the grave for hours?
They haven't been in the grave for hours, no. No, Dan. Eva was inspecting Hideyoshi's head while Hideyoshi kept a gun, trained on the unhappy servant. Poor Goda. Beatrice turned to her helpers, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gop. 2 guns in a group of 3. This'll probably be riskier than Rudolph and Kyrie. You could claim some in the guest house without much trouble, spoke Virgilia. They have only 1 gun, and there are many more places to hide from view. But did you hear Eva disrespect Riche like that? Asked Gop. I don't care if there's a new Riche. We can't let her get away with that. Beatrice nodded. I agree with Gop. If I want to be taken seriously, I can't let that slide. No, Eva must die, and die soon. Hey, Dan, there's a Runaway line. You want to be...
Sure.
Is this one I highlighted?
If I may make a suggestion, said Ronove. We are bound to help you. Gop is a demon of portals, and both Virgilia and I are capable of some not unimpressive feats of our own. If you use us, I do not think that these 3 will pose any problem.
Yay! Thank you, IRL Ronove.
I have to go and deal with the cat being annoying. What's the matter?
Oh, it's fine, Daedalus. Beatrice blinked and grinned. Yes, of course! Thank you, Ronove. I had forgotten that you all were capable of more than just giving me advice. Yes, with all four of us, I think it will work. Gop, you're in charge of the guns and making it so that they can't help each other. Ronove, Virgilia, do what you do best to keep them from retaliating. With that, music began as the witch and her entourage turned towards the open doors of the dining room. That's doing it again.
I've waited for 1,000 years, so sick of disrespect and jeers.
What's your will?
They think I can only deceive, but we will make them all believe.
Time to kill.
And now I'm free, my heart is light. For
This is
my
Neo
vengeance
Beatrice.
arrives tonight. I am so close now to the end, just 4 more murders to attend. Killing, killing, killing. It's so thrilling. Always is a laugh. Killing, killing, killing. While fulfilling the dark epitaph. Wow. Don't forget the locked room. Magic must be used in killing for the epitaph. For the epitaph. But when the epitaph is done, I don't think I will end my fun.
What's your will?
I will not stop, oh no, not I, because each one deserves to die.
Time to kill.
Whoever's left will face their doom as this mansion becomes their tomb. So do not cry and do not fret, you'll all be reunited yet. Killing, killing, killing. It's fulfilling. Always is a laugh. Killing, killing, killing. While fulfilling the dark epitaph. Oh, don't forget the locked room. Magic must be used in killing for the epitaph. Killing, killing, killing. It's so thrilling. Always is a laugh. Killing, killing, killing. While fulfilling the dark epitaph. Oh, don't forget the locked room. Magic must be used in killing for the epitaph. For the epitaph.
Nice. Rip to those guys. They thought they were safe. Alright, so they walk towards the door in a group filled with purpose. Beatrice slammed the door open wider with a magical blast of energy, shocking the humans inside. Eva reached for her gun, but it fell away into a sudden blackness that had appeared underneath it. Hideyoshi started to bring his gun to bear, but then his chair, and he all vanished into their own inky blackness. Seeing this, Eva stood, stumbling back over her chair. Goda, meanwhile, was frozen in shock. Eva let out a squeal and dashed out, leaving Goda to occupy the witch and her compatriots. Goda was suddenly levitated, then slammed down on top of the dining room table as the doors slammed shut and locked. Ripping and tearing sounds began coming from Goda as he lay on the table screaming, "My guy, no!" Mamma Mia might be a jukebox musical, but still a musical, damn it. Going to Mamma Mia for killing is inspired. Swept away. Beatrice turned away from the soon-to-be corpse, a feral smile on her face as others began walking with her. Eva had hidden in the walk-in closet in her guest room and had locked the door and the chain lock behind her. Is like episode 1. Yet that proved no hindrance to the witch. The group walked out of one of Gop's portals and the closet doors opened wide for their mistress. With a wave, a long golden tendril shot out from Beatrice's hand and wrapped tightly around Eva's throat. The woman's eyes bulged and her fingernails started desperately scratching at the magical band. To no effect. It reached up and wrapped itself around the closet rod. She's gonna be hung? Eva tried to scream, but without air it was impossible. With another flick, a golden blast pierced through Eva's stomach, and she fell limp. Oh, so you guys saw it? In an instant, the Killer Four appeared in the VIP bedroom where Hideyoshi had been teleported. Wobbling, Hideyoshi tried to make it to the door, but Ronove erected a magical shield to block him. At the same time, Virgilia summoned a smaller version of the spear, Gungnir, and had it lance into the side of his knee, gouge the knee, destroying it and making him fall down onto the hard floor. So, Hideyoshi's knee, Eva's stomach, I guess we'll find out what Goda was. Leg? As Beatrice sang, she waved and the door to the VIP room slammed shut, with both the lock and the chain lock engaging. Oh boy. This'll be a doozy. As they stood over the moaning Hideyoshi, the murderous Cordit smiled down at him. With one final gesture, a line of gold on Hideyoshi's ample stomach appeared, which rapidly turned into a fountain of or maybe he's the stomach? Rapidly turned into a fountain of red to punctuate the end of the song. Goda's chest, just to clear that up. Okay. With a cackle, the witch and her compatriots vanished in a flurry of butterflies. Hideyoshi clutched desperately at his stomach, trying to hold his entrails in. Whoa! Desperately, he glanced around the room, and his eyes came to rest on a phone. Sobbing with effort, he began dragging himself across the floor towards it. Oh no! Hideyoshi! Battler slammed his fist down on the table where the board was laid at. Actually, I think I kind of gotta, get some tea. My throat is starting to get a little raw again. Like yesterday when I was yelling at Fire Emblem. Because I was so happy I was playing Fire Emblem. How about... I don't know. If you guys want to peek at the docs, they are in the Discord. So I'll try to be back as soon as I can. My tea is steeping. But I have a sip of water. Alright. Metaverse. Battler slammed his fists down on the table where the board was laid out, letting out a roar of frustration. Damn it! Even in two isolated and protected groups, they aren't safe. He stood and began to pace. Beatrice let out a cackle as Ronove poured them some more tea. As the soft purple glow of the meta world lit the rivals. Sorry, Battler. That just makes them easier pickings for a witch. How sad that Eva spent her last hours without her son, having exiled him with the others. Perhaps if she hadn't tried to insult my name, this wouldn't have happened. Battler frowned. I thought you wouldn't mind since you're apparently split yourself in two for this one, and this one is some new you. Beatrice looked haughtily at him. Before I was Beatrice. My teacher was Beatrice. The name is something magical itself. And to insult a Beatrice is to insult all Beatrices. She finished, clearly unhappy with her attempt to make her name a plural. Nevertheless, she picked back up. There's only going to be one more left to complete the ritual. Once Hideyoshi finishes kicking the bucket. Are you close to figuring out how a human could have done all these crimes? What is your next move? Are you having fun? Well, Battler? Enough, Beato, he replied. You won't be able to drive me into despair this time. Although I don't have an answer yet, I'm sure I will by the midnight deadline. At the very least, there's no way I will ever acknowledge you as a witch, he exclaimed, pointing a determined finger in her direction. Her response, though, was to just roll her eyes. I have heard you say that before, and as yet I've had you on your knees licking my boots. It's going to happen again, just you wait. No matter how long it takes, you will fall. She stood and looked him in the eyes. And now we got a song called Useless from when the original translation translated Zen Zen Dameda as It's All Useless.
Ushiramiya Battler.
Beatrice.
There is something I must say before your diatribe.
Oh, I think I know this one too.
Mystery's intriguing.
Though your heart is quite impressive.
Oh, because I just saw Wicked.
I just had to say that I must admit.
I just saw Wicked like the other day.
Take all that away, and if it's you, I must describe.
A horribly sick and twisted psycho killer whose bodice holds the only charm you could ever have.
Incompetent.
Got him.
Why are you trying? I'm going to win.
All of your thinking should go in the bin.
I will not fail.
You cannot beat me.
I'll end the tale.
You won't defeat me. You won't pass the test. How to put it best?
Useless. Everything you'll try is useless. All your tricks,
your thoughts,
your hubris, everything.
You're going down.
Very smart.
'Cause I know that you're a stupid clown.
And I cannot wait to make you drown. You know that it's all useless. I have such anticipation for you facing your damnation.
When you pay your dues, even if you fight and struggle on, very soon your hopes will all be gone.
Bring it on, it's useless, useless. Now I'll never lose. Beatrice, why'd you let him fight? Why don't you crush him now with magic smite? He's a moron, he's so simple. If you stop teasing him,
Stupid in chat!
Like a pimple.
Stupid in chat!
He has to learn his lesson.
Beatrice, we won't delay the torture that he's facing each day, and make it awful till we hear him say that he is useless. Trying to go into it, try as useless. Thinking she'd go in the bin. His thoughts as you, I will not fail. You cannot beat me. He's going down.
Oh, you won't defeat me.
He's a stupid clown, and we cannot wait to make him drown.
Useless, useless. I have such anticipation. Useless. For you facing your donation.
Useless.
When you pay your dues. Even if you fight and struggle on, very soon your hopes will all be gone. Bring it on, it's useless. But now it's useless. No, it's all useless now. I'll never lose.
Everything he tries is useless.
Play.
Fine.
That was so smart. From the original context of the song. Okay. Sip of my tea. Mystery. Lock in. Yeah, Daedalus is very big brain. In the guest house, George and Battler were sitting together in silence, processing the shocks they had each received over the past several hours. However, the silence was broken when the phone began to ring. Both had jumped in surprise, but George recovered first. Reaching out, he grabbed a phone from the hook and brought it to his ear. Hello? Battler couldn't make out what was said on the other end, but it was definitely a voice. Father? Is that you? Father, what's wrong? Oh no, asked George. Battler watched the panic and despair spread over George's face, and he knew that the dread he had felt since the phone first rang was not unfounded. Father! Father, hang on! Shorted George and slammed the receiver down. In a frenzy, he shoved the gun into Battler's hands. He said that the witch had come, that she'd killed them all. Well, why don't you bring the gun with you, George? George is stupid. He's still alive though, Battler, and I have to try to save him. If I haven't called in 20 minutes, wait here and escape tomorrow. Do not follow me. You're going without the gun? You nincompoop? By the time the other occupants of the guest house had arrived, Rosa and Maria came down from... Oh, man. Yeah, why isn't he bringing a gun with him? Yeah, he's got to bring the gun with him. The FBI's already on his neck. They're waiting. They're waiting at the harbor for your boat to come back. By this time, the other occupants of the guest house had arrived. Rosa and Maria came down from upstairs. Jessica came from the direction of the servants' room, and Kraus came from the direction of the library, holding what looked to be an atlas in his hand. Oh yeah? Yeah, you remember this song? It was playing earlier, but also from the game. It was a good moment. Jessica came from the direction of the servants' room, and Kraus came from the direction of the library, holding what looked to be an atlas in his hand. He's trying to solve the epitaph. "What's going on?" called Kraus. Rather than answer, George merely swept his gaze over them all, looking almost apologetic. Then unlocked the front door. Before anyone could stop him, he had bolted out into the rain. Battler quickly explained what the call had been. Yeah, caught that. Yeah. Battler quickly explained what the call had been. Jessica said that they should all go after George to keep him safe. She had almost followed him. Until Kraus managed to get a hand on her arm. Okay, so it's not possible for Jessica to be the killer. Probably. Maybe. Unless we get more testimony. But, if I was right and Sayo was pretending to be dead and then was in the freezer, Eva, Hideyoshi, and Goda were at the mansion, so... Jessica said that they should all go after George to keep him safe. She had almost followed him until Kraus managed to get a hand on her arm. After the moment passed, the group settled down, closing and relocking the door, having realized it was safer to stay together than to spread out. With that, people started to wander back to where they were. Jessica, however, elected to stay with Battler on guard. Her fists clenched in frustration. Her fists clenched in frustration, she gazed out the window into the rain, trying in vain to see where George was as early evening dimmed the gray skies. Mystery. With one more mighty kick, George broke the front doors of the mansion open. "Father! Mother!" he cried out, desperate for a response. For a moment he listened, but all he could hear was the sound of wind and rain at his back. Running further in and looking around, he was horrified to see another strange symbol in dripping red on the door to the dining room. When he tried to enter, he found the door locked. Having no patience, he booted the door open. Inside was a sight he felt guilty to be relieved by. Godo was on the table. No! Spread like there was some kind of macabre dish. His chest torn to shreds as if by claws. He was clearly beyond any help. Okay, so there were 3 kitchen knives on the floor that, if Sayo was in the freezer, would have had immediate access to. He was clearly beyond any help George could provide, so George left. Next, he was in the room. He went to the room his parents had been using and could not help but slow as he saw the hateful symbol on that door as well. This door was locked as well, and it took more than one kick, as first the lock gave way, and then the chain lock that had been set inside failed. As he stepped inside for a moment, he could not see anything worrisome. Sayo should have access to the final gun too, which Kraus potentially grabbed ammo for. Oh, right. Right. But he's in the guest house. This should be the end of the murders, but maybe something else weird will happen. As he stepped inside, for a moment he could not see anything worrisome. Then he noticed a pool of blood seeping out from under the walk-in closet door. Running over to it, he yanked the doors open and beheld a sight that made him wail in despair. On the other side was his mother, her stomach sliced open and her guts hanging out. Ow! They had fallen to the floor at her feet. No! As she was limply hanging from thick baling wire that had been wrapped around her neck and then around the closet rod. It bore her weight, but had sliced into the skin of her neck too, so a little trickle of blood fell down to just beneath her horribly discolored and grotesque face. George allowed himself a moment, though, to keep himself from vomiting. He still had not found his father. He continued the search of the ground floor, avoiding the basement for now. Working on instinct, he went upstairs, and there on the VIP room door was one more symbol. It, too, was locked, so he began kicking. This was the sturdiest of the doors, which made sense considering the significance of the room. Yet it still gave way to George's blows, first the lock, then the chain lock. Upon stepping inside, George fell to his knees. Just to the right of the door, next to the bed, was his father. He was leaning propped up against a nightstand, and one hand held the phone receiver, and the other hand held his intestines. Ugh. In his imagination, George thought his father's sightless eyes were gazing at him with disappointment that George had not made it to him in time. Looking away, George saw the line of blood on the floor where his father had been, along with where he must have dragged himself, all the way to the phone. He noticed through his haze of grief that his father's left knee had been pulped somehow, possibly with a shot from a gun. George stayed there like that for a length of time he could not measure, until suddenly he realized he was hearing something from outside the door. It took him a moment to realize what it was, but when he did, his eyes gained ice-cold clarity. He was hearing footsteps. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Fantasy. Minor flashing light warning for next vid. You guys hear that? Flashing light warning for next video, which we're not quite at yet. Down in the basement, unnoticed, the original Beatrice heard footsteps as well. She had heard George running around and breaking doors, of course. And had considered the original Beatrice heard George. Sayo's still in the mansion. And considered just laying it all on the table and showing herself to him. However, given the state he was in, and without her normal levels of magic, that was an incredibly risky proposition. These footsteps were new, though. They were in the hall, and Beatrice was almost certain who it was. She crept up the basement steps and opened the door, and her heart sank to see that she was right. Out in the hall, the new Beatrice was pacing back and forth beside Virgilia, Ronove, and Gop. I'm so close! I'm so close! I can feel it just outside my grasp. All that power. If I can just kill one more. How could I possibly get at them, though? That blasted guest house may as well be a fortress to me. I suggest giving it time, said Virgilia. For better or worse, humans tend to be incredibly impulsive when in the grasp of magic. Being a competent witch means finding the opportune time to strike when their magic resistance is at its weakest. Wait for it. Wait for it? Echoed the new Beatrice. Wait for it. Not actually. I see what you did there. At the new Beatrice's pout, Gop put a comforting hand on the witch's shoulder. Don't worry. If I know humans, right now they're planning to form some kind of squad and watch out! Gop shoved Beatrice to the side while opening a portal. Even with the near instantaneous speed with which she had reacted, George's foot very nearly passed through the witch's head with a ferocity that would surely have destroyed anything there, magical or not. George had leapt over the second-story banister with the grace, stealth, and power of a leopard, and as he rolled his feet a short distance away, where Gop's instinctive portal had deposited him, he let out a roar and charged at the witch again. Beatrice! Meanwhile, from the basement, the original witch bit her lip. There was no conceivable way that George would stand a chance against all of them alone. And even if she were to try to help, that would just result in both of them getting destroyed. She could only hope that he would realize that and escape before they recovered from the surprise attack. It did not look likely, however. George was in the middle of a kicking spree that was moving almost too fast to see. Ronove had interposed himself as best he could, throwing up his normally perfect defense, yet a powerful strike had failed to break through the shield, still past enough force to send him staggering away. Virgilia was flinging bolts of energy as well, but George was dodging them like it was a dance while not letting up on his onslaught at all. The witch herself was barely able to stagger back fast enough to avoid his strikes, and wasn't able to compose herself enough to dissolve away. Finally, the witch tripped and fell, and as George raised his foot high, preparing to deliver a mighty axe kick, it seemed like everyone was frozen in disbelief. The foot came down, and as it did, so did the edge of the heel, shone with a red glow that carved a path through the air. The witch, gazing up at her incoming doom, let out a small squeak of fear, but could not make herself move. The heel impacted the crack as loud as thunder, and the floor around it shattered upward as a crater formed. Beatrice, however, was no longer there. Silence filled the hall for a couple of seconds, and then a cackle that was intended to be menacing, but which had quite a tremor in it, resounded from the second floor. The witch staggered to her feet, grasping the banister. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! How dare you, lowly human, try to attack Beatrice? Don't you know that you could never hope to touch me? She gasped a little, and sweat was clearly visible on her brow. You don't stand a chance against magic, boy. She looked over to the friend who saved her twice. Gop, thank you for your assistance. The demon of the portals grinned. Not a problem, Riche. Although if you do want to reward me, would you mind giving me this one? She turned her face to George and ran her tongue along her lips. He's hot. Gop, get better taste. At least you can have another kicking battle. The witch above, trying not to let her relief show, nodded. I find that suitable. Kill him in my name and finish the ritual. Gop bowed her head. As you command. Then turned her full attention to George.
'cause now your death is coming, I'm afraid.
Her bright
Rocks!
and gorgeous eyes, the warmth within her breath. She'll no more talk of love. I will avenge her death.
Georgie!
How will I live on? Knowing that she's gone. Still, first I'll end you, and then the one who sent you, and I intend to share with you all my pain.
Well done. I guess I won't kill you unscathed, but I will kill you.
I wouldn't be so sure. You have to hit me first.
On the contrary, I've been holding back. You see, I had to get something done. Gouge the leg and kill. Time to die, Georgie.
Better to die for my love than to live a coward. Come on, demon.
And your lover cannot lend you aid, Georgie. Although I respect your doomed crusade, Georgie. There are many debts that must be paid,
Yes, the kick battle. Got him. You love the kick battle. He couldn't help it. You're valid. Me right now, Cece. Misdirected her portals. Kicking. As George yelled and let loose a furious spinning kick off the wall, Gop thrust her leg out in a straight side kick right through a portal which opened at her knee and let out right in front of George. Before he could react, Gop's heel pierced through the left lens of his glasses, his eyeball, his skull, his brain. We got shot in the head by Sayo. For a moment longer, George hung in space, and then Gop flicked her foot, causing him to fall. Such a waste, she sneered, then turned and walked away from the corpse. It's almost 10, Jessica, said her father. Mystery, lock in. Why don't you go get some rest? He had taken over for Rosa, who had taken over for Battler. Oh. Okay. I can go wake up Battler and we can stand guard. George isn't back yet, the young woman replied, as if that were a good answer to his question. No, I know. It's been hours. Whoever or whatever is out there, we have to assume. Jessica slammed the side of her fist against the wall. No! We can't let her win! We can't let her win. About Sayo? Maybe they are all over there, but are held captive. Maybe they're being tortured right now. We have to try to rescue them. And we have to take that witch down for good. We could rest fairly soon. But I want to know Daedalus's thoughts. Or, oh, rent it for CC separately? That might be fun. Yeah, if that's the case, then CC, you can't look back here. Oh yeah, let me take a sip of water. There was a hardness in his daughter's voice that seemed to worry Kraus. He set the gun that had been resting in his lap aside and went to her. Jessica, there are some things you can't control, he began. She rounded on him. No! Not another word about that. You haven't wanted me to have control. Not of anything in my life. Not you. Or Mom. She choked back her tears and continued. But this I can control. I can control how I react to this. And I say that I'm going to avenge everyone in any way I can. Before he could react, Jessica slipped by him and got a hold of the gun. Uh-oh. Jessica, you put that down, shouted Kraus. By that time, a bleary-eyed Rosa was at the top of the stairs. What's wrong? What's wrong? Asked Jessica incredulously. Everything is wrong. Our loved ones have been slaughtered, and here we are cowering like terrified rabbits instead of taking our fates into our own hands and trying to avenge their deaths. Aunt Rosa, I get it. You have Maria to think about, but Battler, she pointed to him as he appeared at the top of the stairs beside Rosa. You had Rudolph and Kirie and Dad. What about Mom? Are you really going to shrug your shoulders and say, well, the cops will get them? Well, you might be able to, but I can't. Jessica, please, just go rest. And what, Dad? When I wake up, will this all be a bad dream? I want to believe that. Her eyes were filled with tears of anger and sorrow, but they did not fall. She didn't say anything about Kanon being dead. I want to believe that. Her eyes were filled with tears of anger and sorrow, but they did not fall. But it's just not true. This is the hell we're living in now, and if that's the case, I'm gonna fight the way I should have been fighting all my life. She turned to the front door, still grasping the gun. I'll let you know when I've killed her. Lock up after I leave. No one found it possible to stop her as she locked and yanked the door open, slamming it shut behind her. Kill a witch. Here we go, Jessica. In the guest house, bickering began anew about what to do. But standing outside on the patio, Jessica could neither hear nor care about it. She gazed at the mansion in the distance, and her jaw was set firm as she stepped into the rain.
I know that I should now be hiding in the room. I must go, I just could not wrap up today in gloom. And the loss of all those written in my heart, so now how to cross the wet rose garden. I will take my vow to pay back the killer. Woo! Time to kill a witch, time to make her learn that she will not escape and that it's now her turn. So I will gouge and kill and I will watch her burn. Time to kill a witch. I admit minute of a star that I was afraid no more. You have ripped on my heart, and so now this maiden roars. No more smiles, no more cries, only hatred for the one I revile, I despise. So I waited for the gun to murder the killer. Now my mind is clear, heart is cold as ice. I won't let her claim another sacrifice. She has done too much, and she must pay the price. Time to kill a witch, and I will set free my family. I don't care about what she's planning, and all the fear that a killer's near doesn't matter at all when I'm out of magic cannon. Time to kill a witch, and so I've returned. I will track you down and give you what you've earned. Do you fear me now, or are you unconcerned? Well, the wheels turn. Time to kill a witch.
She killing the witch. I know, our assumptions are breaking down. Unless... What if, I got a few different theories. You know what? I'll keep it to myself until we, get more information. Or see how this turns out. As she surmounted the last of the steps, approached the double doors, she sang the presence she felt. So this is Mystery, where she sings this. With that, she lashed out with her leg and kicked open the doors that George had broken the lock on earlier. Now we're in fantasy. Inside the guest house, the remaining people were gathered in the sitting room. They had bickered for several minutes when Jessica had left, but eventually it had settled down to only the occasional sullen murmur. Musical convention is that it's her honest feelings. I think it could be true. But I'm gonna leave those thoughts to myself. Alright, the remaining people were gathered in the sitting room. They had bickered for several minutes when Jessica had left, but eventually it had settled down into only the occasional sullen murmur. Maria was curled up, dozing on an easy chair. Battler and Rosa were sitting on a couch, while Kraus was standing in the spot his daughter had been standing not an hour prior. He too was gazing out in the direction of the mansion, hoping to find some evidence that his girl was alive. Oh, Jessica, what were you thinking? He muttered for what must have been the 20th time. This time, though, Battler replied, "If you ask me, she did the smart thing." Kraus rounded on him, fists clenched, and Battler stood up to the challenge. "What do you mean, Battler? You think she did the right thing, walking out there to be killed?" Battler, however, maintained a deadly calm. "No, I think she did the right thing, getting as far away from the killer as possible. But you know what I mean, don't you, Uncle Kraus?" Okay, Battler, okay, Battler, okay. "Don't you, Uncle Kraus?" Battler crossed his arms. Were we being led along by the nose? Are we being bamboozled? I say that as if I'm, like, convinced there's no way Battler can be correct. As long as she's away from you, I doubt she'll be killed. Maybe that's why you didn't run after her when she left. Kraus's face changed from anger to shock. You think I did it? He was trying to solve the epitaph. Yeah, which implies that if he hasn't solved it yet, he's probably not the biggest culprit. Battler nodded. "I've been thinking about it a lot. You seem the most likely out of all of us. But again, We can't rely on Umineko conventions. We can't assume they're all true. Rosa perked up and looked harder at Kraus. Really? Kraus, meanwhile, held up his hands and began to explain desperately. Hey! I said the last thing I wanted, or the only thing I wanted left was a Kraus song. Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! I think Sayo is a culprit. I think there's two killers. And that's why there's two Beatrices. Kind of like in, episode 3. Maria's just like,
the culprit can't be me, cause I had no key. Only Goda had a mode and opportunity. And so don't you see, he has faked his death, so we'd not think of him as a culprit.
So you couldn't take a key for a house you run. That's a poor excuse to duck the news, so you're the one. We will end your spree. Did you find it fun? Now we'll get a chance to see payback and justice done.
You're the culprit.
No.
You're the culprit.
No.
Give it up.
I'm not.
You lie.
But the basement house knocked out in the dark the time your parents, they died.
You're the culprit?
What?
No, they aren't. What's the reason then for the crazy scheme? Why make it flashy just to get a scream? It seems
The pets have see the right side there, follow their twilights, it's a nightmare.
So who's the culprit?
Oh.
The witch called it.
No.
Why not give thought to it? What I mean is that they died in the kitchen. There's no doubt you need a good witchin' to get out, unless all your brilliance found a route to escape from or succumb.
Well,
how?
So who was next seen alone?
Seen alone.
Seen alone?
Rosa was then seen
I
alone.
wasn't, yes I was.
So you're the...
No, I didn't, I could not have fought them both.
Likely story.
Would you stop it?
Well, who did it?
So the culprit got in there with a gun, but then with the knives they chose instead to use surprise to end their
I
lives.
can't use a gun, so then why? Oh, but they're solid wood, so then how could I make doors shut?
You're the culprit.
Wait.
You're the culprit.
Wait, is Mama the golden witch?
Wait, for the third group I couldn't, I was here.
You were sneaky.
Third was squeaky, you'd be sure to hear.
So you climbed out a window.
Your gem shut, I fear. So then how did the others meet the killer?
The culprit.
Could it be George who lied?
But they had died.
Not verified, he claimed they had gold us, but he lied then.
Would he really?
He's the culprit.
That seems silly.
Yes, George must have killed them all.
But Rosa was the one alone.
Pagoda was the one.
Then Miss Beatrice noted
Suspicious.
suspicious.
Start very suspicious.
It starts us being suspicious. The culprit. I know that it's true. That was made by you, the culprit.
I kind of want to read this one again. He faked his death. Oh, music. So they haven't actually posited much at this point in the song. Culprit got in there with a gun, but then the knives, they chose instead to use surprise and then end their lives. Rosa was like, I can't use a gun. Bullshit. But that is what she claimed earlier. The others didn't seem to care at this point, though. Maria looked at her mother and wondered, is Mama the Golden Witch? Disputing that anyone could secretly escape. Got a Rosa rage. Exactly! I even have emote proof that you're lying, Rosa. So the windows were jammed shut. Could it be George who lied? Not verified. He claimed that they had called us, but lied then. Oh, for George's parents, they still don't know what happened because he left them. Goda was the one with keys. Okay. They ended with all three of the elder occupants pointing a finger at one of the others in a triangle around the room, while Maria stood up on a chair and looked up at them. In the center of the triangle, though, is where something happened. There was a glorious tornado of golden butterflies, which burst as soon as it had begun, and in the center stood the witch from the portrait. I'm sorry, but all of you were wrong besides Maria. I am Beatrice, the fully resurrected Golden Witch, and you all, well, she gave them a feral grin. You all are dead. No other sounds existed in the guest house after that except for screams. Ah! So Jessica's the only one left? Golden rule. Well, golden rule would be your belief, right, Cece? Ultimately. Or seems to be that Jessica's the only one left, I see. Fantasy. It was approaching midnight. This song always comes at the most inopportune times. Yeah. It was approaching midnight, and the white-hot rage that had burned inside Jessica had cooled, to be replaced by the beginnings of doubt and despair. She had wandered the mansion multiple times, but not once had she seen or heard any evidence of any other living being. She had discovered the broken-in doors that revealed the corpses of Goda, Eva, and Hideyoshi. She had also found her door locked with yet another strange symbol on it, less intricate than the rest. Upon getting it open, she found George laying on her bed in a pool of blood. His left eye was gone, with the blood having poured from the socket over the destroyed lens of his glasses, and a slight scratch bled on his leg. A slight scratch on his leg. Well, it could be gouged the leg. We hadn't had it gouge the leg yet. She didn't know how long he'd been dead by the time she'd found him, but that didn't matter. She was certain that he'd chased after him. If she'd chased after him immediately, he'd still be alive, and they'd have beaten the murderer. So this is fantasy still. As she returned to the main hall, she contemplated her position and her situation, and let out a quavering breath. She had resolved herself not to cry anymore, but she was finding it difficult. What she really wanted more than anything else was to see Kanon alive again. She had avoided the servants' quarters so far, just because she didn't have to see his corpse again. But there weren't any rooms left that she hadn't revisited. If the witch wasn't in that room, she would have to admit that the witch had eluded her. To confirm that, though, she'd have to see him. Unbeknownst to her, there was a witch watching her. Or one who had been a fully fledged witch before. The original Beatrice had been walking along with her the whole way, invisibly, as to both conserve energy and avoid any mistaken assumptions. However, seeing Jessica's indecision and feeling the pain radiating out from her, Beatrice decided to focus her will and try her utmost to give the girl what she was obviously wishing for. After all, Kanon had been Kinzo's furniture, and she had a connection with the old man. It would have been simple for her to previously summon forth Kanon when she had her powers, but now it was all she could do to hope that she would suffice. What she had would suffice. So she poured her heart into it and willed the magic to happen. Fade to black. It seemed like Jessica felt something, maybe a hint of Kanon's presence. Although Beatrice could see the servant as a ghostly image, she knew that Jessica could not yet. Still, she tried, as even this momentary sense was just enough to get Jessica to open up her heart. Beatrice reached out and built upon these emotions to strengthen their connection, as Jessica turned to a wall mirror and began to sing herself. As she sang, Kanon remained behind her, calling to her. Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting song. I mean, he did just have a kick battle with Gop, but that was kind of it. I got it. Not blocked. Jessica, turn around. Cece.
Tried so very hard to never settle for less. And
Cece, this is Hazel's karaoke song. Anyway, let me. I'll shut up. Yeah.
tried so very hard to take on every last challenge and to realize my dreams. Tried so very hard to never settle for less and to live at all extremes that I could. Tried so very hard to make my own path in life, take what destiny just would not provide. Tried so very hard to remain authentic to myself and follow what my heart said inside. Tried so very hard to win his love. Tried so very hard to win his love. Tried so very hard to make you finally see.
Got Kanon's singer back, let's go!
Tried so very hard to let you understand you're free and to have you be a part of my life. Tried so very hard to join our spirits together so that we could be two halves of a whole. Tried so very hard and then your presence was ripped away, a gaping hole was torn in my soul. It's so very hard without my love. It's so very hard without my love. And without you I am lost in the shadows all around me. I guess our stars were far to cross. It wasn't just my family. Woo! And I cannot now weather the cost that's been claimed now the witch. I can't see but I know this, but I have to try. Before this night is over, one of us has to die. But is it what you want? It cannot bring you life. The pain of missing you is stabbing me like a knife. Oh, Cannon, why have you gone? I cannot last if you are gone. I cannot last if you are gone. Thought the sea was blue, now it's looking like ink. Because I know you aren't coming back. Because my love is dead, I guess everything's turning black.
That's good, that's good.
Now Not so long ago, hope was still burning bright, but it's been crushed by that maniac. Can't see how I'll last now that everything's turning black.
Wait. I'm looking into it too hard. They both got black blazers.
Everything I needed and always there at my side. You tried so very hard at always keeping me safe, succeeded despite the pride twisting my mind. Tried so very hard to help me out when I was gasping air and fighting myself for every breath. Tried so very hard and still I know there's no way we'd be kept apart by something like death. Tried so very hard to feel your love. Tried so very hard to feel your love, so I'll never more be lost. 'Cause your love is all around me, and it was fate that our paths crossed. Made me stronger than my family, so I pay you back now the cost that is due to you, which you can't see him together, we can win, he and I will fight together, face you here tonight and you'll die. And even if so doing, I sacrifice my life, but that my final blow conclude this terrible strife. With cannon I will fight on, you will not last until the dawn. You will not last until the dawn. The colors of the seas do not matter at all. Matters that you're loving me back.
Aww.
You're right here at my side, so I'm ready for things to go black.
Jessica!
I can hear your voice and your touch on my hand is guiding me now to the right track.
Aww.
I'll go now with you, so let everything fade to black.
I'm sorry we were being nasty
so
to you, Jessica.
Everything fade to black. Let everything fade to black.
Kanon's singer is nuts. I'm so glad he got to come back. Not the crying Beato. Wait a second. If we analyze this song, we can we can bust this thing wide open. Wide open. Okay. So, Total Eclipse of the Heart was originally written for a German musical about vampires. I only learned about the musical thing when I was looking up stuff about the song, when I realized it was going to be Hazel's karaoke song, because there's some... Between our tabletop sessions, we have downtime, and so it was like, alright, this time we're going to a karaoke bar. What's everybody's song? So I was like, I had to find one that fit what she was feeling at the moment, and she had some feelings to let out, so I went with Total Eclipse of the Heart. It also had to be white girl enough for Hazel. But I didn't know it was written for a German musical about vampires. The music didn't get off the ground, but the song took off. So it did have German and Japanese versions, but then it got turned to a comedy for Broadway and flopped. So, wait. The production technically was completed and went to stage, but it just didn't do well? Poker face. Feeling agnostic. That's a little on the nose, isn't it, CC? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Like, we need to make a new playlist for Astrid with, poker face. Okay. Locking in. Yes, this has gotta be fantasy. So this one we gotta analyze. The secrets are here, I just know it. Tried so very hard to take on every last challenge and realize my dreams. Tried so very hard to never settle for less and live at all extremes that I could. Tried so very hard to remain authentic to myself and follow what my heart said inside. To win his love. She turned away from the mirror and started walking as if in a daze toward where the spirit of Kanon waited. Now she stood in front of the ghostly apparition, though she gazed through him, unable to see even as the witch poured more of her energy into it. Oh, because she had her magic and was weak, but she wanted to be heard, so that's what she was doing. Tried hard to make you see me and understand my heart. To let you understand you're free, and to have you be a part of my life. But then your presence was ripped away. A gaping hole was torn in my soul. Your presence was ripped away. She shook her head, disbelieving what her heart was saying about the truth, and turned away, walking slowly towards the mansion's front door. Poker Face is a song about being a closeted lesbian. It is? I didn't know that. I guess I shouldn't be shocked. But oh my god. The Astrid song. It wasn't just... Our stars were far too crossed, and it wasn't just my family. I cannot now weather the cost that's been claimed by the witch. I can't see, but I know this, that I have to try. You picked that way too early. Oh, I'm sure. She had been reaching for the handles of the door, but turned and looked back inside. She walked back in, imploring the empty space. You were probably also quite inspired by the music video, huh? With, like, the wind blowing through the spooky mansion and mirrors and stuff. I love it. I love it. Before this night is over, one of us has to die. But it is what you want. It cannot bring you life. The pain of missing you is stabbing me like a knife. Okana, why have you gone? I cannot last if you are gone. Thought the sea was blue, now it's looking like ink. Because I know you weren't coming back. This part... Before this night is over, one of us has to die. But, is it what you want? It cannot bring you life. At that point, a fantastic blast of lightning outside lit the hall, blinding everyone. As the thunder rumbled and their vision returned, they could see that the witch of the portrait, blinding everyone, implying more than just Jessica. I guess there's the ghost canon in the musical, but in the video, but as the thunder rumbled and their vision returned, they could see that the witch of the portrait, the new one, though Jessica had no way of knowing that, had appeared before it. Jessica gasped, then brought up the gun. With a wave, the witch caused it to fly away and strike against the wall, discharging it in the process. The witch didn't even deign to speak to her final victim. As with a smirk she pointed, and a brilliant lance of energy caught Jessica in the side. Then another struck her in the opposite shoulder, causing her to cry out in pain and blasting her back into a roll until she stopped on her stomach. Blood was fountaining from the wounds below her, and she lay still for a moment. Then the apparition of Kanon reached down and grasped her uninjured shoulder, and she stirred. With all her available effort, she staggered to her feet, to the bemusement of the witch. With a snap, Virgilia Ronove and Gop appeared beside her, ready to enact her commands. Jessica, meanwhile, had put her hands in her pockets and started walking unsteadily towards the witch. Jessica aura farming again! If Sayo can kill her personae, can Jessica as well? And if Jessica understands that Kanon has died... That's what I was starting to think, Cece. There was like that theory I was not saying out loud. I was thinking maybe Jessica was made aware of the different personae of Sayo, essentially. You tried so very hard at always keeping me safe. Succeeded. Despite the pride twisting my mind. Tried so hard to be everything that I needed, always there at my side. Despite the pride twisting my mind. Tried so very hard to help me out when I was gasping air. And fighting myself for every breath. This could be... possibly, like, if we're going with that theory, this could be Jessica talking about, like, herself, right? Oh, the asthma. Right. Oh, I was getting metaphorical with it, but it could just be asthma. I was about to go with more like the Jessica that's trying to be authentic to herself is also now a persona, and the Neo Beatrice could be the other persona. But the original Jessica's kind of trying to fight now or something. Jessica reached a few feet of the witch and stood straight. With a nod, Beatrice commanded those with her to attack, but as they made their move, they dissolved into mist. They had been unsummoned by the original Beatrice, standing and bracing herself against the top banister, sweat pouring from her head. I gotta say, I love the aesthetics of this whole scene. I love this scene. Meanwhile, Jessica withdrew her hands from her pockets, now with her brass knuckles on them, and charged at the witch. Caught off guard, the witch slid backwards, bumping her own portrait before slipping to the side. Jessica's fist, meanwhile, broke through the portrait and the wall beyond as her assault continued. It was fate that our paths crossed, made me stronger than my family. So I'm paying you back now the cost that is due to you, witch. You can't see him. Together we can win, he and I. We'll fight together, face you here tonight, and you'll die. Pride. Sayo tells Jessica the truth. Hoping that because Jessica isn't like George, bound by reputation, but instead things go really, really badly and she comes to hate all the people who were complicit in this. I like that line of thinking. But the Beatrices seem to be opposed, so maybe things get effed up when, you know what, I bet what I was starting, something I was starting to brew in my head might be that that Sayo or Beatrice may have killed Natsuhi, and that could be something Jessica couldn't forgive. So Jessica's killing may have stopped there. But Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo, they are all kind of complicit, yeah. But Natsuhi's her mother. And when you see how, like, how she was defending her father and was, and just, like, you know, seeing her with love. Maybe she wouldn't have killed Natsuhi, but I mean, it by that time it would have been in the next morning. I'm saying Jessica and Sayo were both in were both killing people. Yeah, I know. But that would have been the next morning. So, that would have been the next morning. So she would have already known Natsuhi was dead for like a long time. Well, that could be part of the illusion, right? Well, yeah, but we can't assume it's exactly like Umineko. That's something we were warned at the very beginning. But that's just something I'm brewing in my head. I could be totally off track. And even if doing so, I sacrifice my life. Let my final blow conclude this terrible strife. Jessica dropped to her knees, pinning the witch, and her fists, now sheathed in red energy, proceeded to pound the shield. It lasted a few strikes, then shattered, and the witch's end was signaled by a sickening crunch, followed up by a couple more for good measure. With Kanon, I will fight on. It will not last till the dawn. It will not last till the dawn. She rolled off to her side, with her task completed as Kanon knelt beside her. The colors of the seas don't matter at all, just matters you're loving me back. She coughed up some blood and Kanon grasped her hand. She closed her hand around his and turned her gaze towards him, smiling. Aww. As Jessica's body died, Kanon lifted her soul out of her body. They embraced, then walked away. Just before they had faded away, the only remaining Beatrice caught a glimpse of two more souls joining them. Okay, when Jessica died, Neo Beatrice died. Sayo would still be alive, the only remaining Beatrice. I think I'm winning. I think I'm onto something. Caught a glimpse of two more souls joining them, and together all four of the young lovers move on. Jessica killed Neo Beatrice, but also Neo Beatrice died when Jessica died. Fantasy. Minutes had passed while Beatrice, the only one left alive, recovered her strength on the second floor. Outside, the storm continued. Yet even it seemed to have gotten a little quieter out of respect for the quiet that pervaded the hall. Finally, Beatrice forced herself to her feet. Huh? What? What? Oh, no, they died. I mean, it didn't get explained, but, they died. Because there was the only thing left but screams, right? The only thing left that heard from the guest house was screams. Yeah. It was like, Neo Beatrice went over there and, yeah, it's okay. Outside, the storm continued, yet even it seemed to have gotten a little quieter out of respect for the quiet that pervaded the hall. Finally, Beatrice forced herself to her feet. She could feel how drained she was, as if casting just one more spell would not just leave her without magic, but would actually destroy her. She had pushed herself to her utmost limit. Yet as she went down the staircase, she wondered if it had been worth it. After all, Jessica's body was still lying there beside the other witch. George's was up in Jessica's room. Shannon's body was in the parlor. Cannon's was in the servant room. This is fantasy. She had not been able to keep her promise to any of them, and even though she had a reason, she couldn't help but feel like it was just an excuse. She walked to Jessica's body, knelt, and gently shut her eyes. Then she went to the other witch and gave her a contemptuous kick to confirm she was really dead. With that, she sighed and walked over to a small chair that had been placed beside the grandfather clock in the hall. Another song. Okay.
Soon midnight comes, the clock will chime. Silence now claims this hall. The golden witch has won this time, performed her crime, and killed them one and all. But what now of Beatrice? Was this here my true aim? Have murders and conundrums now perverted here the purpose of my game? What is a kind witch? What is a bad witch? Perhaps the difference is whether someone
Love?
sees with. So you're wishing now that you could just turn back the clock, make it so that we were never born. It's too late, the deed is done. Too late to claim your shock. Sorrow will be met with only scorn. You stole my name, though you are just an upstart, and they all died tonight at your hands. I am the madness that burned deep in our hearts, finally free to fulfill our plans. I shall finish now what Jessica started. I shall finish paying off my debt. Forevermore, you'll no longer pose a threat. But the only threat is you, or rather it is us. This is what the witch was for to do. The magic will go on, and even if you whine and cuss, what a magic doesn't need is you. You have no tricks, no delusions of grandeur. Your name was mine, and I'll take it back. You were too weak from now to the future. This witch shall show killer instinct you lack. Do not underestimate Beatrice, one who has lived for 1,000 years. All will be right when you're drowning in your tears. With magic that no one can vanquish, and murders without any hitch. You cannot defeat, even top me. I've conquered and own you, you pitifully weak golden witch. It may be, but you will lose. I'll trap you here. Now I fear I'll be free. Soon you'll hear, then you'll see. I'll hear your pain bow to me. We are doomed, midnight comes. What's that sound, beating drums? You are done. Then it's us, we are one. You liar, face the fire. You're the culprit, that I am the golden witch, and I swore an oath. And you failed them all, witch. Enough!
Is she blowed up? She blowed up. Boom. Bang. Zip. Blammo. Let me see if there's anything interesting here. In the between text. Anything notable, rather. Beatrice focused her last wisps of power gained by the devotion of Kinzo. Hey, the praise my name came back! Kablam! And began her final spell. Beatrice grinned in defiance. The other witch finally heard the sound that Beatrice had been waiting for. A flicker of doubt crossed over her face. You are done. Then it's us. We are one. You liar. Hey, Cece. We are one. You liar. The clock prepared for its final chime. Beatrice cried out once more, whether in defiance or as a statement, no one would ever know. Enough. As the board drew to its final moment, and the players in the witch's tea room sat back from it and considered each other. Usora! Liar Usotsuki! The power of Kinzo is a metaphor for the bomb, the thing that can lock these events in the cat box. Yeah, I mean, it was in his clock, right? The clock he had made, and it was the stuff that he found, the bombs. That was an interesting end, Beato, said Battler. Is it possible that you've turned over a new leaf? Or is it that I've always been looking at you wrong, and this whole game of yours wrong? Maybe there is more to it, to you, than I've given you credit for. Oh? Replied Beatrice, seeming surprised. And for a moment there might have even been a slight tone of hope for something in her voice. Battler frowned. Is that what you wanted me to say, You wanted me to let down my guard and forget that we're enemies? Never. I've become wise to your tricks. Anything that you do or say on board is just fiction. Tricks, deceptions, and utter lies. No, Beato, I'm not falling for it. You've done nothing but harden my resolve. I'm going to figure out the truth of this and always at a weird moment. Is it possible you've turned over a new leaf, or are you just another one of those city folk? Is that what you want me to say? You want me to give up on this wild world? Yeah, well, maybe I should just set off for some new horizons. Zaki kind of wants to be a redeem. Actually, a monochrome clock redeem would be pretty good. Maybe just up to this point or something. Sorry. Oh! So basically, the music that I've been playing is like the music I've got for my usual stream playlist, but just the Umineko songs put into a playlist. So because of that, it's not that long. That's why I've had to repeat it like 3 times. But it's shuffled. But this song just manages to come in on the weirdest times each time. I'm going to figure out the truth of this and deny your existence entirely. As Battler had gone on, Beatrice's face had undergone a slow transformation from hopeful surprise to a cold grimace. When he was done, she sneered at him. Always so brave, aren't you, Battler? Well, we're here at the deadline. It's time for you to strike me down if you can, or admit you are nothing. No, less than nothing. She let out a cackle, but abruptly cut it off as the music began. This is happiness in Marionette. Anyway. Marionette is happy again, but we got music to play.
So just who done it in this last talk?
TikTok.
Tell
Wow.
me who done it for the chiming of the clock. Close the house of cards, all the killing done, storm breaking above. Finally, was it for the gold? Was it for their love? Was it for escape, giving them the shove? Just one or some mixing up thereof? Answer who done it? Or can't you see? I warn you not to shun it. If you want to beat me, oh, you can't give in. You can let me win. Why not admit I am a witch? You can just call on over and lick my shoes. Admit that you lose. Give up the fight, become my bitch. Forget the clues, just pay your dues. Let your brain snooze and say I'm a witch.
Never! I'll find the truth!
Never. What's the truth? Is it theirs? Is it mine? What's the truth? A hero, a villain, who can't say in this night locked away. What is right? Did a killer strike them out of spite? Or a god now condemn or they're sinning? Well, at last, here we are at the beginning of our final combat. Just so who done it? Give your blue thread. Make it till when you span it, I can rip it to shreds. Do you want a red? Everybody's dead.
Everybody's dead.
When the seagulls cry at the dawn. Only one culprit, planning all of it. Give up on your wits, I think you should quit now that your hope is fully gone. Shout out who done it before you drop. So though it's been too fun, it has to come to its last stop.
Yeah.
If you're such a sleuth, what then of the witch and her horde? Uncover the truth I have hidden inside this board. So that's there! Speak!
Well, that's
Give me
what...
your critique, or admit you're worthless and weak. Tell me the who and the how, but before me you'll bow in this night when we fight as a fright.
Yeah, Cece. Yeah, you missed that part. Daedalus is here. Daedalus is gonna use Fata Morgana spoilers. Going to use Dan's little Nux emotes. Well, it's like an assertion, right? Like what you think was the version of events. So you don't pose it as a question, you pose it as to, I say this is what happened, right? And then if it's not refuted in red, then it's valid. Yeah, I ate it, Rep. I ate it. I've been eating it. It was this Korean food. This is what I got. I got the Korean food. It's very yummy. I really enjoyed it. This was a pretty good restaurant. Looks delicious. Yeah, it was. There's still some more. A little bit. Anyway, Red. Everyone's dead when the seagull cries at the dawn. Only one culprit planning all of it. However, that does not mean nobody else was involved. Just one culprit planning all of it. Daedalus, can I ask, does only one culprit mean there was only one killer? Not a blue truth, but red. To clarify, only one culprit planning all of it. This refers to the epitaph murders and the locked rooms. Okay. So not clarifying. A culprit is one who kills. So only one culprit, and a culprit is one who kills. That implies only one person killed. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the red Nux text. I love it. We're getting the Nux text, Dan. End of Act 2. Act 3? There's an Act 3? Oh, another link? Wait, I need to look at it. Actually, this is an excellent time for me to take a little break. Or is the Act 3 between us? No. I'll be right back. The argument, yeah, okay. Cool. Alright, so... Set up as ambiguous, did the knowing accomplices aid in the execution of the locked room tricks despite not planning them? Oh, that's a good question. There were no knowing accomplices to the culprit. Huh. So... they could have been deceived and were just in on something unrelated to the murders. Like, some of them could have been bribed. But they might not have known that anybody was gonna die. Yeah, at least in relation to the epitaph murders in the locked rooms. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so let's go back to the first Moida. Did we ever see what was in the letter? They're just like, oh my god, it's a letter from the Golden Witch. Yeah, they never actually read the letter. But I guess we can assume it's the same as how it usually looks, how it usually reads in Umineko. Assume it's the same as the usual one. Okay. Yeah, you're so valid. So can I ask what counts as victory? Is it every mystery, including like how the letter was placed there, or is it simply every murder, the who and how done it? Just the who and how done it of the epitaph murders. Okay. I do think Kanoan sleight of handed the letter while putting out either the meal course or the dessert course. Actually, yeah, right when Kanoan, yeah, as Kanoan is serving dessert, Goda starts doing the song, is like really distracting people, so it could have easily happened right here. And that's why nobody noticed, because everybody was singing. CC. Alright. This is what happens to us without the Dan buff. Just kidding. A knowing accomplice, red truth. Okay. Wait, I need to get the vine booms out. A knowing accomplice is one who performs an action with the intent of somehow aiding in the epitaph murders. Okay, so there could have been accomplices who were following instructions thinking they were doing something else that wasn't murdering people. A fair assumption. Okay. Now what? They said. Okay. So at this time, it was decided that the cousins would go with Kanon and Goda to the guest house, while the siblings and all others would stay at the mansion to discuss the meaning of the letter and inheritance. The clock was chiming 1 in the morning when the adults in the parlor decided to take a break. It's possible... It's possible Jessica could have come back. Where did Kraus go? Hold on. Kraus had apparently not been slacking either. Okay, they were talking about trying to stall Kirie's plan. All the siblings and their spouses walked to separate rooms to cool their heads and think. Genji and Hanjo remained in the parlor awaiting their return. Where did he go? Somewhere. Would placing the letter count as that? Placing the letter is not 100% guaranteed to relate to the Epitaph murders in this case. So the one who placed it would not be a knowing accomplice. They could be a culprit, however. The culprit, however. Okay. So in the boiler room... Now what? There's no way forward, no path I can see, no moves left to make. I saw the gun case. This is fantasy, but... separated from who they're supposed to be with? They had snuck out of the sight. They're out of the sight of the others to think. Their plan had failed. They had no idea what to do. So this highly... implies this could be Natsuhi, Kinzo... not Kinzo. Natsuhi, Kirie, Kraus, Rosa, or... Rosa! Hold on a second. Neo Beato has some sort of nostalgic for guns. That could apply to any of them. I'm saying it's sounding like it's a sibling. Because they're the ones who were fighting, right? This could be a Sayo again. I mean, I thought so. But the thing is having no way forward, no path I can see. No moves left to make. Sounds like it could be a sibling, though I guess it could also be Sayo. But it could be Kraus. Yeah, it could be Kraus. However, it seemed like the people who lost the discussion were it was kind of Kirie and Rudolph who lost the discussion though, right? The gun chest. Oh, sorry, Tao. We were trying to just do this tonight. Oh my god, it is 7.5 hours. I didn't even realize. It was just that we were trying to. I'm locked in. We were just trying to solve this mystery tonight. Because it seemed like it would be kind of inconvenient to everyone involved to split it in half. Kraus and the bad at gauging situations. He sees that they're going to discover that Kinzo is dead. I mean... Right, because that's what Kirie was bringing to the discussion. Because she thought Kinzo was dead. That might have been the point of the whole song at the beginning. Okay, you may be cooking. Separating from the others fit the sibling group better. Okay, anyway, yeah. So yeah, all the shooting happens. Okay, repetition request of what? The Dan buff is here. We might be saved at the last second. The Dan buff is here. Neo Beato distinctly kills Natsuhi first. It's a statement of something. I know, right? Hydrate. Thank you. I need it. Oh. Thank you, Tao. Hey, I can finally be in your, time zone if I, stay up late enough, right? Oh. That 7.5 hours really flew by, though, man. Natsuhi, I think, is also discovered first. I refuse. I will not say why. 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you guys have been having fun and that it flew by for you guys, too. Okay, so, well, this is a good time for Dan, because we're about to go over the details of the first murder. So, go to... Oh my god! X-Ray! Hey! I remember you from yesterday! Thank you for the raid! So, let me shout you out. Oh, you're playing Link's Awakening. Cool. I'm doing good. Tao is in, Netherlands, I believe. But yeah, X-Ray. So you're not going to believe this. We're doing a, murder. We're trying to solve a murder mystery written by one of our chatters. Yeah, we're reading Operetta of the Golden Witch by Daedalus Gray. Oh wait, you are in the UK? Or are we correct about the Netherlands thing? Correct about the Netherlands thing, right? Okay. Riddle hints. Yeah, so now we're kind of asking the author for clarifying hints. Or, we're going to assert something. We're going to be like, I think this is true. And, when, Daedalus puts little Knuckles emojis, Knuckles emotes around, a statement that's like something we can take as a fact. Okay. So... Alright, Goda had been the first to know something was wrong. Goda is definitely in on something. He's not a knowing accomplice to murder, but he's been, like, asked to do something. If there's no knowing accomplices, then what on earth is the point of the meat freezer? Cece. If we can't find any other way to make the meat freezer work, like that locked room work, it's possible it was all Sayo. Or let's read the wording on how everybody in this first scene is said to be dead. Returning back to Path of Radiance whenever you have a chance, either tomorrow or the following day. Awesome! Alright, so... Mystery. Goda had been the first to know something was wrong. He had awoken. Saw no sign of Kanon. Kitchen was dark. Mansion servant quarters, which he was surprised to find locked. He was more surprised to see a red symbol painted on the door. It looked familiar to him, but he couldn't quite place it. That's interesting. Goda, are you into witches? Taking his master key out of his pocket with a slightly shaking hand, he undid the door, opened it, and after a few seconds let out a yell of fright. Well, that's where Kanon would be, but clearly Kanon is not there. If we're assuming Shannon and Kanon and Sayo is still a thing. He pounded the door to Krause's room, which we said was kind of suspicious. Or Krause and him were already in cahoots about something, so that's the first person he'd run to. Krause appeared and Goda brought him down to the servants' quarters. Krause and Goda saw, quote-unquote, saw Kanon's body. Wait, this is mystery. This is mystery, so Kanon's body was in there. Wait a second! We're doing a prank and then surprise murder. Yeah. Okay, so there was a Kanon body in the servants' quarters, so Goda ran to get Krause, skipping Natsuhi's room, notably. Noted bruises on the boy's neck. got his master key. Checked the windows in the room, all locked. They didn't verify whether he was dead. It just says Kanon's body, not corpse or dead. Go to the guest house, make sure the children are safe. I'll rouse the adults here. I'm gonna lock this room for now, so it's kept clean for the police. They didn't verify whether Kanon was dead. Why didn't they think to... They didn't even think to look for Nanjo. Maybe Sayo... Maybe Kanon was setting up something with them. Like a performance. Like, either Goda... I don't think they both would have known, but maybe either Goda or Kraus... like, knew they were playing dead. They locked Kanon in the room, but they don't know that Kanon also has Shannon's key, and didn't look for more than one key. Well, let's look in here. Let's look in here. Oh, but true. That has been a trick in the regular game, that one person has two keys. So Kraus, Jessica, Eva, Hideyoshi, George, Rudolph, Kirie, Battler, Rosa, Maria had gathered at the door to the parlor room. Right, they all went off to separate rooms or went to the guest house. Goda and Kraus immediately disperse. So there's opportunity for Kanon to go to the parlor, unlock it with the key, go in, play dead, or dress up as Shannon, put blood on themselves, sit down and play dead. Kraus had been in the other rooms. He had reported no response from Kinzo for obvious reasons. And without Genji's key, they couldn't get in to the Kinzo's study. Kraus had found the parlor door locked, and it too had the symbol. He waited until he had reinforcements. While in the boiler room, he had found the unlocked and opened gun chest, and had brought up and passed the remaining 3 rifles that were there to himself, Rudolph, and Hideyoshi. So there were 2 rifles missing at the beginning. Or was it 4 rifles? I was thinking 5 because of the bullets. There's 4 rifles. Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Go to let slip what was going on. So the cousins are here. Kraus isn't letting Jessica see Kanon. So I think, Kraus was probably, yeah, but Kraus refused to let her see Kanon. Eventually, I'm so sorry, Cece. Eventually, say it in red. Eventually, George Battler had calmed her down, and now they 2 were facing the locked parlor door. If your insights help me win, I'll give you so many thank yous, Cece. But yeah, I think we've been bamboozled, huh? At least a little bit. The 3 men with guns entered. So Kraus went to the corpse of Natsuhi first. She got shot through the back of her head. Or was it Oh, she might have gotten shot in the face and the exit wound was in the back. So on the right wall, Kumasawa was shot through. Rudolph went around a Nanjo who looked like he'd been shot in the back while running for a window. There was no exit wound out the front, but he was definitely dead. So definitely dead on Nanjo. Natsuhi's face is... The corpse of Natsuhi. Natsuhi is dead. Kumasawa lay dead. These three are dead. The remains of Genji, who had died near Natsuhi from another headshot. It had pulped the top half of his face and the back of his head. Okay, so those four are dead. Alright, a cry from the doorway drew everyone's attention. George was holding the body of Shannon. Not the corpse, not dead. Limp head doesn't mean dead. Dried blood on the front of the chest. The hole that the bullet had ripped was obvious. It was clear all those who had perished had died vicious deaths. So, it's possible blood had spilled down over her clothes onto the floor. It's possible that, since just earlier, Sayo was dressed as Kanon, that, Okay. I have some blue truth. Let me get my anime wow girl. You ready for some blue truth, Daedalus? Okay. At some point earlier than the murders, Shannon's dress was put onto a mannequin and shot. All right. Take that! All right, thank you, X-Ray, and thank you for the raid. Oh wait, I just realized that's you can see my. I didn't realize you can see the instance. Oh no. I need to put this on my other thing. Oh, it's the blue does not contain the who and how done it. I will exercise my right to not respond in Reddit this time. I forgot about that. Okay, true. Actually, okay. But that's possible. Okay. Soundproofed. We should collect the other master keys, said Hideyoshi quietly. George seemed hesitant to pat down Shano. Oh yeah, okay. So from what Cece said earlier, Kanun... yeah. So... Kraus and Goda took Kanun's key, but Kanun still had Shanun's key. So then, snuck into the parlor, played dead, and then Shanun's key was taken after the repositioning. And so now they have all 5 master keys. Jessica got Shanun's key. Kraus got the master key and the key from Kinzo's study from Genji. Hideyoshi got... I need to write this down. Master key shenanigans. Okay. Keys. So, let me go back up to... Oh, you gotta get a new Ethernet cable tomorrow. Boy's master key. Kraus. Okay, okay. Kanons went to Kraus. Oh, I gotta get a marker. Hold on. That'll be a little more reliable than a ballpoint pen at the moment. Keeps going out on me. Okay. Okay. It's tomorrow. Go get a new Ethernet cable. Say it in red. It is tomorrow right now, though. Okay. So, Kanon's key went to Kraus. Okay. Genji's key went to Kraus. And Kumasawa's key also went to Kraus. No. Kumasawa's key went to Hideyoshi. Goda still has his key. And then the last key, Jessica gets Shanon's key. Any room keys missing from the servants' quarters? Kraus just said they're all there. How did the culprit escape? Well, if Shannon played dead and had 2 master keys, that was perfectly possible. Okay, maybe the Battler's like, hey, maybe there were more keys. Goda says, I think the line was cut. Okay. So that's like the details for the first murder. Well, now I feel a little more uncertain, but, I guess this can... Alright. Blue Truth. Shannon and Kanon inhabit the same body, and, the murder happened after that body discovered the gun case, opened it, took a gun, killed Nanjo and Kumasawa and Genji and I'm missing somebody. Natsuhi. And prepared. Right, and then later prepared Shannon's outfit to look as though she had been murdered. Changed to Kanon, locked those 4 corpses into the room, into the parlor. Went to the servants' quarters. Or wait, where was he found? Yes, servants' quarters. Dressed as Kanon. Pretended to be dead. Locked himself in. And then, after being discovered by Goda and Kraus, Shannon's outfit was on Shannon's body when it was shot. Okay, wow. Was the blood on the ground where Shannon was sitting against the wall, was that dry? Because the only part there was dried blood was on her outfit, but the blood that was trickled down to the floor, was that dry as well? 'cause it's possible that, hmm. The blood on the floor was as dry as the blood on the outfit, more or less. Hmm. Maybe the culprit really is someone else then, taking over. But who? The other 4 in the room are confirmed to be dead. If it was Kraus... Goda is involved, right? I mean, but there's no knowing accomplice. But if Kraus and Goda were in cahoots and Kraus was the culprit, Kraus could have used Goda's key, potentially. No, there isn't. You could ask for that, Dan. The only red text we have, aside from what Daedalus has told us, is that there is only one culprit. Or more specifically, the only red text we've got is everybody's dead when the seagulls cry at the dawn. Everybody's dead when the seagulls cry at the dawn. Only one culprit planning all of it. And we've gotten red text that a culprit is someone who kills. And also red text that there were never any knowing accomplices involved in any of the murders, specifically. The Epitaph murders. Each room in the mansion can only be opened... Wait. Each room in the mansion can only be opened by master keys, or keys made for that specific door. Okay, oh! We never had any confirmation, aside Kraus's word, that the keys to the individual rooms... Daedalus, was there a key for the parlor? That is, specifically for the parlor? It was a key for the parlor. It was not touched during this game. Okay. So a master key had to have been used on the parlor to lock it. Just for completion's sake. Oh, oops. I didn't realize I'm on the Vine Boom sound. Door? Okay, that's a good one to know. Doors can be locked from the inside without keys. Wait, a suicide is not a murder. But I can't put that as blue truth until... Shannon could have killed herself right then. But that doesn't mean that there's a culprit. I mean, that doesn't mean... That doesn't count as two culprits. A suicide isn't a homicide. So, but I can't say who the other killer is yet. Because it's impossible if Shannon committed suicide. Normal rules for a Kinzo study door are in place. It can only be unlocked from the inside via auto lock. And master keys do not work on it. GM just may not choose to respond right. Okay, okay. I'll bite. Hold on a second. I'm gonna adjust an audio thing on my end. Okay. Suicide might not be murder, but it is killing, and culprit is one who kills, and there's only one culprit. Shit. But the only one in the language of the first killing of somebody who isn't... You know, it sounds stupid as hell. But, then, Blue Truth... Not that. Blue Truth, my earlier Blue Truth, is the same, except that, Shannon shot the outfit herself from the inside going out. Like, she put the, gun up her dress or through the collar and had it shoot outwards out of the chest. But otherwise, you love that? I assume that's not the explanation. Barrel of the gun poking out between her titties. Yeah. Dan's cackling to himself. Alright. But her titties are also made of cotton.
That's why she didn't burn herself.
That's how she didn't burn herself. Good point. Good point. But she didn't shoot herself. She shot her shirt. She shot the others through her shirt. Oh, there, Dan's cooking. All right, she didn't shoot herself. She shot the others through her shirt. Or her clothing. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, but that's significant. Shannon did not shoot her clothing. So that means Shannon's not the culprit. Because somebody shot Shannon's clothing. And there's only one culprit who killed. She's lost her powers from bot. Shannon and any alternate possibilities she might or might not have did not shoot herself. Okay. Somebody else is the culprit. All right. But it said in the mystery that Shannon and Kano had 2 different bodies, so, do Shannon and Kano have 2 different bodies? You refuse that repetition, you won't say why? Okay. Because it's in the mystery section, the part about Kanon's Goda and Kraus finding Kanon's body can't be an illusion. Might help to move on to the other murders. Okay, okay. I think Cece's brain would be Swiss cheese if she was still awake. So maybe it's a good thing she went to sleep. That's what no sleep does, turns your brain into Swiss cheese. That's why you have a 24-hour nap schedule, right, Dan?
24-hour sleep schedule. If you awake, you a fake.
Exactly. I should probably just Control F for the stuff I'm looking for. Yeah, mystery. All this stuff happened. Okay, so if I assume... Well, let me think. If I assume... Wait a second. Okay, I got a blue truth. You tried to do that at the lab today, didn't work, did not have... Oh no! I'm so sorry! But why do I keep doing that? Okay, I have a blue truth, I have a blue truth. One more before we move on. Last one before we move on, I'm certain. Kanon killed Shannon, Kumasawa, Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi. Locked the door with his master key, went into the servants' quarters, painted the circles, then locked himself into the servants' quarters, did the bruises on his own throat and played dead. And locked the servants' quarters himself. Oh yeah, Dan, is that the screw missing? I put that somewhere. Kanon did not put the bruises on his own neck. Jessica throttled him! Jessica got mad for a reason I will not disclose and throttled him. Otherwise, everything happened the way I described. Before the murders took place, Jessica and Kanon got in an argument, and she throttled him. But otherwise, Kanon killed those people, locked himself in the servants' quarters, and played dead. I said that would be my last blue truth, but this is kind of going off the last one. The bruises were generated by an intent to kill. An intent? A culprit is only one who kills. Jessica really tried to kill Kanon, but failed. Otherwise, everything went the way I say. Question?
Who dies in the other?
Oh, we're gonna move on to that a bit.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, by the time we're at where you have gotten,
yeah,
who has died? What?
All right. At this point, the only people who were dead, the only people who were explicitly said in the text to be dead, are Kumasawa, Nanjo, Genji, and Natsuhi.
No. I mean, in the whole.
Everybody.
That you have read so far.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And who are the last people to die?
Jessica and quote-unquote Beatrice. Including Neo Beatrice, who is a new Beatrice born from the intent to kill, and seems to have something against the Ushidomiyas. And kind of takes over the show in an Eva Beatrice kind of way, and seems to be the one committing all of the murders, and ends up killing everybody except Beatrice, the old Beatrice who got usurped, seems to kill her in the end, which could just be the bomb going off. Because the bomb going off may have just been set by the original Beatrice. So no matter what the Neo Beatrice ends up doing, Beatrice kills her in the end. So this seems... You're gonna refuse to reply for now? Interesting. Okay. I feel like I'm on the right track. I feel like Battler. This is how Battler feels. Okay. So we're gonna move on. They're putting stupid in the chat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to...
You do know, Hero's looking at me.
Hero wants food.
He's telling me. If only he was next to the microphone, then he could be heard.
Alright, so I need to control F. The island. Table island. Table island. Okay. That gets me to where I need. So. Let's go to the beginning of the situation. Wait, that's literally where we just were. Okay, adults had a plan. Kirie suggested that they split into pairs. But that's not what happened. What ended up happening was Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva are in one group. Kirie, Rosa, and Hideyoshi would be in the other. Who had the guns? At this point, probably the men. So Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva would have 2 guns. Kirie, Rosa, and Hideyoshi would have 1 gun. No, they'd have all 4 accounted for then. They relocked the parlor as they left. They did oh, they left the gun. Okay, they left the gun in there. In the parlor. Oh, Dan's not at his computer at the moment. That's kind of why I'm yelling everything over at him. He's doing chore stuff. And I'm just kind of yelling facts over at him. Okay, so they left the 4th gun in the parlor. They presumed it was out of ammunition, but, you know, might not necessarily be. They presumed it had the killer's fingerprints, so they want to leave it for the police. So, they have 3 guns. So Hideyoshi has 1 gun in the Kirie, Rosa, Hideyoshi group. And then Rudolph and Kraus have the other 2 guns in the Rudolph, Kraus, Eva group. Maintaining my true Umineko hater lack of information. Yeah. He's saying that on his phone. The first group being Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva go to the 2nd floor. I'm gonna start taking notes. Rudolph, Kraus, Eva, 2nd floor. Godo is still trusted to take the cousins back to the guest house and secure it. Relock the parlor as they left. Yeah, so Rudolph, Kraus, Eva, 2nd floor. And then, 1st floor would be Kirie, Rosa, Hideyoshi. BRB? Okay. I'm just gathering information. You ask a bunch of clarifying questions that might inadvertently result in me simply seeing the truth in my 3rd eye. Oh, tripped over Nero. Watch out, Nero.
Hey.
Oh. So, go to take the cousins up to Jessica's room. So, Jessica shuts the door behind her in her room, says she needs a moment. She locks herself into her own room. Jessica does. And then, everybody's like, Jessica, are you alright? She's like, please, just give me some time. And, so Jessica locks herself in her own room, kind of alarming everybody else, and stays in there. Kraus, Rudolph, and Eva are now investigating the basement. Wait. They were supposed to go to the 2nd floor.
comparatively, when does Neo get?
That's when the first murders happen.
As the first murders happen?
Or after, actually. It was like, it's a figure described in there's a fantasy scene where it's described as a figure goes to the boiler room. Oh, I can go back to that scene if it's helpful. Let me control F figure. Yeah. A lone figure stood in the boiler room. They'd snuck there outside the others to think. This was after, you know, the siblings have their squabble over inheritance stuff. Which, there's some details in there that might be a little juicy, but we can get to that later. They snuck out to the boiler room to think. They sat on a convenient surface and then realized what they sat on was the gun case. And, which was locked with a padlock. They broke the padlock, took out a rifle, 5 bullets. They looked for a disguise, and they got a black poncho and a dust mask. And put it on. And then went to the room and shot everybody. And then there's a song where this person becomes Neo Beatrice. So partway through this isn't represented in the music video itself, but in the lyrics of the song, partway through the song, it goes like, yes, now that it just takes the will to seize the night, start to kill. All of my life was so worthless until my will awoke, ready to kill. No more plots, no more scheming. Eliminate those that I hate. While they are dying and screaming, I'll reshape my fate. This is my task that I have to fulfill. I have to win, I have to kill. It is the utmost and forbidden thrill, and it's mine, my time to kill. And within me I see it, my goals and the witch are the same. I must reach inward and free it, so I'll take her name. With her magic I will start to kill. All those alive I will have to kill. Just a matter of how, where, and which. I will be reborn as the Golden Witch. And then, in the music video, Kanon spots her. So that's why Kanon dies in a separate area. According to the magic scene, right? So she chases down Kanon and chokes him to death, basically. And then, I continue on this deadly path. I call her magic to me. The blueprint's there and the cursed epitaph. And now her power is free. I can feel it growing, a wills that no wall could contain. So, oh, starting to bad. Okay, so, no. Maybe a little when we talk, but I don't think it can be heard over the music. So, with magic that no one... Reclaim all the gold. See my vision... Oh. I'll take what I am due, crush them young and old. And I'll see my vision through, reclaim all the gold. With magic that no one can vanquish and murders without any hitch. No matter who tries to defeat or to stop me, I know I'm no copy, I'm the Golden Witch. The figure is referred to as they, them for a while. And then gradually becomes like she, her with Neo Beatrice. And then like at this point in the song that I'm talking about, the figure tears away the mask and the poncho and now looks like the witch in the painting. And specifically, Neo Beatrice kind of looks like the episode 2 Beatrice with the school uniform looking outfit. Now, at last, I know I'm meant to kill. My true self exists only to kill. Now this island I shall bewitch. I have been reborn as the Golden Witch. There's so many things I get to kill, and everyone I will get to kill, and my soul and their hot blood will enrich. I will kill them all as the Golden Witch. So that's that context. There were no Black Poncho figure sprites. Yeah. She's supposed to...
did get the letter to solve the epitaph?
Yes, they got the letter. But, Kanon was setting the table and had plenty of opportunities to drop it. But that's not a mystery we're required to solve. But the same letter as usual was dropped on the dining room table during dinner.
But we still got the solve my epitaph. Yeah, okay, Beatrice. 17 murders. No, Beatrice.
Yes, it wasn't stated in the text just because Daedalus didn't want to, like, restate the whole thing. But we can presume that happened. Especially since later on Kraus is seen with an atlas. So I think some of them may actually have been trying. And Eva had this line I've really latched onto where she was like, you know, saying like, oh, the epitaphs, whatever. And I was like, Eva would say this? Maybe she just doesn't want anyone else to try. At the time I presumed she had gotten it, but I mean, now I don't know. Actually, I need to use the restroom. Because I've been drinking all this water.
It's a good time.
Alright, I'll be right back. Hang on to your hats. My only hat is out in my car, so I cannot hold on to it. Present, very cute. Can you hold your horses? Now that's the real question. Alright, so yeah, now we want Table Island. Let me pick this up again. Not everyone in Colorado has horses. Everybody in Colorado has one of those rugged little mules that can go up and down mountains.
Those aren't horses, though.
Those aren't horses, so they're half horse.
Yeah, but they are still biologically distinct.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
I want to say taxonomically, I don't know if that's the right one.
I don't know if they're taxonomically distinct. Actually, I don't know if they have a taxonomy. That'd be an interesting thing to look up. You refuse to repeat, you won't say why? To hold your horses? You don't have a mule? Okay, okay. That's funny, that's funny. Okay, so basement. Yeah, Jessica locked herself in. They think they hear Jessica sobbing. Battler thinks he hears Jessica sobbing. Kraus, Rudolph, and Eva are investigating the basement. Kraus had found another padlock and locked the gun chest to at least hinder anyone who might want to snag extra ammunition. Cece and I at the time suggested he may have taken that opportunity to snag more ammunition for... He definitely may have snagged some ammunition for himself at the time. And, what about the key? Asked Eva, looking suspiciously at Kraus. Here. He replied without hesitation, opened the door to the furnace, and chucked it in. Happy. So the key to the padlock is now on the gun chest is now gone. Into the furnace. Ouchie. Ow, ow. May not have melted necessarily, depending on how hot the furnace gets, but I mean, it's gonna be ouchie, hot to reach in there. I'm not all that happy, said Rudolph with a grin. I was hoping I could con you into giving it to me. I've been wise to your tricks since we were little, Rudolph. I'm not as dumb as I used to be. That remains to be seen. Alright. They found useful... So... Wait. Kraus! So this specific group, with Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva, around the house, found, like, the cloth, the rope, wrench, oil, monkey wrench, oil, other things, but no murderer. On the first floor, Hideyoshi, Rosa, and Kirie were looking around a guest room. Closet empty, bread spread immaculate, faucets dry. Nobody's been using this. Shame your plan didn't work, Kirie. If it had, maybe they would all still be alive. Maybe it's Kraus retaliating for the attempt. If it is you, please know that I'm no threat to you. So Kirie doesn't think it was Kraus. Natsuhi died along with servants. They were the most likely to be sympathetic to him as compared to us. If it isn't an outside killer, I'd more suspect one of us than I would him. Kirie's a smart cookie. Maybe we should listen to her. Since we were suspecting Kraus all over the place, and now it's looking more and more impossible that it was Shannon who did it, which would make the Neo Beatrice make a lot more sense. But there was that blue truth that was not retaliated against, does not given the red truth, which means Kanon could be a valid interpretation. But Okay. A boiler room is a good place for a breaker, I'm realizing. Alright, let me read this part again. They're investigating the basement. There could be a breaker down there. Rudolph, Kraus, and Eva. Are in a sort of utility room. There could be a breaker. Rosa, Hideyoshi, and Kirie were in some random guest room. Possibly could be a breaker in there, but seems a lot less likely. So anyway, when they're talking with Kirie and Kirie doesn't think it was Kraus, the lights went out. So this fantasy I'm going to read again because we may find some insights. Only light source, a little glow from the furnace. He brought the gun he was carrying up to his shoulder. He saw his siblings. Kraus and Eva aren't moving because the witch froze time for everyone but him. There were 3 massive humanoid figures, but they're goats. This part was trippy. So, Kraus hit on the head. Eva hit on the back of the head. Rudolph ran as fast as he could up the stairs. At the top, he encountered Kirie looking wild-eyed and holding a rifle. They almost shot each other, but they didn't. And then, Neo Beatrice is coming to kill them. We're gonna separate the 2 who are close, or we're gonna kill the 2 who are close. This bit with Kinzo happens, which, I presume his oil was found. Wait a second. They found oil. Kraus had access to Kinzo's corpse. And could have, man, it's starting to look a little bit more like Kraus. Because Natsuhi is, like, confirmed dead. Kraus has access to Kinzo's corpse and could put it in the study and set it on fire. And Kraus has the key to the study because he took it off of Genji. But is it Kraus? So he could have used... Yeah, Kraus could have used the oil to set Kinzo's corpse on fire in the study. Actually, yeah. I'll do that as a blue truth. Blue truth. Kinzo was already dead. And Kinzo had been keeping the secret that he was dead, so he had access to Kinzo's corpse. And he used the key to the study that he took off of Genji to put Kinzo's corpse in the study and set it on fire with the oil that was found during the investigation. Oh! I forgot about that. Okay. There's no evidence of Kinzo's corpse burned or not in the study when opened later. Right. I got befuddled. I got bamboozled. You're perfectly right. Okay, true. The name was praised. Okay. So, alright. Mystery. Lights came back on after a few moments. So, in the darkness, all this chaos happened, but then the lights come back on. Kraus and Eva up the stairs from the basement. Both were walking unsteadily. They got hit on the head. Kraus called out, "Hello? Kraus? Are you alright?" Someone attacked us in the dark and knocked us out. And when we awoke, Rudolph was gone, replied Eva. She winced the back of her head. So Eva definitely has evidence of being hit on the head. Rosa appeared half a minute later. Hideyoshi's still unconscious. I left him resting on one of the beds. On the door of the kitchen, a strange symbol has been drawn. Still glistening with how wet it was. Very recent. Well, open it, Kraus says to Goto. Me? Why? Because you're still a servant of this household and the kitchen's your domain. You're sounding a little scared. He gingerly reached his hand out for the door, like it was going to bite him. He placed his hands on the doorknob and it twisted. It's locked. Goda pulls out his master key, unlocks the door, tries to push it open. Something's jamming it. There's another door on the outside, isn't there? Let's check there. No, George, we need to find your father. Rosa, where is he? That way, turn the corner, second room on the left. So he's in a room on the first floor. They were searching the first floor, so this tracks. Eva nodded her thanks. Go to George, please accompany me. I don't want to be ambushed. The others went around, unlocked, exited the mansion. They made their way to the external kitchen entrance on the outside of the house. Windows locked. The outer door, unlike its counterpart, had no sigil upon it. Try the master key. Pushed. Door moved about an inch and then closed. Something pushing on the other side. They rammed. Goda and Battler rammed the door open. Kraus and Battler. Yeah, Goda's not available. Goda accompanied George. So Kraus and Battler opened the door. Kraus slips in the blood. Battler falls into his mother's open wound. Because she's dead. Massive gut wound in Kirie. So... the kitchen island is presumably here. Had all these circles or the pots and pans. And it was shoved over here to block the door they couldn't open earlier. These three things are knives. And if the kitchen island was like here, then between the kitchen island and the counter, they were killed and then dragged over here. See, they were moved here, said Rosa, to block the external door that they just tried to come through. So I assume this blue bit is a window that was locked. And then this is the door to a meat freezer. Thank you. Which nobody bothered to check. They were moved here, said Rosa, looking like she was trying to use reason to distract herself from her own panic this time. See the blood? It starts over there by that knife. And where they were dragged and placed against the door to block it. They could see the trail she mentioned. Interspersed between the trail were a couple more kitchen knives. So if there were kitchen knives in the trail of blood, they would be bloody. So my thought was that they had been shot and then stabbed with the knives to make it look like they had been stabbed instead. To cover up the fact that they had been shot. And, since the knives are in the blood path, they'd be bloody anyway. Jessica had gotten a hold of herself and moved Battler. Killer blocked the other door at the kitchen island table. This pots and pans were stored in the table shelves. Kraus had joined Rosa by the bodies. They were gutted, shredded, probably by these knives. Here are 2 guns. Each corpse was holding a gun. Before the door being forced open had knocked everything around. Evidence! I'd rather have 2 more guns. It doesn't look like the culprit used them this time. Police will understand, I'd wager. I think the culprit did use a gun, actually. One shot fired. Each. They each fired a shot. And they are the ones that died by knives. Neither Rudolph nor Kirie were shot. Okay. Thank you. So they did each fire a shot. But they were killed with knives. Okay. Good theory, though. Thank you. You found the gun you gave my husband. It wasn't with him when we found it. But Hideyoshi's gun was missing. One of them. Right, because Kirie and Rudolph found each other, but they were in separate groups. Kirie could have grabbed Hideyoshi's gun when they were attacked. Rosa keeps saying she doesn't know how to use guns, which is bullshit. There's the meat freezer, if you want to count that. There's barely enough room to stand and no way in or out except the door. So, Dan, my original theory here was that, you know, Shannon had played dead. Or Kanon and Shannon had played dead. Killed Kirie and Rudolph, hid in the meat freezer. They all went inside and was like, oh my god, and nobody bothered to check the freezer. So after they left, the culprit could escape. But now that's seeming less and less possible. But unless Kanon is alive... So, so there's like one of the siblings did it theory and Kanon did it theory. They cleaned off the guns. People start speculating. Eva's like, I want to see Father right now. They did not check the damn freezer. I'm pretty sure they just Goda simply mentioned it. So that was my theory about how the locked room was set up, but I don't know. If we're going with like the Kraus or another sibling is the murderer theory, there's like no way they could have gotten out through this jam. I think they could have maybe gotten out this way. Because when they opened the door, they would have disturbed Kirie and Rudolph's positions anyway. So if the culprit opened the door just wide enough to kind of squeeze out past them, they may not have been leaning perfectly against the door. He might have just squeezed out past them and then just left them to sit there and their corpses lean against the door. So I think they could have escaped that way and then locked the door with a master key, because Kraus definitely had those. Oh, the playlist ended again. The only detail about Kano and murder is that he got the choking bruises, unless one of them four actually did start physical scuffer before getting shot. That's possible. Because if we're going with Kraus or sibling, then one of them choked him to death. But the way Daedalus never confirmed in red that Kanon was dead, I don't know. So anyway, they open the door to Kinzo's study. Kraus opens it. No immediate sign of Kinzo, nor any particular sign of struggle. This is what I forgot about. Room looked lived in. Drawn on the full-length wall mirror in the far wall was yet another symbol. Does this mean father? Then where is he? All in the other rooms we found, well, we found symbols on the outside of the rooms, not the inside. That's not the case here. Why would the killer change that? Hold it. There was a thing earlier, Dan, where actually in the mystery section, Genji goes to this mirror and says, Kinzo, you can come out now. But that was right after a scene where Kraus was talking about Kinzo being dead. Hold it. Okay, so Eva and Goda pointing the rifles they had at all of them, while Hideyoshi had Krause's rifle, which Krause had foolishly left by the door, jammed against Goda's ribs. Why is Goda pointing his gun at all of them? So Eva's like, I'm protecting our family. One of them or maybe more are killers. I'm willing to give Goda a pass. Krause has Jessica, Rosa has Maria, and Battler, who knows who you are, coming back to this island after all this time. Come on, George, get over here. And then George refuses. But Eva ends up giving George a gun. Presumably because Hideyoshi is threatening him to make him do it. Hideyoshi is presumably too unsteady to threaten the others himself, but he could put the gun to Goda's ribs. That makes sense. Okay. Goda, give George your gun. Okay. So I was taking notes on the guns. Hideyoshi's gun went to Kirie, but I guess then went back to Hideyoshi. No, Hideyoshi picked up Krause's gun. Wait, they had the 3 guns. I guess it doesn't matter. Just Eva's group has the 3 guns. It doesn't matter exactly who went into what hands. But Goda gives George his gun at Eva's orders. Which was a terrible decision, because George isn't being very smart. They open the door of the guest house, let Krause, Jessica, George, Battler, Rosa, and Maria in. They handed over all the keys they were carrying. Okay. So, all the keys end up going to Eva and Hideyoshi. And they have all the guns. They have all the guns and all the keys. Except for the 4th gun in the parlor, but they are staying in the mansion. Everybody else goes to the guest house. But George, like, immediately gives his gun to Krause. So now we got Eva has a gun, Hideyoshi has a gun, Krause has a gun, because George immediately gives his gun to Krause. Goda. Eva, Hideyoshi, and Goda go to the mansion. They got 2 guns between them. Those in the guest house confirmed that every room was empty and every external lock was truly in place. Okay, every guest house, every external lock is truly in place. Every room is empty. As they were checking the cousin's room, the phone rang, which nearly caused Kraus to pull the trigger. Eva was calling from an inter-house line to let them know that they'd all arrived safely back at the mansion. I don't think there's any reason to disbelieve them. As the group in the guest house settled down, they munched on available snacks. 2 people would guard the front door from the sitting area with the gun. The others were free to relax or nap as they pleased. George and Battler volunteered first, and everyone else went off to rest. Okay. The master keys. Jessica kept the individual key to her room. Oh, okay. Okay, good to know. Jessica kept the key to her room. So the killing starts. In the guest house, George and Battler were sitting together in silence. There's a phone call, another phone call at the guest house. George picks up the phone from the hook and says hello. Battler couldn't make out what was being said on the other end, but there was definitely a voice. "Father, is that you? Father, what's wrong?" asked George. Battler watched the panic and despair spread over George's face and knew the dread he had felt since the phone first rang was not unfounded. Father, hang on." He put the gun in Battler's hands. Now Battler has a gun. Said that the witch had come and she had killed them all. "He's still alive though, Battler. I have to try to save him. If I haven't called in 20 minutes, wait here and escape tomorrow. Do not follow me." "What's going on?" called Kraus. Rather than answer, George merely swept his gaze over them all, looking almost apologetic, and unlocked the front door. So George leaves the guest house. Jessica says they should all go after George to keep him safe. But Kraus stops her. Now, see, this part makes the Kraus thing complicated. But if Kanon was killer, then this would be easy to crack. With one more mighty kick, George broke the front doors of the mansion open. So George breaks open the doors. This is this is mystery. He ran in. He saw another symbol dripping red on the door to the dining room, but the dining room door is locked. He kicks the door open to the dining room. Goda was on the table with his chest torn to shreds. There are knives Yeah, George Van Dam. Yeah. He be kicking in your forgery. He be kicking. I do like that use of his martial arts classes. To just like, let's just kick these locks. So whoever managed to get to the mansion had plenty of time to kill people. This door was locked. Did Eva and Hideyoshi have any master keys or wait, I was keeping track. Hideyoshi has a master key. He kept the one from Kumasawa. So, he could have... maybe not Hideyoshi, but it was possible for somebody to have a mansion... have access to a master key in the mansion at this point in time. Without anybody from the guest house interfering. So that's why, Goda could be locked in there. So he kicks down, the door to the room his parents had been using. It also had the chain lock done. He kicks the door and the chain open. Then there's a pool of blood from under the walk-in closet door. His mother has been disemboweled. And she's hanging from the rack in the coat closet with it from a wire. Could have also been done with kitchen knives. A wire, baling wire, though. Sounds like something a servant might have access to. So I think it's safe to say Eva's dead. The VIP room door had another symbol. Master key presumably works on the VIP room. There was a master key in the mansion. Yeah, this one was locked to the chain too. Okay, Eva is dead when George finds her in this mystery section. Okay. I mean, it would be kind of horrifying if she wasn't dead. The windows were never checked. So somebody could have set the chain on the door and left by the window. Nobody actually checks the window. And then, in Hideyoshi's hand was the phone receiver. And then his guts are also falling out. Hideyoshi also dead. And then George hears footsteps. He's not alone. So there is somebody else there. Okay, so somebody from the guest house does come over then. Unless it's Kanon. The windows in the guest bedroom where Eva and found in the VIP room were locked from the time each was attacked to the time George finds them in this mystery section. All windows in the mansion can only be locked from the inside. Oh boy, okay. Now that's tough. Because the chains were set. And they're actually set because George kicked them open. Dan, do you have any thoughts on how these three... Well, only two of them had chains, though. I don't think... The dining room doesn't have a chain. So Goda's death doesn't have a chain and could simply be set up with the guest key. But for Eva and Hideyoshi's deaths, there was a chain set on the door. Like, actually set on the door. And the windows weren't unlocked. Or they were locked. And it's not possible for a window to be locked and also open. Just to be sure, the chain cannot be set from the outside. Yeah, you know, getting they had the baling wire, right? They could have just gotten the wire. You refuse to say, the baling wire. They made a doohickey out of the wire and locked the chains. So that means Eva was set up first. The wire used to set up Eva was made into the doohickey. They, oh, oops. They set the chain. Then, Hideyoshi was set up, and the doohickey set the chain. And then Goda. And then they used the key. They could have taken the master key off of Hideyoshi's corpse to lock all the doors. And, cause George is just freaking out that his dad's dead. He didn't search him or anything. So then, Gop and George have a big battle. Kicky battle. Then George gets shot in the head. It's almost 10, Jessica. Why don't you get some rest? He had taken over for Rosa, who had taken over for Battler. Kraus was not accounted for. Okay, so standing guard. Battler was standing guard. Then Rosa was standing guard. And now Kraus is. Kraus could have gone over there. The culprit was only ever used the same length of baling wire used to hang Eva during the entirety of the scenario. Therefore, the baling wire could not have been used to set the chain on the guest room where Eva was found. Okay. No doohickey. My original theory. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. My original chapter 1 theory that turned out to be not true. Maybe it's true here. Yeah, so George is in the VIP room when he hears footsteps. If it was Kraus who came in... Alright, this is what happened. Blue Truth. When it wasn't his turn to leave, to guard the house, Kraus snuck out to the mansion with his gun that George gave him. He killed Eva, Hideyoshi, and Goda with gun. Goda's wound was... a gunshot wound was disguised with knives. Hideyoshi was shot in the knee and then disemboweled with the kitchen knives. And, same thing could have happened to Eva, I suppose. So then, Hideyoshi was put in the VIP room. I guess either Goda was set up in the dining room and the door was closed with the master key that Hideyoshi had on him from Kumasawa first, or Hideyoshi was set up in the VIP room bleeding out. He possibly was actually alive when wait, Kraus was there though. Wait. Let me check something real fast. Who was there when George left? I'm putting my Blue Truth on pause. Oh, I went past it. I went way past it. Yeah, Kraus was there. Kraus could have been back by then. Kraus came from the direction of the library holding what looked like an atlas. Okay, Blue Truth is continuing. Hideyoshi was... yeah, maybe Hideyoshi was last then. Okay, Goda was set up first. Alright, Blue Truth continuing. Goda was set up first. Then, Hideyoshi was left in that state with the disemboweling and the shot leg in the VIP room, and the chain on his door was done with the wire doohickey, and locked with the Kumasawa key. And then lastly, wait, I fucked myself up. Kraus can't hide under the bed if he's there to see George off. Unless... Wait. Let me look at Eva's body again. Alright, here's Eva. I was just thinking. The wire cutting into her neck like that does make it seem like her body had been hanging like that for a little while. I was thinking Kraus may have hid under the bed in the room with Eva, like doohickied Hideyoshi's door, then went to the VIP room, not the VIP room, the guest room, had Eva set up like that with the wire, set the chain and the lock himself from the inside, called George from the internal line and then went under the bed. But that's not possible because Kraus is there when George leaves the house. In fact, I think everybody in the guest house is accounted for. But let me maybe not Maria, but Maria, I don't think Maria's the culprit. Let me let me go back to this. Let me look carefully on who's there. Alright, George gets the call. Rosa and Maria came down from upstairs. Jessica came from the direction of the servants' room, and Kraus came from the direction of the library, holding what looked like an atlas in his hand. That's everybody. Right? I'm gonna have to freaking bring up a list of the cast. God damn. Me looking up the Umineko 16 people. Yeah, okay. Dead, dead, dead. Presumably dead, dead. Dead. Accounted for, accounted for. Accounted for, dead, dead. Dead, dead. Accounted for, dead. Accounted for, dead. Can I ask if there were 16 people on the island? Yeah, that's what I thought at first. I couldn't make it work with the sibling theory because they're all in the guest house. But canon theory could work like that. You mixed up Natsuhi and Eva though, Dan. Do you mean Eva? Oh, I see, I see. It's okay. The culprit is one of the normal cast members normally on the island. Does Kinzo count as normally on the island? Are there 16 people on the island? Oh. Let me keep scrolling for time. The culprit is not Kinzo. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. The Georgian and fight. Georgian Gop fight. Almost 10, just go. Why don't you get some rest? Nothing against Dan's theory yet, though. It's almost 10, Jessica. Why don't you get some rest? Jessica refuses to stick there. She's gonna go run over there to the mansion. She takes the gun. Because Kraus can't keep track of a gun to save his life. Yeah, Jessica got a hold of the gun and started heading to the mansion. Oh my god, I just realized how late it is. I'm sorry, guys. Is everybody okay? I didn't realize it was this late. Time's just blazing by. Are you gonna be okay for tomorrow, Daedalus? know if you want me to be this one chance or if we can give it a shot later. The only body inside the guest room where George discovers Eva right before George broke open the door was Eva's corpse. Now that's a good one. The shootout in the parlor was not as quick as depicted, and one of the victims fought back with murderous intent. Oh, you don't have to call in sick for us. I don't have to. Oh, tomorrow just for sleeping. I see. I'm making good progress. So feel like okay. Ah, all right. I did not realize it was this late. Holy crap. I feel really awake for some reason. A little tired in a deep in my bones and my eyes are tired kind of way, but my spirit is awake. So Battler starts accusing Kraus. Well, you're not obligated to stay up for this, Dan. Although, our chances of winning do go up with you here. You can go to bed. I'm just gonna stay up. Well, yeah, but, I stayed up till about this time yesterday. You have a stream to be awake for. That's true. But, I went to bed around this time last night, and I still ended up with this stream, right? I know I'm endeavoring to start streaming earlier, but, you know, circumstances. This is one of the incentives that people are, subbing for, so, I don't want, I wanna give up what people subbed for, right? Kraus. Culprit can't be me because I had no emote and opportunity. So don't you see he faked his death? So we'd not think of him as a culprit. You couldn't take a key for a house you run. That's a poor excuse to duck the noose. You're the one. Well, in your spree, do you find it fun? See payback at justice done. You're the culprit. You're the culprit. But in the basement, I was knocked out in the dark. The time your parents, they died. And you're the culprit. No, they aren't. The witch! So who was next seen alone? Seen alone? Rosa was then seen alone. I wasn't. Yes, I was. I could not have fought them both. Likely story. Would you stop it? So that was for Kraus and, I mean, Kirie and Rudolph, I think. Culprit got in there with a gun, but then with the knives, they chose instead to use surprise and then end their lives. I can't Use a gun, liar. So then why the door's solid wood? How could I make doors shut? Is Mama the Golden Witch? "100% sure to believe is the emotions behind those songs." Cece said that earlier. George could have lied about being on the phone. Dan, do you have any thoughts about, if nobody was hiding in the room, maybe the chain, like with Eva's room, maybe the chain was set up with a different doohickey? Or set from the outside? It is possible for someone to lie in song lyrics, just like they can lie in normal dialogue. That's not necessarily emotions, though. Rosa is giving no emotion, no distinct emotion, except like, in this song. Rosa has been awfully, like, trying to fade into the background. Maybe we should try to think of a Rosa theory. So, I'm sorry, but you're all wrong besides Maria. I am Beatrice, and you all, well, you're all dead. So, we never see the bodies in, the guest house, but presumably they all got shot up. Where there's lyrics about, like, revenge. Ah, okay. So then Jessica's heading to, the mansion. She wants to kill the killer. Revenge for Kanon. But it's about Kanon and not her mother, who she could also have revenge for. And the witch kills Jessica, presumably shooting her. I want to check things from Rosa's perspective, since she's been touched on the least of, like, the... I want to go back to the beginning, actually. To the... Okay. This one. Jessica, I really need more than breath, more than living. Her overly trusting father. This cross could be seen in his study. I need more than breath, his conniving sister. Eva could be seen in her own abode. I need, and her husband. I really need praying, wishing. I need, it's gonna be who I'm meant to be. More than breath, I need to be who I'm meant to be, says Jessica. Eva and Hiroshi, more than respect. Jessica, to be free. Kraus, I need now for a little more time. Jessica to Eva, now I really need. Eva, I need our son to be. 1 month. Named heir to be. 2 months. Jessica, I need to be who I'm meant to be. I need my investments to mature and grow. I need for father to see. I wish Milady could finally be. The young girl had no siblings. This path cannot truly be destiny. Jessica, I cannot shine. Must be the girl I meant to be and love who I will love. Definitely a lot of emphasis on Jessica and Kanon. Natsuhi, I need my husband to be smart is the best lyrics line. I need my medicine. In fantasy sections, I am permitted to lie about what happens, including lyrics. In mystery sections, so when people sing in the mystery sections, the emotions are true. Okay. It's a scam. So then there's Maria. Too long I've lied deep enslaved as my heart slowly died. If I could be disowned on my own. Desperate times, time to rebel. It's time to start fighting. It would come, but still so exciting. I need a plan. And Jessica wanted to be disowned. Dear, I answered a call from one of your associates. Really sounds like an amazing armor run, I promised. Dear, we figured out how to survive this, but only if we stay focused on the plan. Yes, this could help. Patience. Yes, we'll get out of debt. Please do it to protect Father's name. Please, dear, just be sensible for a little longer. Leads to him. Maria. Rosa walked down the... What are you murmuring, Maria? Looking over design concepts and brushing out her hair. Rosa walked down to the hall and peeked at her daughter's room. Maria, what are you? I thought I told you to... No more trying to tell fortunes. I'm not, Mama. I'm practicing game my friends taught me. Replied Maria, using a smidge of magic to make it the truth. After all, Beatrice had taught it to her. Alright, I suppose. I'll have to head to the office. I'll be back late. Goodbye. Love you, Mama. So Rosa doesn't really even have her own bit of the song here. Well, with your not full picture, you're gonna say that's the best you got, and while you wouldn't call it giving up, you're also too tired to search for info. I know I'm missing and could theoretically find. Okay. You've got pretty much everything. I'd say. I'm kind of going through the earliest bit where, there might be some useful information. That's all the murders, at least. Okay, so this one... Hideyoshi, Eva, Kirie, and Rudolph talking. This is what I really wanted to check back on. I know you want the headship for George. You've never been subtle about it. My wife thinks she knows a way. And to get us, the four of them, a nice chunk of change. Except for Kraus. Or the four siblings except for Kraus. Leverage on Kraus. So... Kinzo's dead. So, Kirie's certain Kinzo is dead. use the Kinzo is dead theory as leverage to get him to give us all shares of our inheritance, including the value of his vast collateral. What collateral? The gold. Gold? The witch's gold. In our scheme, it'll trap him cold. Just some extortion. For a tiny portion. Right now, cash or face backlash. Our inheritance is arrogance, a pestilence useless against intelligence, no hesitance or reticence with evidence. He'd crush his plot and stop his coup. That was in mystery. I mean, fantasy, sorry. I just said the straight up the wrong word because it's almost 5 a.m. That was fantasy, yes. But I think it's in a mystery section where it's confirmed that the lock on the gun case was actually broken. Need father's name, just great Kinzo's fame, just whisper it to Kraus, will be as timid as a mouse. Your wishes, Kinzo will then proclaim. It'll even push it farther then. If you dare, you play him right, your son just might be named the heir. Why would he do that? Let someone take the reins or face unending scandals, chuckled Rudolph. I don't know about you, but I know what I'd choose. So he must be strong and act fast. They'll have a plan if they're overly harassed. If we move right now, surprise unsurpassed. Sick of these lies, not so here. I am too, dear, but just one more conference and we'll be in the clear. What of a man's honor? You remember where father will be if anyone asks to see him, dear? Remember father's schedule? Proof Kraus is in debt. Names he's borrowed from. Yeah, they try to corner Kraus, but it doesn't go as well as they thought it would. So then, and so Jessica wants to, yeah, be... The culprit did indeed cut the initial lock on the gun chest. It says that another lock was placed on the gun chest, but yeah, the culprit did indeed cut the initial lock on the gun chest. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. I appreciate the generosity of the Red Truth. Shonen, you should have waited for me. I apologize. So if we're thinking canon, we gotta look at this scene with the three of them. 'Cause apparently the whole musical started from here too. So this is a bit chapter 2 like, with the three of them, like Kanon wanting to be with Jessica, Shannon wanting to be with George, sort of thing. So here's the music here. I'm getting tireder. Just be my cat's paws and I'll be your love's protector. I've got Maria. I need some doors and rooms prepared. One room. And the doors 3. I choose where. Right, this is what Cece was talking about earlier. Got about an hour left in you? Okay. Shannon stuck out her hand between them to the witch, ready to shake. Done. We'll only push your legend. You're on your own from there. I need some doors and rooms prepared. Start the roulette and begin the game. So what was with that? What was the... I guess... Yeah, if they're all dead, then they can all be together in the Golden Land, right? So how does that make Kanon feel when Jessica's like, yo, you don't need to do that. I'm gonna disinherit. Let's just run away together. But then there's the Shannon and George thing. As your blue truth, Shannon and Kanon intended to do a thing together with the epitaph. The first murder doesn't go as planned and Shannon dies. Kanon decides to make his own murder mysteries with Blackjack and the 7 Stakes of Purgatory. Oh, there's only one killer. So Kanon would have had to kill her, even if it was on accident. And she got shot square in the chest. Okay, so she says she wants to give out the inheritance. Kanon's like, oh, are you sure? So, but Kanon's on board with this. Is this under is this under fantasy? It must be, right? No, this is mystery. This is mystery, so this is a real song. Real feelings. So Kanon's truly on board. What did you have in mind? But Jessica has a plan that never ends up getting elaborated beyond, I'm gonna... Yeah, we just need to do, in order for to win, we just need the who done it and the how done it for all the murders. The thing is that the Neo Beatrice as a theme would make so much more sense if it was one of the siblings who, did it. Kills are in the parlor. Either there was a scuffle before he shot them all, or the scuffle that bruised him was before Neo Beatrice in the first place. It was an intent to kill. Somebody tried to kill him, grabbing his throat. Starting to form something in my head. But I just kind of want to follow what Kraus and Rosa are doing. The witch mystery. The epitaph. Kanon is not the culprit. Right, Dan's throwing in the towel. Okay. I was starting to think thematically that it had to be somebody else. So Kanon and Shannon were killed. He might have just been strangled to death. And the way everything was described could be a red herring. So they have dinner. Letter. So I think, yeah. Going along with the theme of the two Beatrices, Shannon and Kanon and Beatrice were trying to set up, like, the mystery as usual. And that they'd all be happy in the Golden Land after everybody was dead. And just Kanon simply accepted his romance with Jessica. Jessica has these big plans, but they can't actually be implemented due to circumstances. But her disinheriting, if Kraus did it, her disinheriting would put Kraus in an even weaker position. So that might be why he feels desperate. One figure stood in the boiler room. Now what? No way forward, no path I can see. they presented Kraus as formidable, but Kraus had not been slacking either. He and Natsuhi countered with all the facts they had gathered about their siblings' businesses, proving how precarious everyone's position was. In fact, although Kraus himself was not in the most stable position, he still had the great influence in the business world. Some pushing from him would be able to either help save his siblings or send them tumbling into the abyss. It was mutually assured destruction, to be sure. But it was enough to stall Kirie's plan, much to her frustration, so... If this is Rosa... she might not be sure what else she could do. And she could... See, what would be odd about this is I think Kraus lives in this house full time. Seems odd for him to have to break the lock on a gun case in a house that he runs. So what if it's Rosa? Let me check what Rosa's doing. So if Rosa shot everybody, Daedalus, was the key to the servant's room ever used? Like, not the master key, but the key to the servant... not the servant room, the servant's quarters? Mama is the Golden Witch? Was that the hint all along? Maria being like, Mama's the Golden Witch? The individual key to the servant's quarters was not used in this scenario. Okay. Let me look at my key diagram again. If go to... See, it's a lot easier to explain the key shenanigans happening with Kraus than it would be with Rosa. Because Rosa, I don't think, is ever in possession of any of these keys, and if she needed a master key to set up the Kanon illusion, then, she needed a master key to set up the Kanon illusion. I don't know. Kraus could have borrowed Goda's key for stuff. Because they seem to be real tight for whatever reason, Goda and Kraus. Another shot. Let me just control F Rosa. That'll make things faster. Rosa's house is where the meeting happened. There was the incident with... Right, I forgot about this part. Is strangely exuberant despite having been soaked freezing, having not found the rose you've been looking for. I mean, Beatrice, as in Shannon Kano and Beatrice, could have had anything to do with that. Any particular looking to confirm just like where she's at when she's unaccounted for? In regards to the murders. They gathered to the door of the parlor room. Kraus would go with Rosa, but it was Kirie, Rosa, and Hideyoshi in one group. Hideyoshi had the gun. Rosa did not seem to have been hit in the head. Shame your plan didn't work, Kirie. Or maybe they would all still be alive. You didn't give a good reason for it not to be you. The lights went out when they were focusing on Rosa. So Rosa wouldn't have had an opportunity to trip a breaker, but Kraus would have. Rosa said she was attacked. She's the only one who seems unharmed from that group. Rosa tells them where everybody is. Rosa's like last person entered the room to find Kirie and Hideyoshi's bodies. Rosa and Kraus. Talking how they did the scene. Rosa was there in the room. She was in the guest house. Rosa was with Maria in the guest house. Like, I could probably put together a Kraus theory, but something about it doesn't feel quite right. Okay, Blue Truth, maybe with Kraus, so... Let me think back to the first murder. Alright, here's my final attempt for the night. If Kraus theory doesn't make it, then we're going to bed for the night. Alright. So Kraus, I know I don't need to do the why done it, but I think that them confronting him about Kinzo being dead, plus Jessica expressing her desire to not be the heir, leaves Kraus with very few options. And he may have he found the gun case. He broke it. As for why he'd kill Natsuhi, perhaps he this is why done it, so I know it doesn't count towards the solution, but maybe he at first was gonna do it like a murder-suicide, because he didn't see any other recourse left for them. But then he stopped himself when he has the kind of Neo Beatrice moment. So he goes and kills everybody. I don't know if he could, whether Natsuhi was killed in the room or not. Natsuhi's body is moved there, is there. He kills Shannon and Nanjo and Genji and Kumasawa. Then he has been really tight with Goda. So I think earlier that evening he asks for Goda's master key. Before the murder. Goda doesn't know the murder is happening, but Goda lends him the master key. So he kills everybody. Those four. Sorry. No, those 5. Yeah. Locks the... but indeed, Kanon had been looking. Kanon had been watching just like in the song. So he runs after and chokes him to death. And uses the Goda's key to lock the parlor and lock Kanon in the servants' quarters. Everything is as it appears, just Kraus had Goda's master key. So then Goda gets his key back at some point. And then the next morning, Goda sees all this shit goes out. He's like, oh my god, Kraus! Oh my god. And then, the two who were close, I'm gonna stick with, I think the meat freezer is a red herring. And I'm gonna say that he exited through the outside. He opened the door as little as possible to squeeze out past Kirie and Rudolph. Or rather, no, I didn't even explain how they died. This is the how done it, right? It's dark, right? Kinzo, Kraus sets the breaker off from when they're in the basement to cut the power. And he uses that surprise. Because he didn't the gunshots would alert people because the hallways aren't soundproofed. So even though he had his own gun, he wanted things to go in his favor. In the chaos, he knocks out Alright, Kraus was with Rudolph and Eva. He knocks out Eva. Rudolph runs. Rudolph and Kirie find each other. It's possible Rosa is either like hiding because she's a big weenie in this forgery, or she's just lost in the darkness and doesn't encounter Kraus at all, or maybe she did get hit in the head. I don't know, but she gets attacked. Hideyoshi gets knocked out. Rudolph and Kirie are the two who are close. So yeah, they get two guns. They meet in the kitchen. And they're ambushed with the kitchen knives in the darkness by Kraus. And they're stabbed to death. They both shoot, but because it's dark, they miss. And they get stabbed to death. The muzzle flares from them shooting could give away their location, and that's how Kraus could find them in the dark and kill them. So then he had them, made sure they were holding their guns, set them against the door, and or dragged them to the door to as he was leaving. Kraus has multiple master keys at this point, so there's no reason for him not to be able to lock the door after he like opens the door as little as possible to kind of scoot his way out and make sure the bodies are leaning against the door. They might not be leaning upright or perfect, but that doesn't matter because they're gonna get ruined in position when Battler and Kraus open the door later. If there's any blood on Kraus's shoes, it gets washed off when he's outside walking around. Because that's the door leading to the outside that they were leaning against, and he locks the door with the master key. And then but the mystery sections with the guest house is where it gets tougher. Oh, wait. No, there's a way. At the mansion, he sneaks out when it's not his turn to guard. It's not his turn to guard until way later. So during that time, he sneaks out. He has a gun because George gave it to him. He goes to the mansion. He ends up shooting Hideyoshi. He ends up killing everybody. He has ample opportunity and time to kill everybody, whether with guns or knives. Because he has a gun, though, he is, and he had opportunity to have a bunch of ammo, too, when he locked the chest. I'm doing my best. This is my last shot right now. This is my last shot, and then I'm going to bed. Okay, so... But with setting up the locked rooms... Let's see, what did he get? There was oil, there was a monkey wrench, there was rope. Slender rope. I will say it is possible to lock the chains from the outside. He didn't need baling wire to do it. He could have done something like have the slender rope, loop it to grab onto the chain, then kind of use his hand as like a pulley system, or like loop it over his arm so he can like pull on it, and the rope comes up, pulling up the chain, setting it into place with the door just open wide enough, something to that effect. I don't have to explain exactly how he set it, just that it's possible for him to lock the chain from the outside. Use his ample master keys to set up the bodies, lock the doors, set the chains from the outside. Then he leaves and goes back to the guest house. And then he calls George from the phone in the library. or if not the library, another room in the guest house that has an internal line, to call the cousin's room with George. Because Kraus is a man with a deep voice, he can kind of convincingly mimic Hideyoshi. So George is like, "Oh my god, father!" and runs to the mansion. At that point, Kraus follows him sneaks out once his shift is done, or maybe nobody's watching him because he's the one on watch. He either sneaks back out again because there's hours after his shift. Yeah, he sneaks back out after his shift. Kills George. Sneaks back to the guest house once again. Then after Jessica leaves, he uses his ample ammo from when he locked up the gun chest again, and took the ammo from there to kill everybody in the guest house. And then finally at the end, he follows Jessica to the mansion and kills her, and then the bomb goes off at midnight, killing Kraus, and so they all die. That's my blue truth. More. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Gota's master key remained in Gota's possession until his death. Okay. The culprit did not exit the exterior kitchen door after Kirie and Rudolph were attacked. Oh boy. Oh boy. No one hid in the meat freezer at any time in this scenario. Well, I didn't assert that, but thanks for that extra goodie. The front door of the guest house is indeed squeaky enough that it would alert anyone at the guest house of people leaving via it. The windows of the guest house are jammed shut and cannot be opened. You wanted to reward me for deciding it was a red herring? Oh, that something... Oh. Thank you. Thank you. The meat freezer was a red herring. Jeez. Are you keeping track of these red truths? By the way, I could copy and paste these into something, I suppose. I can always go back to my VOD and check them too, but I think I'm done for the night. It's 5:30. Oh man, I did my best. I'll have to think about it some more. Wait. Oh, it doesn't scroll forever. Oh no! I can get some for you. I think I can scroll up for... Actually, can I scroll up forever? I can't! Damn it, I can't either. Oh well, we got the VOD. We got the VOD. We got the VOD. Well, I'll keep thinking about it. Unless tonight's the deadline. Man. What about, wait. Okay. Rummaging in Kanon's pockets, Kraus pulled out the boy's master key. What if, Kraus had Kanon's, what if he used Kanon's master key to lock the parlor, and that was why it was necessary for Kanon's body to be in a separate room. And he locked that room. And then when Goda opened the door the next day, he was like, oh my god. And then Kraus, look. And then Kraus, for Goda's benefit, because Goda doesn't know the murders are happening, he does a sleight of hand trick where he's palming the key. He goes and reaches in Kanon's pocket as a show of like taking the key out for Goda, and then he's like, "Oh, Goda, I got the master key." Is that how about that? Any red truth about that? Okay. That could have happened. All right, I'll accept that. That doesn't contradict stuff. Good. Okay, then I'll leave it at that for the night. Well, we may not have solved the operetta of the Golden Witch, but I feel like I'm getting somewhere, and I'll keep thinking about it. Not sure if we should do another stream, or if I should just work on this off stream and see if I can solve it. But let me know if you think I got a deadline, or for the you know, prize money reasons. That was me doing my best. Well, I did not mean for that to be in a 10.5-hour stream. I have not done that in a very long time. I have done that before, but not in a very long time. No deadline, but I can't find my dono button. You could DM me about that, and I'll get you, like, PayPal. Right, I used to have the dono button up. Yeah. I could have that set up again. Anyway, but, anyway. Oh. Hehehehe. I didn't mean for that to be, there we go. Let me... Alright. Well, I hope you guys had fun with that. I thought that was way fun! It's like very, very impressive, Daedalus. Really great project you did. And the songs were a scream. Very, very fun. Oh yeah, nobody I know is awake at this time. So I think I'll probably just end stream. But I hope that was a... Yes, you did have made quite a mystery. We haven't quite cracked this nut yet. Oh, thank you for everything. And good night, everybody! I'll be back tomorrow for more Subathon. Wait, I have to do sub-pause. Sub-pause. Wait. Pause! There we go. Alright, everybody. Night!